Chapter 23 of Mr. Scarborough's Family. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Mr. Scarborough's Family by Anthony Trollope. Chapter 23. The Rumors as to Mr. Prosper. It was still October when Harry Annesley went down to Buston, and the Mountjoys had just reached Brussels. Mr. Grey had made his visit to Tretton, and had returned to London. Harry went home on an understanding, on the part of his mother at any rate, that he should remain there till Christmas. But he felt himself very averse to so long a sojourn. If the hall and park were open to him, he might endure it. He would take down 2 or 3 stiff books, which he certainly would never read, and would shoot a few pheasants, and possibly ride one of his future brother-in-law's horses with the hounds. But he feared that there was to be a quarrel by which he would be debarred from the hall and the park, and he knew too that it would not be well for him to shoot and hunt when his income should have been cut off. It would be necessary that some great step should be taken at once, but then it would be necessary also that Florence should agree to that step. He had a modest lodging in London, but before he started, he prepared himself for what must occur by giving notice. I don't say as yet that I shall give them up, but I might as well let you know that it's possible. This he said to Mrs. Brown, who kept the lodgings, and who received this intimation as a Mrs. Brown is sure to do. But where should he betake himself when his home at Mrs. Brown's had been lost? He would, he thought, find it quite impossible to live in absolute idleness at the rectory. Then, in an unhappy frame of mind, he went down by the train to Stevenage, and was there met by the rectory pony carriage. He saw it all in his mother's eye the moment she embraced him. There was some terrible trouble in the wind, and what could it be but his uncle? "Well, mother, what is it?" "Oh, Harry, there is such a sad affair up at the Hall." "Is my uncle dead?" "Dead? No." "Then why do you look so sad?" "Even such a man, so faint, so spiritless, so dull, so dead in look, so woe-begone, drew Priam's curtain in the dead of night." "Oh, Harry, do not laugh. Your uncle says such dreadful things." "I don't care much what he says. The question is, what does he mean to do?" "He declares that he will cut you off altogether." "That is sooner said than done." "That is all very well, Harry, but he can do it. Oh, Harry! But come and sit down and talk to me. I told your father to be out so that I might have you alone, and the dear girls are gone into Buntingford." "Ah, like them. Thoroughbung will have enough of them." "He is our only happiness now." "Poor Thoroughbung! I pity him if he has to do happiness for the whole household." "Joshua is a most excellent young man. Where we should be without him, I do not know." The flourishing young brewer was named Joshua, and had been known to Harry for some years, though never as yet known as a brother-in-law. "I am sure he is, particularly as he has chosen Molly to be his wife. He is just the young man who ought to have a wife." "Of course he ought." "Because he can keep a family. But now about my uncle. He is to perform this ceremony of cutting me off. Will he turn out to have had a wife and family in former ages? I have no doubt old Scarborough could manage it, but I don't give my uncle credit for so much cleverness." "But in future ages," said the unhappy mother, shaking her head and rubbing her eyes. "You mean that he is going to have a family?" "It is all in the hands of Providence," said the parson's wife. "Yes, that is true. He is not too old yet to be a second Priam, and have his curtains drawn the other way. That's his little game, is it?" "There's a sort of rumor about that it's possible." "And who is the lady?" "You may be sure there will be no lack of a lady if he sets his mind upon it. I was turning it over in my mind, and I thought of Matilda Thoroughbung." "Joshua's aunt?" "Well, she is Joshua's aunt, no doubt. I did just whisper the idea to Joshua, and he says that she is fool enough for anything. She has £25,000 of her own, but she lives all by herself. I know where she lives, just out of Buntingford, as you go to Royston. But she's not alone. Is Uncle Prosper to marry Miss Tickle also? Miss Tickle was an estimable lady living as companion to Miss Thoroughbung. I don't know how they may manage, but it has to be thought of, Harry. We only know that your uncle has been twice to Buntingford. The lady is 50 at any rate. The lady is barely 40. She gives out that she is 36, and he could settle a jointure on her, which would leave the property not worth having. What can I do? Yes, indeed, my dear, what can you do? Why is he going to upset all the arrangements of my life and his life after such a fashion as this? That's just what your father says. I suppose he can do it. The law will allow him. But the injustice would be monstrous. I did not ask him to take me by the hand when I was a boy and lead me into this special walk of life. It has been his own doing. How will he look me in the face and tell me that he is going to marry a wife? I shall look him in the face and tell him of my wife. But is that settled? Yes, mother, it is settled. Wish me joy for having won the finest lady that ever walked the earth. His mother blessed him, but said nothing about the finest lady, who at that moment she believed to be the future bride of Mr. Joshua Thoroughbung. And when shall I tell my uncle that it is so? What will he say to me? Will he have the face then to tell me that I am to be cut out of Buston? I doubt whether he will have the courage. He has thought of that, Harry. How thought of it, mother? He has given orders that he is not to see you. Not to see me? So he declares. He has written a long letter to your father, in which he says that he would be spared the agony of an interview. What? Is it all done then? Your father got the letter yesterday. It must have taken my poor brother a week to write it. And he tells the whole plan, Matilda Thoroughbung and the future family? No, he does not say anything about Miss Thoroughbung. He says that he must make other arrangements about the property. He can't make other arrangements, that is, not until the boy is born. It may be a long time first, you know. But the jointure? What does Molly say about it? Molly is mad about it, and so is Joshua. Joshua talks about it just as though he were one of us, and he says that the old people at Buntingford would not hear of it. The old people spoken of were the father and mother of Joshua and the half-brother of Miss Matilda Thoroughbung. But what can they do? They can do nothing. If Miss Matilda likes Uncle Prosper— Likes, my dear? How young you are! Of course she would like a country house to live in, and the park, and the county society, and she would like somebody to live with besides Miss Tickle. My uncle, for instance? Yes, your uncle. If I had my choice, mother, I should prefer Miss Tickle. Because you are a silly boy. But what are you to do now? In this long letter which he has written to my father, does he give no reason? Your father will show you the letter. Of course he gives reasons. He says that you have done something which you ought not to have done. About that wretched Mountjoy Scarborough. What does he know about it, the idiot? Oh, Harry! Well, mother, what better can I say of him? He has taken me as a child and fashioned my life for me, has said that this property should be mine, and has put an income into my hand as though I were an eldest son, has repeatedly declared, when his voice was more potent than mine, that I should follow no profession. He has bound himself to me, telling all the world that I was his heir, and now he casts me out because he has heard some cock and bull story, of the truth of which he knows nothing. What better can I say of him than call him an idiot? He must be that, or else a heartless knave. And he says that he does not mean to see me, with whose life he has thus been empowered to interfere, so as to blast it, if not to bless it, and intends to turn me adrift as he might do a dog that did not suit him. And because he knows that he cannot answer me, he declares that he will not see me. It is very hard, Harry. Therefore I call him an idiot in preference to calling him a knave. But I am not going to be dropped out of the running in that way, just in deference to his will. I shall see him. Unless they lock him up in his bedroom, I shall compel him to see me." "What good would that do, Harry? That would only set him more against you." "You don't know his weakness." "Oh, yes, I do. He is very weak." "He will not see me because he will have to yield when he hears what I have to say for myself. He knows that, and would therefore fain keep away from me. Why should he be stirred to this animosity against me?" "Why, indeed?" "Because there is some one who wishes to injure me more strong than he is, and who has got hold of him. Some one has lied behind my back." "Who has done this?" "Ah, that is the question. But I know who has done it, though I will not name him just now. This enemy of mine, knowing him to be weak, knowing him to be an idiot, has got hold of him and persuaded him. He believes the story which is told to him, and then feels happy in shaking off an incubus. No doubt I have not been very soft with him, nor indeed hard. I have kept out of his way, and he is willing to resent it. But he is afraid to face me and tell me that it is so. Here are the girls come back from Buntingford. Molly, you blooming young bride, I wish you joy of your brewer." "He is none the worse on that account, Master Harry," said the eldest sister. "All the better, very much the better. Where would you be if he was not a brewer? But I congratulate you with all my heart, old girl. I have known him ever so long, and he is one of the best fellows I do know." "Thank you, Harry," and she kissed him. "I wish Fanny and Kate may even do so well." "All in good time," said Fanny. "I mean to have a banker, all to myself," said Kate. "I wish you may have half as good a man for your husband," said Harry. "And I am to tell you," continued Molly, who was now in high good humor, "that there will be always one of his horses for you to ride as long as you remain at home. It is not every brother-in-law that would do as much as that for you." "Nor yet every uncle," said Kate, shaking her head, from which Harry could see that this quarrel with his uncle had been freely discussed in the family circle. "Uncles are very different," said the mother. "Uncles can't be expected to do everything as though they were in love." "Fancy Uncle Peter in love," said Kate. "Mr. Prosper was called Uncle Peter by the girls, though always in a sort of joke." Then the other two girls shook their heads very gravely, from which Harry learned that the question respecting the choice of Miss Matilda Thoroughbung as a mistress for the Hall had been discussed also before them. "I am not going to marry all the family," said Molly. "Not Miss Matilda, for instance," said her brother, laughing. "No, especially not Matilda. Joshua is quite as angry about his aunt as anybody here can be. You'll find that he is more of an Annesley than a Thoroughbung." "My dear," said the mother, "your husband will, as a matter of course, think most of his own family, and so ought you to do of his family, which will be yours. A married woman should always think most of her husband's family." In this way the mother told her daughter of her future duties, but behind the mother's back Kate made a grimace for the benefit of her sister Fanny, showing thereby her conviction that in a matter of blood, what she called being a gentleman, a Thoroughbung could not approach an Annesley. "Mamma does not know it as yet," Molly said afterward in privacy to her brother, "but you may take it for granted that Uncle Peter has been into Buntingford and has made an offer to Aunt Matilda. I could tell it at once, because she looked so sharp at me to-day, and Joshua says that he is sure it is so by the airs she gives herself." "You think she will have him?" "Have him? Of course she'll have him. Why shouldn't she? A wretched old maid living with a companion like that would have any one." "She has got a lot of money." "She'll take care of her money. Let her alone for that." "And she'll have his house to live in, and there'll be a jointure, of course, if there were to be children." "Oh, bother!" Well, perhaps there will not, but it will be just as bad. We don't mean even to visit them. We think it so very wicked. And we shall tell them a bit of our mind as soon as the thing has been publicly declared. End of chapter 23. Reading by Arnold Banner, Thurmond, North Carolina, 2013. Chapter 24 of Mr. Scarborough's Family. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Mr. Scarborough's Family by Anthony Trollope. Chapter 24. Harry Annesley's Misery. The conversation which took place that evening between Harry and his father was more serious in its language, though not more important in its purpose. "This is bad news, Harry," said the rector. "Yes, indeed, sir." "Your uncle, no doubt, can do as he pleases." "You mean as to the income he has allowed me?" "As to the income. As to the property itself. It is bad waiting for dead men's shoes." "And yet it is what everybody does in this world. No one can say that I have been at all in a hurry to step into my uncle's shoes. It was he that first told you that he should never marry, and as the property had been entailed on me, he undertook to bring me up as his son." "So he did." "Not a doubt about it, sir. But I had nothing to say to it. As far as I understand, he has been allowing me £250 a year for the last dozen years." "Ever since you went to the Charterhouse." "At that time I could not be expected to have a word to say to it, and it has gone on ever since." "Yes, it has gone on ever since." "And when I was leaving Cambridge he required that I should not go into a profession." "Not exactly that, Harry." "It was so that I understood it. He did not wish his heir to be burdened with a profession. He said so to me himself." "Yes, just when he was in his pride, because you had got your fellowship. But there was a contract understood, if not made." "What contract?" asked Harry, with an air of surprise. "That you should be to him as a son." "I never undertook it. I wouldn't have done it at the price, or for any price. I never felt for him the respect or the love that were due to a father. I did feel both of them to the full for my own father. They are the sort of thing which we cannot transfer." "They may be shared, Harry," said the rector, who was flattered. "No, sir. In this instance that was not possible. You might have sat by while he read a sermon to his sister and nieces. You understood his vanity, and you wounded it, knowing what you were doing. I don't mean to blame you, but it was a misfortune. Now we must look it in the face, and see what must be done. Your mother has told you that he has written to me. There is his letter. You will see that he writes with a fixed purpose." Then he handed to Harry a letter written on a large sheet of paper, the reading of which would be so long that Harry seated himself for the operation. The letter need not here be repeated at length. It was written with involved sentences, but in very decided language. It said nothing of Harry's want of duty, or not attending to the sermons, or of other deficiencies of a like nature, but based his resolution in regard to stopping the income on his nephew's misconduct, as it appeared to him, in a certain particular case. And unfortunately, though Harry was prepared to deny that his conduct on that occasion had been subject to censure, he could not contradict any of the facts on which Mr. Prosper had founded his opinion. The story was told in reference to Mountjoy Scarborough, but not the whole story. "I understand that there was a row in the streets late at night, at the end of which young Mr. Scarborough was left as dead under the railings." "Left for dead!" exclaimed Harry.
Who says that he was left for dead? I did not think him to be dead." "You had better read it to the end," said his father, and Harry read it. The story went on to describe how Mountjoy Scarborough was missed from his usual haunts, how search was made by the police, how the newspapers were filled with the strange incident, and how Harry had told nothing of what had occurred. But beyond this, the letter went on to say, he positively denied, in conversation with the gentleman's brother, that he had anything to do with the gentleman on the night in question. If this be so, he absolutely lied. A man who would lie on such an occasion, knowing himself to have been guilty of having beaten the man in such a way as to have probably caused his death, for he had left him for dead under the railings in a London street and in the midnight hour, and would positively assert to the gentleman's brother that he had not seen the gentleman on the night in question, when he had every reason to believe that he had killed him, a deed which might or might not be murder, is not fit to be recognized as my heir. There were other sentences equally long and equally complicated, in all of which Mr. Prosper strove to tell the story with tragic effect, but all of which had reference to the same transaction. He said nothing as to the ultimate destination of the property, nor of his own proposed marriage. Should he have a son, that son would of course have the property. Should there be no son, Harry must have it, even though his conduct might have been ever so abominable. To prevent this outrage on society, his marriage, with its ordinary results, would be the only step. Of that he need say nothing, but the £250 would not be paid after the Christmas quarter, and he must decline for the future the honor of receiving Mr. Henry Annesley at the Hall. Harry, when he had read it all, began to storm with anger. The man, as he truly observed, had grossly insulted him. Mr. Prosper had called him a liar, and had hinted that he was a murderer. "You can do nothing to him," his father said. "He is your uncle, and you have eaten his bread." "I can't call him out and fight him." "You must let it alone." "I can make my way into the house and see him." "I don't think you can do that. You will find it difficult to get beyond the front door, and I would advise you to abandon all such ideas. What can you say to him?" "It is false." "What is false? Though in essence it is false, in words it is true. You did deny that you had seen him." "I forget what passed." "Augustus Scarborough endeavored to pump me about his brother, and I did not choose to be pumped. As far as I can ascertain now, it is he that is the liar. He saw his brother after the affair with me." "Has he denied it?" "Practically he denies it by asking me the question. He asked me with the ostensible object of finding out what had become of his brother, when he himself knew what had become of him." "But you can't prove it. He positively says that you did deny having seen him on the night in question. I am not speaking of Augustus Scarborough, but of your uncle. What he says is true, and you had better leave him alone. Take other steps for driving the real truth into his brain." "What steps can be taken with such a fool?" "Write your own account of the transaction, so that he shall read it. Let your mother have it. I suppose he will see your mother." "And so beg his favor?" "You need beg for nothing. Or if the marriage comes off—" "You have heard of the marriage, sir?" "Yes, I have heard of the marriage. I believe that he contemplates it. Put your statement of what did occur, and of your motives, into the hands of the lady's friends. He will be sure to read it." "What good will that do?" "No good, but that of making him ashamed of himself. You have got to read the world a little more deeply than you have hitherto done. He thinks that he is quarreling with you about the affair in London, but it is in truth because you have declined to hear him read the sermons after having taken his money." "Then it is he that is the liar rather than I." "I, who am a moderate man, would say that neither is a liar. You did not choose to be pumped, as you call it, and therefore spoke as you did. According to the world's ways, that was fair enough. He who is sore at the little respect you have paid him takes any ground of offense rather than that. Being sore at heart, he believes anything. This young Scarborough in some way gets hold of him and makes him accept this cock and bull story. If you had sat there punctual all those Sunday evenings, do you think he would have believed it then? And I have got to pay such a penalty as this? The rector could only shrug his shoulders. He was not disposed to scold his son. It was not the custom of the house that Harry should be scolded. He was a fellow of his college and the heir to Buston, and was therefore considered to be out of the way of scolding. But the rector felt that his son had made his bed and must now lie on it, and Harry was aware that this was his uncle's feeling. For 2 or 3 days he wandered about the country very down in the mouth. The natural state of ovation in which the girls existed was in itself an injury to him. How could he join them in their ovation, he who had suffered so much? It seemed to be heartless that they should smile and rejoice when he, the head of the family, as he had been taught to consider himself, was being so cruelly ill-used. For a day or two he hated Thoroughbung, though Thoroughbung was all that was kind to him. He congratulated him with cold congratulations, and afterward kept out of his way. Remember, Harry, that up to Christmas you can always have one of the nags. There's belladonna and orange peel. I think you'd find the mare a little the faster, though perhaps the horse is the bigger jumper. Oh, thank you, said Harry, and passed on. Now Thoroughbung was fond of his horses, and liked to have them talked about, and he knew that Harry Annesley was treating him badly. But he was a good-humored fellow, and he bore it without complaint. He did not even say a cross word to Molly. Molly, however, was not so patient. You might be a little more gracious when he's doing the best he can for you. It's not every one who will lend you a horse to hunt for 2 months. Harry shook his head and wandered away miserable through the fields, and would not in these days even set his foot upon the soil of the park. He was not going to intrude any farther, he said to the rector. You can come to church at any rate, his father said, for he certainly will not be there while you are at the parsonage. Oh yes, Harry would go to the church. I have yet to understand that Mr. Prosper is owner of the church, and the path there from the rectory is, at any rate, open to the public, for at Buston the church stands on one corner of the park. This went on for 2 or 3 days, during which nothing farther was said by the family as to Harry's woes. A letter was sent off to Mrs. Brown, telling her that the lodgings would not be required any longer, and anxious ideas began to crowd themselves on Harry's mind as to his future residence. He thought that he must go back to Cambridge and take his rooms at St. John's and look for college work. 2 fatal years of idleness and gaiety, had been passed, but still he thought that it might be possible. What else was there open for him? And then, as he roamed about the fields, his mind naturally ran away to the girl he loved. How would he dare again to look Florence in the face? It was not only the £250 per annum that was gone. That would have been a small income on which to marry, and he had never taken the girl's own money into account. He had rather chosen to look forward to the position as Squire of Buston, and to take it for granted that it would not be very long before he was called upon to fill the position. He had said not a word to Florence about the money, but it was thus that he had regarded the matter. Now the existing squire was going to marry, and the matter could not so be regarded any longer. He saw 6 little Prospers occupying 6 little cradles, and a whole suite of nurseries established at the Hall. The name of Prosper would be fixed at Buston, putting it altogether beyond his reach. In such circumstances, would it not be reasonable that Florence should expect him to authorize her to break their engagement? What was he now but the penniless son of a poor clergyman, with nothing on which to depend but a miserable stipend, which must cease were he to marry? He knew that he ought to give her back her troth, and yet as he thought of doing so he was indignant with her. Was love to come to this? Was her regard for him to be counted as nothing? What right had he to expect that she should be different from any other girl? Then he was more miserable than ever, as he told himself that such would undoubtedly be her conduct. As he walked across the fields, heavy with the mud of a wet October day, there came down a storm of rain which wet him through. Who does not know the sort of sensation which falls upon a man when he feels that even the elements have turned against him? How he buttons up his coat and bids the clouds open themselves upon his devoted bosom. Blow, winds, and crack your cheeks, rage, blow, you cataracts and hurricanes. It is thus that a man is apt to address the soft rains of heaven when he is becoming wet through in such a frame of mind. And on the present occasion Harry likened himself to Lear. It was to him as though the steeples were to be drenched and the cocks drowned when he found himself wet through. In this condition he went back to the house, and so bitter to him were the misfortunes of the world that he would hardly condescend to speak while enduring them. But when he had entered the drawing-room, his mother greeted him with a letter. It had come by the day mail, and his mother looked into his face piteously as she gave it to him. The letter was from Brussels, and she could guess from whom it had come. It might be a sweetly soft love letter, but then it might be neither sweet nor soft in the condition of things in which Harry was now placed. He took it and looked at it, but did not dare to open it on the spur of the moment. Without a word he went up to his room and then tore it asunder. No doubt, he said to himself, it would allude to his miserable stipend and penniless condition. The letter ran as follows: Dearest Harry, I think it right to write to you, though mamma does not approve of it. I have told her, however, that in the present circumstances I am bound to do so, and that I should implore you not to answer. Though I must write, there must be no correspondence between us. Rumors have been received here very detrimental to your character. Harry gnashed his teeth as he read this. Stories are told about your meeting with Captain Scarborough in London, which I know to be only in part true. Mamma says that because of them I ought to give up my engagement, and my uncle, Sir Magnus, has taken upon himself to advise me to do so. I have told them both that that which is said of you is in part untrue, but whether it be true or whether it be false, I will never give up my engagement unless you ask me to do so. They tell me that as regards your pecuniary prospects you are ruined. I say that you cannot be ruined as long as you have my income. It will not be much, but it will, I should think, be enough. And now you can do as you please. You may be quite sure that I shall be true to you, through ill report and good report. Nothing that mamma can say to me will change me, and certainly nothing from Sir Magnus. And now there need not be a word from you if you mean to be true to me. Indeed, I have promised that there shall be no word, and I expect you to keep my promise for me. If you wish to be free of me, then you must write and say so. But you won't wish it, and therefore I am yours, always, always, always your own, Florence. Harry read the letter standing up in the middle of the room, and in half a minute he had torn off his wet coat and kicked one of his wet boots to the farthest corner of the room. Then there was a knock at the door, and his mother entered. "Tell me, Harry, what she says." He rushed up to his mother, all damp and half shod as he was, and seized her in his arms. "Oh, mother, mother! What is it, dear? Read that, and tell me whether there ever was a finer human being." Mrs. Annesley did read it, and thought that her own daughter Molly was just as fine a creature. Florence was simply doing what any girl of spirit would do, but she saw that her son was as jubilant now as he had been downcast, and she was quite willing to partake of his comfort. Not write a word to her! Ha, ha! I think I see myself at it. But she seems to be in earnest there. In earnest! So am I in earnest. Would it be possible that a fellow should hold his hand and not write? Yes, my girl, I think that I must write a line. I wonder what she would say if I were not to write. I think she means that you should be silent. She has taken a very odd way of assuming it. I am to keep her promise for her, my darling, my angel, my life. But I cannot do that one thing. Oh, mother, mother, if you knew how happy I am! What the mischief does it all signify? Uncle Prosper, Miss Thoroughbung, and the rest of it, with a girl like that? End of chapter 24. Recording by Arnold Banner, Thurmond, North Carolina.
Chapter 25 of Mr. Scarborough's Family. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Mr. Scarborough's Family by Anthony Trollope. Chapter 25. Harry and his Uncle. Harry was kissed all round by the girls, and was congratulated warmly on the heavenly excellence of his mistress. They could afford to be generous if he would be good-natured.
"Of course you must write to her,"
said Molly, when he came downstairs with dry clothes. "I should think so, mother."
"Only she does seem to be so much in earnest about it,"
said Mrs. Annesley.
"I think she would rather get just a line to say that he is in earnest too,"
said Fanny.
"Why should not she like a love letter as much as anyone else?"
said Kate, who had her own ideas.
Of course she was to tell him about her mamma, but what need he care for that? Of course mamma thinks that Joshua need not write to Molly, but Molly won't mind. "I don't think anything of the kind, miss. And besides, Joshua lives in the next parish,"
said Fanny,
"and has a horse to ride over on if he has anything to say."
"At any rate I shall write," said Harry, even at the risk of making her angry. And he did write as follows: Buston October 1880 My own dear girl, it is impossible that I should not send one line in answer. Put yourself in my place, and consult your own feelings. Think that you have a letter so full of love, so noble, so true, so certain to fill you with joy, and then say whether you would let it pass without a word of acknowledgment. It would be absolutely impossible. It is not very probable that I should ask you to break your engagement, which, in the midst of my troubles, is the only consolation I have. But when a man has a rock to stand upon like that, he does not want anything else. As long as a man has one person necessary to his happiness to believe in him, he can put up with the ill opinion of all the others. You are to me so much that you outweigh all the world. I did not choose to have my secret pumped out of me by Augustus Scarborough. I can tell you the whole truth now. Mountjoy Scarborough had told me that he regarded you as affianced to him, and required me to say that I would drop you. You know now how probable that was. He was drunk on the occasion, had made himself purposely drunk, so as to get over all scruples, and attacked me with his stick. Then came a scrimmage in which he was upset. A sober man has always the best of it. I am afraid that Harry put in that little word sober for a purpose. The opportunity of declaring that he was sober was too good to be lost. I went away and left him, certainly not dead, nor apparently much hurt. But if I told all this to Augustus Scarborough, your name must have come out. Now I should not mind. Now I might tell the truth about you, with great pride, if occasion required it. But I couldn't do it then. What would the world have said to two men fighting in the streets about a girl, neither of whom had a right to fight about her? That was the reason why I told an untruth, because I did not choose to fall into the trap which Augustus Scarborough had laid for me. If your mother will understand it all, I do not think she will object to me on that score. If she does quarrel with me, she will only be fighting the Scarborough game, in which I am bound to oppose her. I am afraid the fact is that she prefers the Scarborough game, not because of my sins, but from auld lang syne. But Augustus had got hold of my uncle Prosper, and has done me a terrible injury. My uncle is a weak man, and has been predisposed against me from other circumstances. He thinks that I have neglected him, and is willing to believe anything against me. He has stopped my income, £250 a year, and is going to revenge himself on me by marrying a wife. It is too absurd, and the proposed wife is aunt of the man whom my sister is going to marry. It makes such a heap of confusion. Of course, if he becomes the father of a family, I shall be nowhere. Had I not better take to some profession? Only what shall I take to? It is almost too late for the bar. I must see you and talk over it all. You have commanded me not to write, and now there is a long letter. It is as well to be hung for a sheep as a lamb. But when a man's character is at stake, he feels that he must plead for it. You won't be angry with me because I have not done all that you told me? It was absolutely necessary that I should tell you that I did not mean to ask you to break your engagement, and one word has led to all the others. There shall be only one other, which means more than all the rest, that I am yours. Dearest, with all my heart, Harry Annesley. There, he said to himself, as he put the letter into the envelope. She may think it too long, but I am sure she would not have been pleased had I not written at all. That afternoon Joshua was at the rectory, having just trotted over after business hours at the brewery, because of some special word which had to be whispered to Molly, and Harry put himself in his way as she went out to get on his horse in the stable yard. "Joshua," he said, "I know that I owe you an apology." "What for?" "You have been awfully good to me about the horses, and I have been very ungracious." "Not at all." "But I have. The truth is, I have been made thoroughly miserable by circumstances, and when that occurs, a man cannot pick himself up all at once. It isn't my uncle that has made me wretched. That is a kind of thing that a man has to put up with. and I think that I can bear it as well as another. But an attack has been made upon me which has wounded me. I know all about it. I don't mind telling you, as you and Molly are going to hit it off together. There is a girl I love, and they have tried to interfere with her." "You haven't succeeded?" "No, by George, and now I am as right as a trivet. When it came across me that she might have yielded, you know, it was as though all had been over. I ought not to have suspected her." "But she's all right?" "Indeed she is. I think you'll like her, when you see her some day. If you don't, you have the most extraordinary taste I ever knew a man to possess. How about the horse? I have 4, you know. What a grand thing it is to be a brewer. And there are 2 of them will carry you on. The other 2 are not quite up to your weight." "You haven't been out yet?" "Well, no, not exactly out. The governor is the best fellow in the world, but he draws the line at cub hunting. He says the business should be business till November. Upon my word, I think he's right." "And how many days a week after that?" "Well, 3 regular. I do get an odd day with the Essex sometimes, and the governor winks." "The governor hunts himself as often as you?" "Oh, dear no. 3 a week does for the governor, and he is beginning to like frosty weather, and to hear with pleasure that one of the old horses isn't as fit as he should be. He is what they call training off. Good bye, old fellow. Mind you come out on the 7th of November." But Harry, though he had been made happy by the letter from Florence, had still a great many troubles on his mind. His first trouble was the having to do something in reference to his uncle. It did not appear to him to be proper to accept his uncle's decision in regard to his income, without, at any rate, attempting to see Mr. Prosper. It would be as though he had taken what was done as a matter of course, as though his uncle would stop the income without leaving him any ground of complaint. Of the intended marriage, if it were intended, he would say nothing. His uncle had never promised him in so many words not to marry, and there would be, he thought, something ignoble in his asking his uncle not to do which he intended to do himself without even consulting his uncle about it. As he turned it all over in his mind, he began to ask himself why his uncle should be asked to do anything for him, whereas he had never done anything for his uncle. He had been told that he was the heir, not to the uncle but to Buston, and had gradually been taught to look upon Buston as his right, as though he had a certain defeasible property in the acres. He now began to perceive that there was no such thing. A tacit contract had been made on his behalf, and he had declined to accept his share of the contract. But he had been debarred from following any profession by his uncle's promised allowance. He did not think that he could complain to his uncle about the proposed marriage, but he did think that he could ask a question or 2 as to the income. Without saying a word to any of his own family, he walked across the park, and presented himself at the front door of Buston Hall. In doing so he would not go upon the grass. He had told his father that he would not enter the park, and therefore kept himself to the road. And he had dressed himself with some little care. as a man does when he feels that he is going forth on some mission of importance. Had he intended to call on old Mr. Thoroughbung, there would have been no such care, and he rung at the front door instead of entering the house by any of the numerous side inlets, with which he was well acquainted. The butler understood the ring, and put on his company coat when he answered the bell. "Is my uncle at home, Matthew?" he said.
"Mr. Prosper? Mr. Harry? Well, no, I can't say that he just is."
And the old man groaned and wheezed and looked unhappy.
"He is not often out at this time."
Matthew groaned again, and wheezed more deeply and looked unhappier. "I suppose you mean to say that he has given orders that I am not to be admitted?" To this the butler made no answer, but only looked woefully into the young man's face. "What is the meaning of it all, Matthew?"
"Oh, Mr. Harry, you shouldn't ask me, as is merely a servant."
Harry felt the truth of his rebuke, but was not going to put up with it. "That's all my eye, Matthew. You know all about it as well as anyone. It is so. He does not want to see me."
"I don't think he does, Mr. Harry."
"And why not? You know the whole of my family story as well as my father does, or my uncle. Why does he shut his doors against me, and send me word that he does not want to see me?"
"Well, Mr. Harry, I'm not just able to say why he does it. And you, the heir. But if I was asked, I should make answer that it has come along of them sermons."
Then Matthew looked very serious and bathed his head. "I suppose so."
"That was it, Mr. Harry. We, none of us, were very fond of the sermons."
"I dare say not."
"We in the kitchen, but we was bound to have them, or we should have lost our places."
"And now I must lose my place." The butler said nothing, but his face assented. "A little hard, isn't it, Matthew? But I wish to say a few words to my uncle, not to express any regret about the sermons, but to ask what it is that he intends to do." Here Matthew shook his head very slowly. "He has given positive orders that I shall not be admitted?"
"It must be over my dead body."
Mr. Harry, and he stood in the way with the door in his hand, as though intending to sacrifice himself, should he be called upon to do so by the nature of the circumstances. Harry, however, did not put him to the test, but bidding him good-bye, with some little joke as to his fidelity, made his way back to the parsonage. That night, before he went to bed, he wrote a letter to his uncle, as to which he said not a word to either his father or mother or sisters. He thought that the letter was a good letter, and would have been proud to show it. But he feared that either his father or mother would advise him not to send it, and he was ashamed to read it to Molly. He therefore sent the letter across the park the next morning by the gardener. The letter was as follows: "My dear Uncle, my father has shown me your letter to him, and of course I feel it incumbent on me to take some notice of it. Not wishing to trouble you with a letter, I called this morning. but I was told by Matthew that you would not see me. As you have expressed yourself to my father very severely as to my conduct, I am sure you will agree with me that I ought not to let the matter pass by without making my own defense. You say there was a row in the streets between Mountjoy Scarborough and myself, in which he was left for dead. When I left him, I did not think he had been much hurt, or have I had reason to think so since. He had attacked me, and I had simply defended myself. He had come upon me by surprise, and when I had shaken him off, I went away. Then in a day or two he had disappeared. Had he been killed or much hurt, the world would have heard of it. But the world simply heard that he had disappeared, which could hardly have been the case had he been much hurt. Then you say that I denied, in conversation with Augustus Scarborough, that I had seen his brother on the night in question. I did deny it. Augustus Scarborough, who was evidently well acquainted with the whole transaction, and who had, I believe, assisted his brother in disappearing, wished to learn from me what I had done, and to hide what he had done. He wished to saddle me with the disgrace of his brother's departure, and I did not choose to fall into his trap. At the moment of his asking me, he knew that his brother was safe. I think that the word lie as used by you is very severe for such an occurrence. A man is not generally held to be bound to tell everything respecting himself to the first person that shall first ask him. If you will ask a man who knows the world, my father, for instance, I think you will be told that such conduct was not faulty. But it is at any rate necessary that I should ask you what you intend to do in reference to my future life. I am told that you intend to stop the income which I have hitherto received. Will this be considerate on your part? In this first copy of the letter Harry had asked whether it would be fair, and had then changed the word for one that was milder. When I took my degree, you yourself said that it would not be necessary that I should go into any profession, because you would allow me an income, and would then provide for me. I took your advice, in opposition to my father's, because it seemed then that I was to depend on you rather than on him. You cannot deny that I shall have been treated hardly if I now be turned loose upon the world. I shall be happy to come and see if you shall wish it, so as to save you the trouble of writing to me. Your affectionate nephew, Henry Annesley. Harry might have been sure that his uncle would not see him. Probably was sure when he added the last paragraph. Mr. Prosper enjoyed greatly two things: the mysticism of being invisible and the opportunity of writing a letter. Mr. Prosper had not a large correspondence, but it was laborious, and, as he thought, effective. He believed that he did not know how to write a letter, and he went about it with a will. It was not probable that he would make himself common by seeing his nephew on such an occasion, or that he would omit the opportunity of spending an entire morning with pen and ink. The result was very short, but to his idea it was satisfactory.
"Sir,"
he began. He considered this matter very deeply, but as the entire future of his own life was concerned in it, he felt that it became him to be both grave and severe.
I have received your letter, and have read it with attention. I observe that you admit that you told Mr. Augustus Scarborough a deliberate untruth. This is what the plain-speaking world, when it wishes to be understood as using the unadorned English language, which is always the language which I prefer myself, calls a lie. A lie! I do not choose that this humble property shall fall at my death into the hands of a liar. Therefore I shall take steps to prevent it, which may or may not be successful. At such steps, whatever may be their result, are to be taken. The income, intended to prepare you for another alternative, which may possibly not now be forthcoming, will naturally now be no longer allowed. I am, sir, your obedient servant, Peter Prosper.
The first effect of the letter was to produce laughter at the rectory. Harry could not but show it to his father, and in an hour or two it became known to his mother and sister, and under an oath of secrecy, to Joshua Thoroughbung. It could not be matter of laughter when the future hopes of Miss Matilda Thoroughbung were taken into consideration.
"I declare I don't know what you are all laughing about,"
said Kate,
"except that Uncle Peter does not use such comical phrases."
but Mrs. Annesley, though the most good-hearted woman in the world, was almost angry.
"I don't know what you all see to laugh at in it. Peter has in his hands the power of making or marring Harry's future."
"But he hasn't," said Harry.
Or he mayn't have,
said the rector.
"It's all in the hands of the Almighty,"
said Mrs. Annesley, who felt herself bound to retire from the room and to take her daughter with her. But when they were alone, both the father and his son were very angry. "I have done with him for ever," said Harry. "Let come what may, I will never see him or speak to him again. A lie and liar! He has written those words in that way so as to salve his own conscience for the injustice he is doing. He knows that I am not a liar. He cannot understand what a liar means, or he would know that he is one himself. A man seldom has such knowledge as that. Is it not so when he stigmatizes me in this way merely as an excuse to himself? He wants to get rid of me, probably because I did not sit and hear him read the sermons. Let that pass. I may have been wrong in that, and may be justified, but because of that he cannot believe really that I have been a liar in such a determined way as to make me unfit to be his heir." "He is a fool, Harry. That is the worst of him." "I don't think it is the worst." "You cannot have worst. It is dreadful to have to depend on a fool, to have to trust to a man who cannot tell wrong from right. Your uncle intends to be a good man. If it were brought home to him that he were doing a wrong, he would not do it. He would not rob. He would not steal. He would not commit murder and the rest of it. But he is a fool, and he does not know when he is doing these things."
"I will wash my hands of him."
"Yes, and he will wash his hands of you. You do not know him as I do. He has taken it into all his silly head that you are the chief of sinners, because you said what was not true to that man, who seems really to be the sinner, and nothing will eradicate the idea. He will go and marry that woman because he thinks that in that way he can best carry his purpose. and then he will repent at leisure. I used to tell you that you had better listen to the sermons.
And now I must pay for it.
Well, my boy, it is no good crying for spilt milk. As I was saying just now, there is nothing worse than a fool.
End of chapter 25.
Chapter 25 of Mr. Scarborough's Family. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Mr. Scarborough's Family by Anthony Trollope. Chapter 25. Harry and His Uncle. Harry was kissed all round by the girls, and was congratulated warmly on the heavenly excellence of his mistress. They could afford to be generous if he would be good-natured. "Of course you must write to her," said Molly, when he came downstairs with dry clothes. "I should think so, mother." "Only she does seem to be so much in earnest about it," said Mrs. Annesley. "I think she would rather just get a line to say that he is in earnest too," said Fanny. "Why should not she like a love letter as much as any one else?" said Kate, who had her own ideas. "Of course, she has to tell him about her mamma, but what need he care for that? Of course mamma thinks that Joshua need not write to Molly, but Molly won't mind." "I don't think anything of the kind, miss." "And besides, Joshua lives in the next parish," said Fanny, "and has a horse to ride over on if he has anything to say." "At any rate I shall write," said Harry, even at the risk of making her angry. And he did write as follows: Buston, October, 188 . My own dear girl, it is impossible that I should not send one line in answer. Put yourself in my place, and consult your own feelings. Think that you have a letter so full of love, so noble, so true, so certain to fill you with joy, and then say whether you would let it pass without a word of acknowledgment. It would be absolutely impossible. It is not very probable that I should ask you to break your engagement, which in the midst of my troubles is the only consolation I have. But when a man has a rock to stand upon like that, he does not want anything else. As long as a man has the one person necessary to his happiness to believe in him, he can put up with the ill opinion of all the others. You are to me so much that you outweigh all the world. I did not choose to have my secret pumped out of me by Augustus Scarborough. I can tell you the whole truth now. Mountjoy Scarborough had told me that he regarded you as affianced to him, and required me to say that I would drop you. You know now how probable that was. He was drunk on the occasion, had made himself purposely drunk, so as to get over all scruples, and attacked me with his stick. Then came a scrimmage, in which he was upset. A sober man has always the best of it. I am afraid that Harry put in that little word sober for a purpose. The opportunity of declaring that he was sober was too good to be lost. I went away and left him, certainly not dead, nor apparently much hurt. But if I told all this to Augustus Scarborough, your name must have come out. Now I should not mind. Now I might tell the truth about you, with great pride if occasion required it. But I couldn't do it then. What would the world have said to two men fighting in the streets about a girl, neither of whom had a right to fight about her? That was the reason why I told an untruth, because I did not choose to fall into the trap which Augustus Scarborough had laid for me. If your mother will understand it all, I do not think she will object to me on that score. If she does quarrel with me, she will only be fighting the Scarborough game, in which I am bound to oppose her. I am afraid the fact is that she prefers the Scarborough game, not because of my sins, but from auld lang syne. But Augustus has got hold of my uncle Prosper, and has done me a terrible injury. My uncle is a weak man, and has been predisposed against me from other circumstances. He thinks that I have neglected him, and is willing to believe anything against me. He has stopped my income, £250 a year, and is going to revenge himself on me by marrying a wife. It is too absurd, and the proposed wife is aunt of the man whom my sister is going to marry. It makes such a heap of confusion. Of course, if he becomes the father of a family, I shall be nowhere. Had I not better take to some profession? Only what shall I take to? It is almost too late for the bar. I must see you and talk over it all. You have commanded me not to write, and now there is a long letter. It is as well to be hung for a sheep as a lamb. But when a man's character is at stake, he feels that he must plead for it. You won't be angry with me because I have not done all that you told me? It was absolutely necessary that I should tell you that I did not mean to ask you to break your engagement, and one word has led to all the others. There shall be only one other, which means more than all the rest, that I am yours, dearest, with all my heart, Harry Annesley. There, he said to himself, as he put the letter into the envelope. She may think it too long, but I am sure she would not have been pleased had I not written at all. That afternoon Joshua was at the rectory, having just trotted over after business hours at the brewery, because of some special word which had to be whispered to Molly, and Harry put himself in his way as he went out to get on his horse in the stable yard. "Joshua," he said, "I know that I owe you an apology." "What for?" "You have been awfully good to me about the horses, and I have been very ungracious." "Not at all." "But I have. The truth is, I have been made thoroughly miserable by circumstances, and when that occurs, a man cannot pick himself up all at once. It isn't my uncle that has made me wretched. That is a kind of thing that a man has to put up with, and I think that I can bear it as well as another. But an attack has been made upon me which has wounded me." "I know all about it." "I don't mind telling you, as you and Molly are going to hit it off together. There is a girl I love, and they have tried to interfere with her." "They haven't succeeded?" "No, by George, and now I'm as right as a trivet. When it came across to me that she might have yielded, you know, it was as though all had been over. I ought not to have suspected her." "But she's all right?" "Indeed she is. I think you'll like her when you see her some day. If you don't, you have the most extraordinary taste that I ever knew a man to possess. How about the horse?" "I have 4, you know." "What a grand thing it is to be a brewer!" "And there are 2 of them will carry you. The other 2 are not quite up to your weight." "You haven't been out yet?" "Well, no, not exactly out. The governor is the best fellow in the world, but he draws the line at cub hunting. He says the business should be the business till November. Upon my word, I think he's right." "And how many days a week after that?" "Well, 3 regular. I do get an odd day with the Essex sometimes, and the governor winks." "The governor hunts himself as often as you." "Oh dear no. 3 a week does for the governor, and he is beginning to like frosty weather, and to hear with pleasure that one of the old horses isn't as fit as he should be. He's what they call training off. Good-bye, old fellow. Mind that you come out on the 7th of November." But Harry, though he had been made happy by the letter from Florence, had still a great many troubles on his mind. His first trouble was the having to do something in reference to his uncle. It did not appear to him to be proper to accept his uncle's decision in regard to his income, without, at any rate, attempting to see Mr. Prosper. It would be as though he had taken what was done as a matter of course, as though his uncle could stop the income without leaving him any ground of complaint. Of the intended marriage, if it were intended, he would say nothing. His uncle had never promised him in so many words not to marry, and there would be, he thought, something ignoble in his asking his uncle not to do that which he intended to do himself without even consulting his uncle about it. As he turned it all over in his mind, he began to ask himself why his uncle should be asked to do anything for him, whereas he had never done anything for his uncle. He had been told that he was the heir, not to the uncle but to Buston, and had gradually been taught to look upon Buston as his right, as though he had a certain defeasible property in the acres. He now began to perceive that there was no such thing. A tacit contract had been made on his behalf, and he had declined to accept his share of the contract. But he had been debarred from following any profession by his uncle's promised allowance. He did not think that he could complain to his uncle about the proposed marriage, but he did think that he could ask a question or two as to the income. Without saying a word to any of his own family, he walked across the park, and presented himself at the front door of Buston Hall. In doing so, he would not go from the grass. He had told his father that he would not enter the park, and therefore kept himself to the road; and he had dressed himself with some little care, as a man does when he feels that he is going forth on some mission of importance. Had he intended to call on old Mr. Thoroughbung, there would have been no such care; and he rung at the front door, instead of entering the house by any of the numerous side inlets with which he was well acquainted. The butler understood the ring, and put on his company coat when he answered the bell. "Is my uncle at home, Matthew?" he said. "Mr. Prosper, Mr. Harry? Well, no, I can't say that he just is." And the old man groaned and wheezed, and looked unhappy. "He is not often out at this time." Matthew groaned again, and wheezed more deeply, and looked unhappier. "I suppose you mean to say that he has given orders that I am not to be admitted?" To this the butler made no answer, but only looked woefully into the young man's face. "What is the meaning of it all, Matthew?" "Oh, Mr. Harry, you shouldn't ask me, as is merely a servant." Harry felt the truth of this rebuke, but was not going to put up with it. "That's all my eye, Matthew. You know all about it as well as any one. It is so. He does not want to see me." "I don't think he does, Mr. Harry." "And why not? You know the whole of my family story as well as my father does, or my uncle. Why does he shut his doors against me and send me word that he does not want to see me?" "Well, Mr. Harry, I'm not just able to say why he does it, and you the heir; but if I was asked, I should make answer that it has come along of them sermons." Then Matthew looked very serious, and bathed his head. "I suppose so." That was it, Mr. Harry. We, none of us, were very fond of the sermons. "I dare say not." "We in the kitchen; but we was bound to have them, or we should have lost our places." "And now I must lose my place." The butler said nothing, but his face assented. "A little hard, isn't it, Matthew? But I wish to say a few words to my uncle, not to express any regret about the sermons, but to ask what it is that he intends to do." Here Matthew shook his head very slowly. "He has given positive orders that I shall not be admitted?" "It must be over my dead body, Mr. Harry." And he stood in the way, with the door in his hand, as though intending to sacrifice himself should he be called upon to do so by the nature of the circumstances. Harry, however, did not put him to the test, but bidding him good-bye with some little joke as to his fidelity, made his way back to the parsonage. That night, before he went to bed, he wrote a letter to his uncle, as to which he said not a word to either his father or mother or sisters. He thought that the letter was a good letter, and would have been proud to show it, but he feared that either his father or mother would advise him not to send it, and he was ashamed to read it to Molly. He therefore sent the letter across the park the next morning by the gardener. The letter was as follows: "My dear Uncle, my father has shown me your letter to him, and, of course, I feel it incumbent on me to take some notice of it. Not wishing to trouble you with a letter, I called this morning, but I was told by Matthew that you would not see me. As you have expressed yourself to my father very severely as to my conduct, I am sure you will agree with me that I ought not to let the matter pass by without making my own defence. You say that there was a row in the streets between Mountjoy Scarborough and myself, in which he was left for dead. When I left him I did not think he had been much hurt, nor have I had reason to think so since. He had attacked me, and I had simply defended myself. He had come upon me by surprise, and, when I had shaken him off, I went away. Then in a day or two he had disappeared. Had he been killed, or much hurt, the world would have heard of it, but the world simply heard that he had disappeared, which could hardly have been the case had he been much hurt. Then you say that I denied, in conversation with Augustus Scarborough, that I had seen his brother on the night in question. I did deny it. Augustus Scarborough, who was evidently well acquainted with the whole transaction, and who had, I believe, assisted his brother in disappearing, wished to learn from me what I had done, and to hide what he had done. He wished to saddle me with the disgrace of his brother's departure, and I did not choose to fall into his trap. At the moment of his asking me, he knew that his brother was safe. I think that the word lie, as used by you, is very severe for such an occurrence. A man is not generally held to be bound to tell everything respecting himself to the first person that shall ask him. If you will ask any man who knows the world, my father for instance, I think you will be told that such conduct was not faulty. But it is at any rate necessary that I should ask you what you intend to do in reference to my future life. I am told that you intend to stop the income which I have hitherto received. Will this be considerate on your part? In his first copy of the letter Harry had asked whether it would be fair, and then had changed the word for one that was milder. When I took my degree, you yourself said that it would not be necessary that I should go into any profession, because you would allow me an income, and would then provide for me. I took your advice in opposition to my father's, because it seemed then that I was to depend on you rather than on him. You cannot deny that I shall have been treated hardly, if I now be turned loose upon the world. I shall be happy to come and see you if you shall wish it, so as to save you the trouble of writing to me. Your affectionate nephew, Henry Annesley. Harry might have been sure that his uncle would not see him, probably was sure when he added the last paragraph. Mr. Prosper enjoyed greatly two things, the mysticism of being invisible, and the opportunity of writing a letter. Mr. Prosper had not a large correspondence, but it was laborious, and, as he thought, effective. He believed that he did know how to write a letter, and he went about it with a will. It was not probable that he should make himself common by seeing his nephew on such an occasion, or that he would omit the opportunity of spending an entire morning with pen and ink. The result was very short, but to his idea it was satisfactory. "Sir," he began. He considered this matter very deeply, but as the entire future of his own life was concerned in it, he felt that it became him to be both grave and severe. "I have received your letter and have read it with attention. I observe that you admit that you told Mr. Augustus Scarborough a deliberate untruth. This is what the plain-speaking world, when it wishes to be understood as using the unadorned English language, which is always the language which I prefer myself, calls a lie. A lie! I do not choose that this humble property shall fall at my death into the hands of a liar. Therefore I shall take steps to prevent it, which may or may not be successful. As such steps, whatever may be their result, are to be taken, the income, intended to prepare you for another alternative, which may possibly not now be forthcoming, will naturally now be no longer allowed. I am, sir, your obedient servant, Peter Prosper." The first effect of the letter was to produce laughter at the rectory. Harry could not but show it to his father, and in an hour or two it became known to his mother and sister, and, under an oath of secrecy, to Joshua Thoroughbung. It could not be matter of laughter when the future hopes of Miss Matilda Thoroughbung were taken into consideration. "I declare I don't know what you are all laughing about," said Kate, "except that Uncle Peter does use such comical phrases." But Mrs. Annesley, though the most good-hearted woman in the world, was almost angry. "I don't know what you all see to laugh at in it. Peter has in his hands the power of making or marring Harry's future." "But he hasn't," said Harry. "Or he mayn't have," said the rector. "It's all in the hands of the Almighty," said Mrs. Annesley, who felt herself bound to retire from the room and to take her daughter with her. But when they were alone, both the father and the son were very angry. I have done with him for ever," said Harry. "Let come what may, I will never see him or speak to him again. A lie, and a liar! He has written those words in that way so as to salve his own conscience for the injustice he is doing. He knows that I am not a liar. He cannot understand what a liar means, or he would know that he is one himself." "A man seldom has such knowledge as that." "Is it not so when he stigmatizes me in this way, merely as an excuse to himself? He wants to be rid of me, probably because I did not sit and hear him read the sermons. Let that pass. I may have been wrong in that, and he may be justified. But because of that he cannot believe really that I have been a liar in such a determined way as to make me unfit to be his heir." "He is a fool, Harry. That is the worst of him." "I don't think it is the worst." "You cannot have worse. It is dreadful to have to depend on a fool, to have to trust a man who cannot tell wrong from right. Your uncle intends to be a good man. If it were brought home to him that he were doing a wrong, he would not do it. He would not rob, he would not steal, he must not commit murder, and the rest of it. But he is a fool, and he does not know when he is doing these things." "I will wash my hands of him." "Yes, and he will wash his hands of you. You do not know him as I do. He has taken it into his silly head that you are the chief of sinners because you said what was not true to that man, who seems really to be the sinner, and nothing will eradicate the idea. He will go and marry that woman because he thinks that in that way he can best carry his purpose, and then he will repent at leisure. I used to tell you that you had better listen to the sermons." "And now I must pay for it." "Well, my boy, it is no good crying for spilled milk. As I was saying just now, there is nothing worse than a fool." End of chapter 25.
Chapter 26 of Mr. Scarborough's Family. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Mr. Scarborough's Family by Anthony Trollope. Chapter 26. Marmaduke Lodge. On the 7th of next month 2 things occurred, each of great importance. Hunting commenced in the Puckeridge country, and Harry, with that famous mare Belladonna, was there, and Squire Prosper was driven in his carriage into Buntingford, and made his offer with all due formality to Miss Thoroughbung. The whole household, including Matthew and the cook and the coachman and the boy and the 2 housemaids, knew what he was going to do. It would be difficult to say how they knew, because he was a man who never told anything. He was the last man in England who, on such a matter, would have made a confidant of his butler. He never spoke to a servant about matters unconnected with their service. He considered that to do so would be altogether against his dignity. Nevertheless, when he ordered his carriage, which he did not do very frequently at this time of the year, when the horses were wanted on the farm, and of which he gave 24 hours' notice to all the persons concerned, and when early in the morning he ordered that his Sunday suit should be prepared for wearing, and when his aspect grew more and more serious as the hour drew nigh, it was well understood by them all that he was going to make the offer that day. He was both proud and fearful as to the thing to be done. Proud that he, the Squire of Buston, should be called on to take so important a step, proud by anticipation of his feelings as he would return home a jolly thriving wooer, and yet a little fearful lest he might not succeed. Were he to fail, the failure would be horrible to him. He knew that every man and woman about the place would know all about it. Among the secrets of the family there was a story, never now mentioned, of his having done the same thing once before. He was then a young man, about 25, and he had come forth to lay himself and Buston at the feet of a baronet's daughter, who lived some 25 miles off. She was very beautiful, and was said to have a fitting dower, but he had come back, and had shut himself up in the house for a week afterward. To no human ears had he ever since spoken of his interview with Miss Courtenay. The doings of that day had been wrapped in impenetrable darkness. But all Buston and the neighboring parishes had known that Miss Courtenay had refused him. Since that day he had never gone forth again on such a mission. There were those who said of him that his love had been so deep and enduring that he had never got the better of it. Miss Courtenay had been married to a much grander lover, and had been taken off to splendid circles. But he had never mentioned her name. That story of his abiding love was thoroughly believed by his sister, who used to tell it of him to his credit, when at the rectory the rector would declare him to be a fool. But the rector used to say that he was dumb from pride, or that he could not bear to have it known that he had failed at anything. At any rate, he had never again attempted love, and had formally declared to his sister that, as he did not intend to marry, Harry should be regarded as his son. Then at last had come the fellowship, and he had been proud of his heir, thinking that in some way he had won the fellowship himself, as he had paid the bills. But now all was altered, and he was to go forth to his wooing again. There had been a rumor about the country that he was already accepted, but such was not the case. He had fluttered about Buntingford thinking of it, but he had never put the question. To his thinking it would not have been becoming to do so without some ceremony. Buston was not to be made away during the turnings of a quadrille, or as a part of an ordinary conversation. It was not probable, nay, it was impossible, that he should mention the subject to any one. But still he must visibly prepare for it, and I think that he was aware that the world around him knew what he was about. And the Thoroughbungs knew, and Miss Matilda Thoroughbung knew well. All Buntingford knew. In those old days in which he had sought the hand of the baronet's daughter and the baronet's wife and the baronet himself had known what was coming, though Mr. Prosper thought that the secret dwelt alone in his own bosom. Nor did he dream now that Harry and Harry's father and Harry's mother and sisters had all laughed at the conspicuous gravity of his threat. It was the general feeling on the subject which made the rumor current that the deed had been done. But when he came downstairs with one new gray kid glove on and the other dangling in his hand, nothing had been done. "Drive to Buntingford," said the squire. "Yes, sir," said Matthew, the door of the carriage in his hand. "To Marmaduke Lodge." "Yes, sir." Then Matthew told the coachman, who had heard the instructions very plainly, and knew them before he had heard them. The squire threw himself back in the carriage, and applied himself to wondering how he should do the deed. He had, in truth, barely studied the words, but not, finally, the manner of delivering them. With his bare hand up to his eyes, so that he might hold the glove unsoiled in the other, he devoted his intellect to the task, nor did he withdraw his hand till the carriage turned in at the gate. The drive up to the door of Marmaduke Lodge was very short, and he had barely time to arrange his waistcoat and his whiskers before the carriage stood still. He was soon told that Miss Thoroughbung was at home, and within a moment he found himself absolutely standing on the carpet in her presence. Report had dealt unkindly with Miss Thoroughbung in the matter of her age. Report always does deal unkindly with unmarried young women who have ceased to be girls. There is an idea that they will wish to make themselves out to be younger than they are, and therefore report always makes them older. She had been called 45 and even 50. Her exact age at this moment was 42, and as Mr. Prosper was only 50, there was no discrepancy in the marriage. He would have been young looking for his age, but for an air of ancient dandyism which had grown upon him. He was somewhat dry, too, and skinny, with high cheekbones and large, dull eyes, but he was clean and grave and orderly, a man promising well to a lady on the lookout for a husband. Miss Thoroughbung was fat, fair, and 40 to the letter, and she had a just measure of her own good looks, of which she was not unconscious. But she was specially conscious of £25,000, the possession of which had hitherto stood in the way of her search after a husband. It was said commonly about Buntingford that she looked too high, seeing that she was only a Thoroughbung, and had no more than £25,000. But Miss Tickle was in the room, and might have been said to be in the way, were it not that a little temporary relief was felt by Mr. Prosper to be a comfort. Miss Tickle was at any rate 20 years older than Miss Thoroughbung, and was of all slaves at the same time the humblest and the most irritating. She never asked for anything, but was always painting the picture of her own deserts. "I hope to have the pleasure of seeing Miss Tickle quite well," said the squire, as soon as he had paid his first compliments to the lady of his love. "Thank you, Mr. Prosper, pretty well. My anxiety is all for Matilda." Matilda had been Matilda to her since she had been a little girl, and Miss Tickle was not going now to drop the advantage which the old intimacy gave her. "I trust there is no cause for it." "Well, I'm not so sure. She coughed a little last night, and would not eat her supper. We always do have a little supper. A despatched crab it was, and when she would not eat it, I knew there was something wrong." "Nonsense! What a fuss you make! Well, Mr. Prosper, have you seen your nephew yet?" "No, Miss Thoroughbung, nor do I intend to see him. The young man has disgraced himself." "Dear, dear, how sad!" "Young men do disgrace themselves, I fear, very often," said Miss Tickle. "We won't talk about it, if you please, because it is a family affair." "Oh, no," said Miss Thoroughbung. "At least, not as yet. It may be. But never mind. I would not wish to be premature in anything." "I am always telling Matilda so. She is so impulsive. But as you may have matters of business, Mr. Prosper, on which to speak to Miss Thoroughbung, I will retire." "It is very thoughtful on your part, Miss Tickle." Then Miss Tickle retired, from which it may be surmised that the probable circumstances of the interview had been already discussed between the ladies. Mr. Prosper drew a long breath, and sighed audibly as soon as he was alone with the object of his affections. He wondered whether men were ever bright and jolly in such circumstances. He sighed again, and then he began. "Miss Thoroughbung, Mr. Prosper." All the prepared words had flown from his memory. He could not even bethink himself how he ought to begin. And unfortunately so much must depend upon manner. But the property was unembarrassed, and Miss Thoroughbung thought it probable that she might be allowed to do what she would with her own money. She had turned it all over to the right and to the left, and she was quite minded to accept him. With this view she had told Miss Tickle to leave the room, and she now felt that she was bound to give the gentleman what help might be in her power. "Oh, Miss Thoroughbung," he said. "Mr. Prosper, you and I are such good friends that. Yes, indeed, you can have no more true friend than I am, not even Miss Tickle." "Oh, bother Miss Tickle. Miss Tickle is very well." "Exactly so. Miss Tickle is very well, a most estimable person." "We'll leave her alone just at present." "Yes, certainly. We had better leave her alone in our present conversation. Not but what I have a strong regard for her." Mr. Prosper had surely not thought of the opening he might be giving as to a future career for Miss Tickle by such an assertion. "So have I, for the matter of that, but we'll drop her just now." Then she paused, but he paused also. "You have come over to Buntingford to day, probably in order that you might congratulate them at the brewery on the marriage with one of your family." Then Mr. Prosper frowned, but she did not care for his frowning. "It will not be a bad match for the young lady, as Joshua is fairly steady, and the brewery is worth money." "I could have wished him a better brother-in-law," said the lover, who was taken away from the consideration of his love by the allusion to the Annesleys. He had thought of all that, and in the dearth of fitting objects of affection had resolved to endure the drawback of the connection. But it had for a while weighed very heavily with him, so that had the £25,000 been £20,000, he might have taken himself to Miss Puffle, who lived near Saffron Walden, and who would own Snickham Manor when her father died. The property was said to be involved, and Miss Puffle was certainly 48. As an heir was the great desideratum, he had resolved that Matilda Thoroughbung should be the lady, in spite of the evils attending the new connection. He did feel that in throwing over Harry he would have to abandon all the Annesleys, and to draw a line between himself with Miss Thoroughbung and the whole family of the Thoroughbungs generally. "You mustn't be too bitter against poor Molly," said Miss Thoroughbung. Mr. Prosper did not like to be called bitter, and in spite of the importance of the occasion could not but show that he did not like it. "I don't think that we need talk about it." "Oh dear, no. Kate and Miss Tickle need neither of them be talked about." Mr. Prosper disliked all familiarity, and especially that of being laughed at. But Miss Thoroughbung did laugh, so he drew himself up and dangled his glove more slowly than before. "Then you are not going on to congratulate them at the brewery?" "Certainly not." "I did not know." "My purpose carries me no farther than Marmaduke Lodge. I have no desire to see any one to day besides Miss Thoroughbung." "That is a compliment." Then his memory suddenly brought back to him one of his composed sentences. "In beholding Miss Thoroughbung, I behold her on whom I hope I may depend for all the future happiness of my life." He did feel that it had come in the right place. It had been intended to be said immediately after her acceptance of him, but it did very well where it was. It expressed, as he assured himself, the feelings of his heart, and must draw from her some declaration of hers. "Goodness gracious me, Mr. Prosper!" This sort of coyness was to have been expected, and he therefore continued with another portion of his prepared words, which now came glibly enough to him. But it was a previous portion. It was all the same to Miss Thoroughbung, as it declared plainly the gentleman's intention. "If I can induce you to listen to me favorably, I shall say of myself that I am the happiest gentleman in Hertfordshire." "Oh, Mr. Prosper!" "My purpose is to lay at your feet my hand, my heart, and the lands of Buston." Here he was again going backward, but it did not much matter now in what sequence the words were said. The offer had been thoroughly completed, and was thoroughly understood. "A lady, Mr. Prosper, has to think of these things," said Miss Thoroughbung. "Of course I would not wish to hurry you prematurely to any declaration of your affections." "But there are other considerations, Mr. Prosper. You know about my property." "Nothing particularly. It has not been a matter of consideration with me." This he said with some slight air of offence. He was a gentleman, whereas Miss Thoroughbung was hardly a lady. Matter of consideration her money of course had been. How should he not consider it? But he was aware that he ought not to rush on that subject, but should leave it to the arrangement of lawyers expressing his own views through her own lawyer. To her it was the thing of the most importance, and she had no feelings which induced her to be silent on a matter so near to her. She rushed. "But it has to be considered, Mr. Prosper. It is all my own, and comes to very nearly £1,000 a year. I think it is £972 6s. 8d. Of course, when there is so much money, it would have to be tied up somehow." Mr. Prosper was undoubtedly disgusted, and if he could have receded at this moment, would have transferred his affections to Miss Puffle. "Of course you understand that." She had not accepted him as yet, nor said a word of her regard for him. All that went, it seemed, as a matter of no importance whatever. He had been standing for the last few minutes, and now he remained standing and looking at her. They were both silent, so that he was obliged to speak. "I understand that between a lady and gentleman so circumstanced there should be a settlement." "Just so." "I also have some property," said Mr. Prosper, with a touch of pride in his tone. "Of course you have. Goodness gracious me! Why else would you come? You have got Buston, which I suppose is $2,000 a year. At any rate, it has that name. But it isn't your own." "Not my own?" "Well, no. You couldn't leave it to your widow, so that she might give it to any one she pleased when you were gone." Here the gentleman frowned very darkly, and thought that after all Miss Puffle would be the woman for him. "All that has to be considered, and it makes Buston not exactly your own. If I were to have a daughter, she wouldn't have it." "No, not a daughter," said Mr. Prosper, still wondering at the thorough knowledge of the business in hand displayed by the lady. "Oh, if it were to be a son, that would be all right, and then my money would go to the younger children, divided equally between the boys and girls." Mr. Prosper shook his head as he found himself suddenly provided with so plentiful and thriving a family. "That, I suppose, would be the way of the settlement, together with a certain income out of Buston set apart for my use. It ought to be considered that I should have to provide a house to live in. This belongs to my brother, and I pay him £40 a year for it. It should be something better than this." "My dear Miss Thoroughbung, the lawyer would do all that." There did come upon him an idea that she, with her aptitude for business, would not be altogether a bad helpmate. "The lawyers are very well, but in a transaction of this kind there is nothing like the principals understanding each other. Young women are always robbed when their money is left altogether to the gentleman." "Robbed?" "Don't suppose I mean you, Mr. Prosper. And the robbery I mean is not considered disgraceful at all. The gentlemen I mean are the fathers, and the brothers, and the uncles, and the lawyers, and they intend to do right after the custom of their fathers and uncles. But the woman's rights are coming up." "I hate woman's rights." "Nevertheless, they are coming up. A young woman doesn't get taken in as she used to do. I don't mean any offence, you know." This was said in reply to Mr. Prosper's repeated frown. "Since women's rights have come up, a young woman is better able to fight her own battle." Mr. Prosper was willing to admit that Miss Thoroughbung was fair, but she was fat also, and at least 40. There was hardly need that she should refer so often to her own unprotected youth. "I should like to have the spending of my own income, Mr. Prosper. That's a fact." "Oh, indeed." "Yes, I should. I shouldn't care to have to go to my husband if I wanted to buy a pair of stockings." "An allowance, I should say." "And that should be my own income." "Nothing to go to the house?" "Oh, yes. There might be certain things which I might agree to pay for. A pair of ponies I should like." "I'd always keep a carriage and a pair of horses." "But the ponies would be my lookout. I shouldn't mind paying for my own maid, and the champagne, and my clothes, of course, and the fishmonger's bill. There would be Miss Tickle, too. You said you would like Miss Tickle. I should have to pay for her. That would be about enough, I think." Mr. Prosper was thoroughly disgusted. But when he left Marmaduke Lodge he had not said a word as to withdrawing from his offer. She declared that she would put her terms into writing and give them to her lawyer, who would communicate with Mr. Grey. Mr. Prosper was surprised to find that she knew the name of his lawyer, who was in truth our old friend. And then, while he was still hesitating, she astounded, nay, shocked him by her mode of ending the conference. She got up, and throwing her arms around his neck, kissed him most affectionately. After that there was no retreating for Mr. Prosper. No immediate mode of retreat at all events. He could only back out of the room and get into his carriage and be carried home as quickly as possible. End of chapter 26. Recording by Arnold Banner, Thurmond, North Carolina.
Chapter 27 of Mr. Scarborough's Family. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Mr. Scarborough's Family by Anthony Trollope. Chapter 27. The Proposal. It had never happened to him before. The first thought that came upon Mr. Prosper when he got into his carriage was that it had never occurred to him before. He did not reflect that he had not put himself in the way of it, but now the strangeness of the sensation overwhelmed him. He inquired of himself whether it was pleasant, but he found himself compelled to answer the question with a negative. It should have come from him, but not yet. Not yet, probably for some weeks. But it had been done, and by the doing of it she had sealed him utterly as her own. There was no getting out of it now. He did feel that he ought not to attempt to get out of it after what had taken place. He was not sure but that the lady had planned it all with that purpose, but he was sure that a strong foundation had been laid for a breach of promise case if he were to attempt to escape. What might not a jury do against him, giving damages out of the acres of Buston Hall? And then Miss Thoroughbung would go over to the other Thoroughbungs and to the Annesleys, and his condition would become intolerable. In some moments, as he was driven home, he was not sure but that it had all been got up as a plot against him by the Annesleys. When he got out of his carriage, Matthew knew that things had gone badly with his master, but he could not conjecture in what way. The matter had been fully debated in the kitchen, and it had been there decided that Miss Thoroughbung was certainly to be brought home as the future mistress of Buston. The step to be taken by their master was not popular in the Buston kitchen. It had been there considered that Master Harry was to be the future master, and, by some perversity of intellect, they had all thought that this would occur soon. Matthew was much older than the squire, who was hardly to be called a sickly man, and yet Matthew had made up his mind that Mr. Harry was to reign over him as squire of Buston. When, therefore, the tidings came that Miss Thoroughbung was to be brought to Buston as the mistress, there had been some slight symptoms of rebellion. They didn't want any Tilda Thoroughbung there. They had their own idea of a lady and a gentleman, which, as in all such cases, was perfectly correct. They knew the squire to be a fool, but they believed him to be a gentleman. They heard that Miss Thoroughbung was a clever woman, but they did not believe her to be a lady. Matthew had said a few words to the cook as to a public-house at Stevenage. She had told him not to be an old fool, and that he would lose his money, but she had thought of the public-house. There had been a mutinous feeling. Matthew helped his master out of the carriage, and then came a revulsion. That froth of a beer-barrel, as Matthew had dared to call her, had absolutely refused his master. Mr. Prosper went into the house very meditative and sad at heart. It was a matter almost of regret to him that it had not been as Matthew supposed. But he was caught and bound, and must make the best of it. He thought of all the particulars of her proposed mode of living, and recapitulated them to himself. A pair of ponies, her own maid, champagne, the fishmonger's bill, and Miss Tickle. Miss Puffle would certainly not have required such expensive luxuries. Champagne and the fish would require company for their final consumption. The ponies assumed a tone of being quite opposed to that which he had contemplated. He questioned with himself whether he would like Miss Tickle as a perpetual inmate. He had, in sheer civility, expressed a liking for Miss Tickle, But what need could there be to a married woman of a Miss Tickle? And then he thought of the education of the 5 or 6 children which she had almost promised him. He had suggested to himself simply an heir, just one heir, so that the nefarious Harry might be cut out. He already saw that he would not be enriched to the extent of a shilling by the lady's income. Then there would be all the trouble and the disgrace of a separate purse. He felt that there would be disgrace in having the fish and champagne, which were consumed in his own house, paid for by his wife without reference to him. What if the lady had a partiality for champagne? He knew nothing about it, and would know nothing about it, except when he saw it in her heightened color. Dispatched crabs for supper! He always went to bed at 10, and had a tumbler of barley water brought to him, a glass of barley water, with just a squeeze of lemon juice. He saw ruin before him. No doubt she was a good manager, but she would be a good manager for herself. Would it not be better for him to stand the action for breach of promise, and betake himself to Miss Puffle? But Miss Puffle was 50, and there could be no doubt that the lady ought to be younger than the gentleman. He was much distressed in mind. If he broke off with Miss Thoroughbung, ought he to do so at once, before she had had time to put the matter into the hands of the lawyer? And on what plea should he do it? Before he went to bed that night, he did draw out a portion of a letter, which, however, was never sent. My dear Miss Thoroughbung, in the views which we both promulgated this morning, I fear that there was some essential misunderstanding as to the mode of life which had occurred to both of us. You, as was so natural at your age, and with your charms, have not been slow to anticipate a coming period of uncheckered delights. Your allusion to a pony carriage, and other incidental allusions, he did not think it well to mention more particularly the fish and the champagne, have made clear the sort of future life which you have pictured to yourself. Heaven forbid that I should take upon myself to find fault with anything so pleasant and so innocent. But my prospects of life are different, and in seeking the honor of an alliance with you, I was looking for a quiet companion in my declining years, and it might be also to a mother to a possible future son. When you honored me with an unmistakable sign of your affection on my going, I was just about to explain all this. You must excuse me if my mouth was then stopped by the mutual ardor of our feeling. I was about to say, but he had found it difficult to explain what he had been about to say, and on the next morning, when the time for writing had come, he heard news which detained him for the day, and then the opportunity was gone. On the following morning, when Matthew appeared at his bedside with his cup of tea, at 9 o'clock, tidings were brought him. He took in the Buntingford Gazette, which came twice a week, and as Matthew laid it, open and unread, in its accustomed place, he gave the information which he had no doubt gotten from the paper. You haven't heard it, sir, I suppose, as yet? Heard what? About Miss Puffle. What about Miss Puffle? I haven't heard a word. What about Miss Puffle? He had been thinking that moment of Miss Puffle, of how she would be superior to Miss Thoroughbung in many ways, so that he sat up in his bed, holding the untasted tea in his hand. She's gone off with young Farmer Tazlehurst. Miss Puffle gone off, and with her father's tenant's son? Yes, indeed, sir. She and her father have been quarrelling for the last 10 years, and now she's off. She was always riding and roistering about the country with them dogs and them men, and now she's gone. Oh, heavens! Exclaimed the squire, thinking of his own escape. Yes, indeed, sir. There's no knowing what any one of them is up to. Unless they gets married afore they're 30, or 35 at most, they're most sure to get such ideas into their heads as no one can mostly approve. This had been intended by Matthew as a word of caution to his master, but had really the opposite effect. He resolved at the moment that the latter should not be said of Miss Thoroughbung, and he turned Matthew out of the room with a flea in his ear. "How dare you speak in that way of your betters? Mr. Puffle, the lady's father, has for many years been my friend. I am not saying anything of the lady, nor saying that she has done right. Of course, downstairs in the servants' hall you can say what you please, but up here, in my presence, you should not speak in such language of a lady behind whose chair you may be called upon to wait." "Very well, sir, I won't no more," said Matthew, retiring with mock humility. But he had shot his bolt, and he supposed successfully. He did not know what had taken place between his master and Miss Thoroughbung, but he did think that his speech might assist in preventing a repetition of the offer. Miss Puffle gone off with a tenant's son! The news made matrimony doubly dangerous to him, and yet robbed him of the chief reason by which he was to have been driven to send her a letter. He could not, at any rate, now fall back upon Miss Puffle, and he thought that nothing would have induced Miss Thoroughbung to go off with one of the carters from the brewery. Whatever faults she might have, they did not lie in that direction. Champagne and ponies were, as faults, less deleterious. Miss Puffle gone off with young Tazlehurst, a lady of 50, with a young man of 25, and she the reputed heiress of Snickham Manor. It was a comfort to him, as he remembered that Snickham Manor had been bought no longer ago than by the father of the present owner. The Prosper's been at Buston ever since the time of George I. You cannot make a silk purse out of a sow's ear. He had been ever assuring himself of that fact, which was now more of a fact than ever. And 50 years old! It was quite shocking. With a steady, middle-aged man like himself, and with the approval of her family, marriage might have been thought of. But this harum-scarum young tenant's son, who was in no respect a gentleman, whose only thought was of galloping over hedges and ditches, such an idea showed a state of mind which, well, absolutely disgusted him. Mr. Prosper, because he had grown old himself, could not endure to think that others at his age should retain a smack of their youth. There are ladies besides Miss Puffle who like to ride across the country with a young man before them, or perhaps following, and never think much of their 50 years. But the news certainly brought to him a great change of feelings, so that the letter to which he had devoted the preceding afternoon was put back into the letter case and was never finished. And his mind immediately recurred to Miss Thoroughbung, and he bethought himself that the objection which he felt was, perhaps, in part frivolous. At any rate, she was a better woman than Miss Puffle. She certainly would run after no farmer's son. Though she might be fond of champagne, it was, he thought, chiefly for other people. Though she was ambitious of ponies, the ambition might be checked. At any rate, she could pay for her own ponies, whereas Mr. Puffle was a very hale old man of 70. Puffle, he told himself, had married young, and might live for the next 10 years, or 20. To Mr. Prosper, whose imagination did not fly far afield, the world afforded at present but 2 ladies. These were Miss Puffle and Miss Thoroughbung, and as Miss Puffle had fallen out of the running, there seemed to be a walkover for Miss Thoroughbung. He did think, during the 2 or 3 days which passed without any farther step on his part, he did think how it might be were he to remain unmarried. As regarded his own comfort, he was greatly tempted. Life would remain so easy for him. But then duty demanded of him that he should marry, and he was a man who, in honest, sober talk, thought much of his duty. He was absurdly credulous, and as obstinate as a mule, but he did wish to do what was right. He had been convinced that Harry Annesley was a false knave, and had been made to swear an oath that Harry should not be his heir. Harry had been draped in the blackest colors, and to each daub of black something darker had been added by his uncle's memory of those neglected sermons. It was now his first duty in life to beget an heir, and for that purpose a wife must be had. Putting aside the ponies and the champagne and the dispatched crab, the sound of which, as coming to him from Miss Tickle's mouth, was uglier than the other sounds, he still thought that Miss Thoroughbung would answer his purpose. From her side there would not be making of a silk purse, but then the boy would be his boy as well as hers, and would probably take more after the father. He passed much of these days with the peerage in his hand, and satisfied himself that the best blood had been maintained frequently by second-rate marriages. Health was a great thing. Health in the mother was everything. Who could be more healthy than Miss Thoroughbung? Then he thought of that warm embrace. Perhaps, after all, it was right that she should embrace him after what he had said to her. 3 days only had passed by, and he was still thinking what ought to be his next step, when there came to him a letter from Messrs. Soames and Simpson, attorneys in Buntingford. He had heard of Messrs. Soames and Simpson, had been familiar with their names for the last 20 years, but had never dreamed that his own private affairs should become a matter of consultation in their office. Messrs. Gray and Barry of Lincoln's Inn were his lawyers, who were quite gentlemen. He knew nothing against Messrs. Soames and Simpson, but he thought that their work consisted generally in the recovery of local debts. Messrs. Soames and Simpson now wrote to him with full details as to his future life. Their client, Miss Thoroughbung, had communicated to them his offer of marriage. They were acquainted with all the lady's circumstances, and she had asked them for their advice. They had proposed to her that the use of her own income should be by deed left to herself. Some proportion of it should go into the house and might be made matter of agreement. They suggested that an annuity of £1,000 a year in shape of dower should be secured to their client in the event of her outliving Mr. Prosper. The estate should, of course, be settled on the eldest child. The mother's property should be equally divided among the other children. Buston Hall should be the residence of the widow till the eldest son should be 24, after which Mr. Prosper would no doubt feel that their client would have to provide a home for herself. Messrs. Soames and Simpson did not think that there was anything in this to which Mr. Prosper would object, and if this were so, they would immediately prepare the settlement. "That woman didn't say against it, after all," said Matthew to himself, as he gave the letter from the lawyers to his master. The letter made Mr. Prosper very angry. It did, in truth, contain nothing more than a repetition of the very terms which the lady had herself suggested, but coming to him through these local lawyers, it was doubly distasteful. What was he to do? He felt it to be out of the question to accede at once. Indeed, he had a strong repugnance to putting himself into communication with the Buntingford lawyers. Had the matter been other than it was, he would have gone to the rector for advice. The rector generally advised him, but that was out of the question now. He had seen his sister once since his visit to Buntingford, but had said nothing to her about it. Indeed, he had been anything but communicative, so that Mrs. Annesley had been forced to leave him with a feeling almost of offence. There was no help to be had in that quarter, and he could only write to Mr. Gray and ask that gentleman to assist him in his difficulties. He did write to Mr. Gray, begging for his immediate attention. "There is that fool Prosper going to marry a brewer's daughter down at Buntingford," said Mr. Gray to his daughter. "He's 60 years old." "No, my love, he looks it, but he's only 50. A man at 50 is supposed to be young enough to marry. There's a nephew who has been brought up as his heir. That's the hard part of it. And the nephew is mixed up in some way with the Scarboroughs. Is it he who is to marry that young lady?" "I think it is, and now there's some devil's play going on. I've got nothing to do with it." "But you will have." "Not a turn. Mr. Prosper can marry if he likes it. They have sent him most abominable proposals as to the lady's money, and as to her jointure. I must stop that if I can, though I suppose he is not such a fool as to give way." "Is he soft?" Well, not exactly. He likes his own money, but he's a gentleman, and wants nothing but what is or ought to be his own. There are but few like that now. It's true of him, but then he does not know what is his own, or what ought to be. He's almost the biggest fool I have ever known, and will do an injustice to that boy simply from ignorance. Then he drafted his letter to Mr. Prosper, and gave it to Dolly to read. That's what I shall propose. The clerk can put it into proper language. He must offer less than he means to give. Is that honest, father? It's honest on my part, knowing the people with whom I have to deal. If I were to lay down the strict minimum which he should grant, he would add other things, which would cause him to act not in accordance with my advice. I have to make allowance for his folly, a sort of windage, which is not dishonest. Had he referred her lawyers to me, I could have been as hard and honest as you please. All which did not quite satisfy Dolly's strict ideas of integrity. But the terms proposed were that the lady's means should be divided, so that one half should go to herself for her own personal expenses, and the other half to her husband for the use of the house, that the lady should put up with a jointure of £250, which ought to suffice when joined to her own property, and that the settlement among the children should be as recommended by Messrs. Soames and Simpson. And if there are not any children, papa? Then each will receive his or her own property. Because it may be so. Certainly, my dear, very probably. End of chapter 27. Recording by Melora. Chapter 28 of Mr. Scarborough's Family. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Mr. Scarborough's Family by Anthony Trollope. Chapter 28. Mr. Harkaway. When the first Monday in November came, Harry was still living at the rectory. Indeed, what other home had he in which to live? Other friends had become shy of him besides his uncle. He had been accustomed to receive many invitations. Young men who are the heirs to properties, and are supposed to be rich because they are idle, do get themselves asked about here and there, and think a great deal of themselves in consequence. There's young Jones. He is fairly good-looking, but hasn't a word to say for himself. He will do to pair off with Miss Smith, who'll talk for a dozen. He can't hit a haystack, but he's none the worse for that. We haven't got too many pheasants. He'll be sure to come when you ask him, and he'll be sure to go. So Jones is asked, and considers himself to be the most popular man in London. I will not say that Harry's invitations had been of exactly that description, but he too had considered himself to be popular, and now greatly felt the withdrawal of such marks of friendship. He had received one put-off from the Ingoldsbys of Kent. Early in June he had promised to be there in November. The youngest Miss Ingoldsby was very pretty, and he, no doubt, had been gracious. She knew that he had meant nothing, could have meant nothing, but he might come to mean something, and had been most pressingly asked. In September there came a letter to him to say that the room intended for him at Ingoldsby had been burnt down. Mrs. Ingoldsby was so extremely sorry, and so were the girls. Harry could trace it all up. The Ingoldsbys knew the Greens, and Mrs. Green was sister to Septimus Jones, who was absolutely the slave, as Harry said, repeating the word to himself with emphasis, of Augustus Scarborough. He was very unhappy. Not that he cared in the least for any Miss Ingoldsby, but that he began to be conscious that he was to be dropped. He was to be taken up, on the other hand, by Joshua Thoroughbung. Alas, alas! Though he smiled and resolved to accept his brother-in-law with a good heart, this did not in the least salve the wound. His own county was to him less than other counties, and his own neighborhood less than other neighborhoods. Buntingford was full of Thoroughbungs, the best people in the world, but not quite up to what he believed to be his mark.
Mr. Prosper himself was the stupidest ass. At Welwyn people smelled of the city. At Stevenage the parson's set began. Baldock was a caput mortuum of dullness. Royston was alive only on market days. Of his own father's house, and even of his mother and sisters, he entertained ideas that savored a little of depreciation. But to redeem him from this fault, a fault which would have led to the absolute ruin of his character, had it not been redeemed, and at last cured, there was a consciousness of his own vanity and weakness. "My father is worth a dozen of them, and my mother and sisters 24, he would say of the Ingoldsbys, when he went to bed in the room that was to be burnt down in preparation for his exile. And he believed it. They were honest, they were unselfish, they were unpretending. His sister Molly was not above owning that her young brewer was all the world to her, a fine, honest, bouncing girl, who said her prayers with a meaning, thanked the Lord for giving her Joshua, and laughed so loud that you could hear her out of the rectory garden half across the park. Harry knew that they were good, did in his heart know that where the parsons begin, the good things were likely to begin also. He was in this state of mind, the hand of good pulling one way and the devil's pride the other, when young Thoroughbung called for him one morning to carry him on to Cumberlow Green. Cumberlow Green was a popular meet in that county, where meets have not much to make them popular, except the good humor of those who form the hunt. It is not a county either pleasant or easy to ride over, and a Puckeridge fox is surely the most ill-mannered of foxes. But the Puckeridge men are gracious to strangers, and fairly so among themselves. It is more that can be said of Leicestershire, where sportsmen ride in brilliant boots and breeches, but with their noses turned supernaturally into the air. "Come along, we've 4 miles to do, and 20 minutes to do it in. Halloo, Molly! How do you do? Come up onto the step and give us a kiss." "Go away," said Molly, rushing back into the house. "Did you ever hear anything like his impudence?" "Why shouldn't you?" said Kate. "All the world knows it." Then the gig, with the 2 sportsmen, was driven on. "Don't you think he looks handsome in his pink coat?" whispered Molly, afterward, to her elder sister. "Only think, I have never seen him in a red coat since he was my own. Last April, when the hunting was over, he hadn't spoken out, and this is the first day he has worn pink this year." Harry, when he reached the meet, looked about him to watch how he was received. There are not many more painful things in life than when an honest, gallant young fellow has to look about him in such a frame of mind. It might have been worse had he deserved to be dropped, some will say. Not at all. A different condition of mind exists then, and a struggle is made to overcome the judgment of men, which is not in itself painful. It is part of the natural battle of life, which does not hurt one at all, unless, indeed, the man hate himself for that which has brought upon him the hatred of others. Repentance is always an agony, and should be so. Without the agony there can be no repentance. But even then it is hardly so sharp as that feeling of injustice which accompanies the unmeaning look and dumb faces and pretended indifference of those who have condemned. When Harry descended from the gig, he found himself close to old Mr. Harkaway, the master of the hounds. Mr. Harkaway was a gentleman who had been master of these hounds for more than 40 years, and had given as much satisfaction as the county could produce. His hounds, which were his hobby, were perfect. His horses were good enough for the Hertfordshire lanes and Hertfordshire hedges. His object was not so much to run a fox as to kill him in obedience to certain rules of the game. Ever so many hindrances have been created to bar the killing of a fox, as, for instance, that you shouldn't knock him on the head with a brickbat, all of which had to Mr. Harkaway the force of a religion. The laws of hunting are so many that most men who hunt cannot know them all, but no law had ever been written, or had become a law by the strength of tradition which he did not know. To break them was to him treason. When a young man broke them, he pitied the young man's ignorance, and endeavored to instruct him after some rough fashion. When an old man broke them, he regarded him as a fool who should stay at home, or as a traitor who should be dealt with as such. And with such men he could deal very hardly. 40 years of reigning had taught him to believe himself to be omnipotent, and he was so in his own hunt. He was a man who had never much affected social habits. The company of 1 or 2 brother sportsmen to drink a glass of port wine with him, and then to go early to bed, was the most of it. He had a small library, but not a book ever came off the shelf unless it referred to farriers or the Re Venatica. He was unmarried. The time which other men gave to their wives and families he bestowed upon his hounds. To his stables he never went, looking on a horse as a necessary adjunct to hunting, expensive, disagreeable, and prone to get you into danger. When anyone flattered him about his horse, he would only grunt and turn his head on one side. No one in these latter years had seen him jump any fence. But yet he was always with his hounds, and when anyone said a kind word as to their doings, that he would take as a compliment. It was they who were there to do the work of the day, which horses and men could only look at. He was a sincere, honest, taciturn, and withal affectionate man, who could, on an occasion, be very angry with those who offended him. He knew well what he could do, and never attempted that which was beyond his power. "How are you, Mr. Harkaway?" said Harry. "How are you, Mr. Annesley? How are you?" said the master, with all the grace of which he was capable. But Harry caught a tone in his voice which he thought implied displeasure, and Mr. Harkaway had, in truth, heard the story, how Harry had been discarded at Buston because he had knocked the man down in the streets at night-time, and had then gone away. After that Mr. Harkaway toddled off, and Harry sat and frowned with embittered heart. "Well, Malt and Hops, and how are you?" This came from a fast young banker who lived in the neighbourhood, and who thus intended to show his familiarity with the brewer. But when he saw Annesley, he turned round and rode away. "Scaly trick that fellow played the other day. He knocked a fellow down, and when he thought that he was dead, he lied about it like old Boots." All of which made itself intelligible to Harry. He told himself that he had always hated that banker. "Why do you let such a fellow as that call you Malt and Hops?" he said to Joshua. "What, young Florin? He's a very good fellow, and doesn't mean anything." "A vulgar cad, I should say." Then he rode on in silence till he was addressed by an old gentleman of the county who had known his father for the last 30 years. The old gentleman had had nothing about him to recommend him either to Harry's hatred or love till he spoke, and after that Harry hated him. "How d'ye do, Mr. Annesley?" said the old gentleman, and then rode on. Harry knew that the old gentleman had condemned him, as the others had done, or he would never have called him Mr. Annesley. He felt that he was blown upon in his own county, as well as by the Ingoldsbys down in Kent. They had but a moderate day's sport, going a considerable distance in search of it, till an incident arose which gave quite an interest to the field generally, and nearly brought Joshua Thoroughbung into a scrape. They were drawing a covert which was undoubtedly the property of their own hunt, or rather just going to draw it, when all of a sudden they became aware that every hound in the pack was hunting. Mr. Harkaway at once sprung from his usual cold, apathetic manner into full action, but they who knew him well could see that it was not the excitement of joy. He was in an instant full of life, but it was not the life of successful enterprise. He was perturbed and unhappy, and his huntsman, Dillon, a silent, cunning, not very popular man, who would obey his master in everything, began to move about rapidly, and to be at his wits' end. The younger men prepared themselves for a run, one of those sudden, short, decisive spurts which come at the spur of the moment, and on which a man, if he is not quite awake to the demands of the moment, is very apt to be left behind. But the old stagers had their eyes on Mr. Harkaway, and knew that there was something amiss. Then there appeared another field of hunters, first one man leading them, then others following, and after them the first ruck and then the crowd. It was apparent to all who knew anything that two packs had joined. These were the Hitchiners, as the rival sportsmen would call them, and this was the Hitchin hunt, with Mr. Fairlawn, their master. Mr. Fairlawn was also an old man, popular no doubt in his own country, but by no means beloved by Mr. Harkaway. Mr. Harkaway used to declare how Fairlawn had behaved very badly about certain common coverts about 30 years ago, when the matter had to be referred to a committee of masters. No one in these modern days knew aught of the quarrel or cared. The men of the two hunts were very good friends, unless they met under the joint eyes of the two masters, and then they were supposed to be bound to hate each other. Now the two packs were mixed together, and there was only one fox between them. The fox did not trouble them long. He could hardly have saved himself from one pack, but very soon escaped from the fangs of the two. Each hound knew that his neighbor hound was a stranger, and in scrutinizing the singularity of the occurrence, lost all power of hunting. In 10 minutes there were nearly 40 couples of hounds running hither and thither, with 2 huntsmen and 4 whips swearing at them with strange voices, and 2 old gentlemen giving orders each in opposition to the other. Then each pack was got together almost on the same ground, and it was necessary that something should be done. Mr. Harkaway waited to see whether Mr. Fairlawn would ride away quickly to his own country. He would not have spoken to Mr. Fairlawn if he could have helped it. Mr. Fairlawn was some miles away from his country. He must have given up the day for lost had he simply gone away, but there was another covert a mile off, and he thought that one of his hounds had shown a line, or said that he thought so. Now, it is well known that you may follow a hunted fox through whatever country he may take you to, if only your hounds are running him continuously. And 1 hound, for that purpose, is as good as 30. And if a hound can only show a line, he is held to be hunting. Mr. Fairlawn was quite sure that one of his hounds had been showing a line, and had been whipped off it by one of Mr. Harkaway's men. The man swore that he had only been collecting his own hounds. On this plea, Mr. Fairlawn demanded to take his whole pack into Greasewood Gate, the very covert that Mr. Harkaway had been about to draw. "I'm blanked if you do," said Mr. Harkaway, standing, whip in hand, in the middle of the road, so as to prevent the enemy huntsman's passing by with his hounds. It was afterward declared that Mr. Harkaway had not been heard to curse and swear for the last 15 years. "I'm blanked if I don't," said Mr. Fairlawn, riding up to him. Mr. Harkaway was 10 years the older man, and looked as though he had much less of fighting power, but no one saw him quail or give an inch. Those who watched his face declared that his lips were white with rage and quivered with passion. To tell the words which passed between them after that would require Homer's pathos and Homer's imagination. The 2 old men scowled and scolded at each other, and had Mr. Fairlawn attempted to pass, Mr. Harkaway would certainly have struck him with his whip. And behind their master, a crowd of the Puckeridge men collected themselves, foremost among whom was Joshua Thoroughbung. "Take 'em round to the covert by Winnipeg Lane," said Mr. Fairlawn to his huntsman. The man prepared to take his pack round by Winnipeg Lane, which would have added a mile to the distance. But the huntsman, when he had got a little to the left, was soon seen scurrying across the country in the direction of the covert, with a dozen others at his heels, and the hounds following him. But old Mr. Harkaway had seen it too, and, having possession of the road, galloped along it at such a pace that no one could pass him. All the field declared that they had regarded it as impossible that their master should move so fast, and Dillon and the Whips, and Thoroughbung and Harry Annesley, with half a dozen others, kept pace with him. They would not sit there and see their master outmaneuvered by any lack of readiness on their part. They got to the covert first, and there, with their whips drawn, were ready to receive the second pack. Then 1 hound went in without an order, but for their own hounds they did not care. They might find a fox and go after him, but nobody would follow them. The business here at the covert side was more important and more attractive. Then it was that Mr. Thoroughbung nearly fell into danger. As to the other hounds, Mr. Fairlawn's hounds, doing any harm in the covert, or doing any good for themselves or their owners, that was out of the question. The rival pack was already there, with their noses up in the air, and thinking of anything but a fox, and this other pack, the Hitchiners, were just as wild. But it was the object of Mr. Fairlawn's bodyguard to say that they had drawn the covert in the teeth of Mr. Harkaway, and to achieve this, one of the whips thought that he could ride through the Puckeridge men, taking a couple of hounds with him. That would suffice for triumph. But to prevent such triumph on the part of the enemy, Joshua Thoroughbung was prepared to sacrifice himself. He rode right at the whip, with his own whip raised, and would undoubtedly have ridden over him, had not the whip tried to turn his horse sharp round, stumbled, and fallen in the struggle, and had not Thoroughbung, with his horse, fallen over him. It will be the case that a slight danger or injury in one direction will often stop a course of action calculated to create greater dangers and worse injuries. So it was in this case. When Dick, the Hitchin whip, went down, and Thoroughbung with his horse was over him, 2 men and 2 horses struggling together on the ground, all desire to carry on the fight was over. The huntsmen came up, and at last Mr. Fairlawn also, and considered it to be their duty to pick up Dick, whose breath was knocked out of him by the weight of Joshua Thoroughbung, and the Puckeridge side felt it to be necessary to give their aid to the valiant brewer. There was then no more attempt to draw the covert. Each general in gloomy silence took off his forces, and each afterward deemed that the victory was his. Dick swore, when brought to himself, that one of his hounds had gone in, whereas Squire Harkaway had swore most horrid oaths that no Itchener round should ever live to put his nose in. One of his hounds and Squire Harkaway would have to be— Well, Dick declared that he would not say what would happen to Mr. Harkaway. End of chapter 28. Read by Melora. Chapter 29 of Mr. Scarborough's Family. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Mr. Scarborough's Family by Anthony Trollope. Chapter 29. Riding Home. The 2 old gentlemen rode away, each in his own direction, in gloomy silence. Not a word was said by either of them, even to one of his own followers. It was nearly 20 miles to Mr. Harkaway's house, and along the entire 20 miles he rode silent. "He's in an awful passion," said Thoroughbung. "He can't speak from anger." But to tell the truth, Mr. Harkaway was ashamed of himself. He was an old gentleman, between 70 and 80, who was supposed to go out for his amusement, and had allowed himself to be betrayed into most unseemly language. What though the hound had not shown a line? Was it necessary that he, at his time of life, should fight on the road for the maintenance of a trifling right of sport? But yet there came upon him from time to time a sense of the deep injury done to him. That man, Fairlawn, that blackguard, that creature of all others the farthest removed from a gentleman, had declared that in his teeth he would draw his, Mr. Harkaway's, covert. Then he would urge on his old horse and gnash his teeth, and then again he would be ashamed. Tantani animus coelestibus ire? But Thoroughbung rode home high in spirits, very proud and conscious of having done good work. He was always anxious to stand well with the hunt generally, and was aware that he had now distinguished himself. Harry Annesley was on one side of him, and on the other rode Mr. Florin, the banker. "He's an abominable liar," said Thoroughbung, "a wicked, wretched liar." He was alluding to the Hitchener's whip, whom in his wrath he had nearly sent to another world. "He says that one of his hounds got into the covert, but I was there and saw it all. Not a nose was over the little bank which runs between the field and the covert." "You must have seen a hound if he had been there," said the banker. "I was as cool as a cucumber, and could count the hounds he had with him. There were 3 of them. A big black-spotted bitch was leading, the one that I nearly fell upon. When the man went down, the hound stopped, not knowing what was expected of him. How should he? The man would have been in the covert, but, by George, I managed to stop him." "What did you mean to do to him when you rode at him so furiously?" asked Harry. "Not let him get in there. That was my resolute purpose. I suppose I should have knocked him off his horse with my whip." "But suppose he had knocked you off your horse?" suggested the banker. "There is no knowing how that might have been. I never calculated those chances. When a man wants to do a thing like that, he generally does it." "And you did it?" said Harry. "Yes, I think I did. I dare say his bones are sore. I know mine are. But I don't care for that in the least. When this day comes to be talked about, and I dare say it will be for many a long year, no one will be able to say that the Hitchiners got into that covert." Thoroughbung, with the genuine modesty of an Englishman, would not say that he had achieved by his own prowess all this glory for the Puckeridge hunt, but he felt it down to the very end of his nails. Had he not been there, that whip would have got into the wood, and a very different tale would then have been told in those coming years to which his mind was running away with happy thoughts. He had ridden the aggressors down. He had stopped the first intrusive hound. But though he continued to talk of the subject, he did not boast in so many words that he had done it. His veni vidi vici was confined to his own bosom. As they rode home together, there came to be a little crowd of men round Thoroughbung, giving him the praises that were his due. But one by one they fell off from Annesley's side of the road. He soon felt that no one addressed a word to him. He was, probably, too prone to encourage them in this. It was he that fell away and courted loneliness, and then in his heart accused them. There was no doubt something of truth in his accusations, but another man, less sensitive, might have lived it down. He did more than meet their coldness halfway, and then complained to himself of the bitterness of the world. "They are like the beasts of the field," he said, "who, when another beast has been wounded, turn upon him and rend him to death." His future brother-in-law, the best-natured fellow that ever was born, rode on thoughtless, and left Harry alone for 3 or 4 miles, while he received the pleasant plaudits of his companions. In Joshua's heart was that tale of the whip's discomfiture. He did not see that Molly's brother was alone as soon as he would have done, but for his own glory. "He's the same as the others," said Harry to himself. "Because that man has told a falsehood of me, and has had the wit to surround it with circumstances, he thinks it becomes him to ride away and cut me." Then he asked himself some foolish questions as to himself and as to Joshua Thoroughbung, which he did not answer as he should have done had he remembered that he was then riding Thoroughbung's horse, and that his sister was to become Thoroughbung's wife. After half an hour of triumphant ovation, Joshua remembered his brother-in-law, and did fall back so as to pick him up. "What's the matter, Harry? Why don't you come on and join us?" "I'm sick of hearing of that infernal squabble." "Well, as to a squabble, Mr. Harkaway behaved quite right. If a hunt is to be kept up, the right of entering coverts must be preserved for the hunt they belong to. There was no line shown. You must remember that there isn't a doubt about that. The hounds were all astray when we joined them. It's a great question whether they brought their fox into that first covert. There are they who think that Bodkin was just riding across the Puckeridge country in search of a fox. Bodkin was Mr. Fairlawn's huntsman. If you admit that kind of thing, where will you be? As a hunting country, just nowhere. Then, as a sportsman, where are you? It is necessary to put down such gross fraud. My own impression is that Mr. Fairlawn should be turned out from being master. I own I feel very strongly about it. But then I always have been fond of hunting." "Just so," said Harry, sulkily, who was not in the least interested as to the matter on which Joshua was so eloquent. Then Mr. Proctor rode by, the gentleman who, in the early part of the day, disgusted Harry by calling him Mr. "Now, Mr. Proctor," continued Joshua, "I appeal to you whether Mr. Harkaway was not quite right, if you won't stick up for your rights in a hunting county." But Mr. Proctor rode on, wishing them good night, very discourteously declining to hear the remainder of the brewer's arguments. "He's in a hurry, I suppose," said Joshua. "You'd better follow him. You'll find that he'll listen to you then." "I don't want him to listen to me, particularly." "I thought you did." Then, for half an hour, the two men rode on in silence. "What's the matter with you, Harry?" said Joshua. I can see there's something up that riles you. I know you're a fellow of your college, and have other things to think of besides the vagaries of a fox." "The fellow of a college," said Harry, who, had he been in a good humor, would have thought much more of being along with a lot of fox hunters than of any college honors. "Well, yes, I suppose it is a great thing to be a fellow of a college. I never could have been one if I had mugged forever. My being a fellow of a college won't do me much good. Did you see that old man Proctor go by just now?" "Oh, yes, he never likes to be out after a certain hour." "And did you see Florence and Mr. Harkaway and a lot of others? You yourself have been going on ahead for the last hour without speaking to me." "How do you mean, without speaking to you?" said Joshua, turning sharp round. Then Harry Annesley reflected that he was doing an injustice to his future brother-in-law. "Perhaps I have done you wrong," he said. "You have." "I beg your pardon. I believe you are as honest and true a fellow as there is in Hertfordshire. But for those others—" "You think it's about Mountjoy Scarborough, then?" asked Joshua. "I do. That infernal fool, Peter Prosper, has chosen to publish to the world that he has dropped me because of something that he has heard of that occurrence. A wretched lie has been told with a purpose by Mountjoy Scarborough's brother, and my uncle has taken it into his wise head to believe it. The truth is, I have not been as respectful to him as he thinks I ought, and now he resents my neglect in this fashion. He is going to marry your aunt in order that he may have a lot of children and cut me out. In order to justify himself, he has told these lies about me, and you see the consequence. Not a man in the county is willing to speak to me. I really think a great deal of it's fancy. You go and ask Mr. Harkaway. He's honest, and he'll tell you. Ask this new cousin of yours, Mr. Prosper. I don't know that they are going to make a match of it, after all. Ask my own father. Only think of it, that a puking idiot like that, from a mere freak, should be able to do a man such a mischief. He can rob me of my income, which he himself has brought me up to expect. That he can do by a stroke of his pen. He can threaten to have sons like Priam. All that is within his own bosom. But to justify himself to the world at large, he picks up a scandalous story from a man like Augustus Scarborough, and immediately not a man in the county will speak to me. I say that is enough to break a man's heart. Not the injury done which a man should bear, but the injustice of the doing. Who wants his beggarly allowance? He can do as he likes about his own money. I shall never ask him for his money. But that he should tell such a lie as this about the county is more than a man can endure. What was it that did happen? Asked Joshua. The man met me in the street when he was drunk, and he struck at me and was insolent. Of course I knocked him down. Who wouldn't have done the same? Then his brother found him somewhere, or got hold of him, and sent him out of the country, and says that I had held my tongue when I left him in the street. Of course I held my tongue. What was Mountjoy to me? Then Augustus has asked me sly questions, and accuses me of lying, because I did not choose to tell him everything. It all comes out of that. Here they had reached the rectory, and Harry, after seeing that the horses were properly supplied with gruel, took himself and his ill humor upstairs to his own chamber. But Joshua had a word or two to say to one of the inmates of the rectory. He felt that it would be improper to ride his horse home without giving time to the animal to drink his gruel, and therefore made his way into the little breakfast parlor, where Molly had a cup of tea and buttered toast ready for him. He, of course, told her first of the grand occurrence of the day, how the two packs of hounds had mixed themselves together, how violently the two masters had fallen out, and had nearly flogged each other, how Mr. Harkaway had sworn horribly, who had never been heard to swear before, how a final attempt had been made to seize a second covert, and how, at last, it had come to pass that he had distinguished himself. "Do you mean to say that you absolutely rode over the unfortunate man?" asked Molly. "I did. Not that the man had the worst of it, or very much the worse. There we were, both down, and the two horses all in a heap together." "Oh, Joshua, suppose you had been kicked." "In that case I should have been kicked. But a kick from an infuriated horse. There wasn't much infuriation about him. The man had ridden all that out of the beast. You are sure to laugh at me, Joshua, because I think what terrible things might have happened to you.
Why do you go putting yourself so forward in every danger, now that you have got somebody else to depend upon you and to care for you? It's very, very wrong." "Somebody had to do it, Molly. It was most important, in the interests of hunting generally, that those hounds should not have been allowed to get into that covert. I don't think that outsiders ever understand how essential it is to maintain your rights. It isn't as though it were an individual. The whole county may depend upon it." "Why shouldn't it be some man who hasn't got a young woman to look after?" said Molly, half laughing and half crying. "It's the man who first gets there who ought to do it," said Joshua. "A man can't stop to remember whether he has got a young woman or not." "I don't think you ever want to remember." Then that little quarrel was brought to the usual end with the usual blandishments, and Joshua went on to discuss with her that other source of trouble, her brother's fall. "Harry is awfully cut up," said the brewer. "You mean these affairs about his uncle?" "Yes. It isn't only the money he feels, or the property, but people look askew at him. You ought, all of you, to be very kind to him." "I'm sure we are." "There is something in it to vex him. That stupid old fool, your uncle, I beg your pardon, you know, for speaking of him in that way. He is a stupid old fool, is behaving very badly. I don't know whether he shouldn't be treated as I did that fellow up at the covert. Ride over him? Something of that kind. Of course, Harry is sore about it, and when a man is sore, he frets at a thing like that more than he ought to do. As for that aunt of mine at Buntingford, there seems to be some hitch in it. I should have said she'd have married the old gentleman, had he asked her." "Don't talk like that, Joshua." "But there is some screw loose. Simpson came up to my father about it yesterday, and the governor let enough of the cat out of the bag to make me know that the thing is not going as straight as she wishes." "He has offered, then?" "I am sure he has asked her." "And your aunt will accept him?" asked Molly. "There's probably some difference about money. It's all done with the intention of injuring poor Harry. If he were my own brother, I could not be more unhappy about him. And as to Aunt Matilda, she's a fool. There are two fools together. If they choose to marry, we can't hinder them. But there is some screw loose, and if the two young lovers don't know their own minds, things may come right at last." Then, with some farther blandishments, the prosperous brewer walked away. End of chapter 29. Recording by Melora. Chapter 30 of Mr. Scarborough's Family. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Mr. Scarborough's Family by Anthony Trollope. Chapter 30. Persecution. In the meantime, Florence Mountjoy was not passing her time pleasantly at Brussels. Various troubles there attended her. All her friends around her were opposed to her marriage with Harry Annesley. Harry Annesley had become a very unsavory word in the mouths of Sir Magnus and the British Embassy generally. Mrs. Mountjoy told her grief to her brother-in-law, who thoroughly took her part, as did also, very strongly, Lady Mountjoy. It got to be generally understood that Harry was a mauvais sujet. Such was the name that was attached to him, and the belief so conveyed was thoroughly entertained by them all. Sir Magnus had written to friends in London, and the friends in London bore out the reports that were so conveyed. The story of the midnight quarrel was told in a manner very prejudicial to poor Harry, and both Sir Magnus and his wife saw the necessity of preserving their niece from anything so evil as such a marriage. But Florence was very firm, and was considered to be very obstinate. To her mother she was obstinate but affectionate. To Sir Magnus she was obstinate and in some degree respectful. But to Lady Mountjoy she was neither affectionate nor respectful. She took a great dislike to Lady Mountjoy, who endeavoured to domineer, and who, by the assistance of the two others, was, in fact, tyrannical. It was her opinion that the girl should be compelled to abandon the man, and Mrs. Mountjoy found herself constrained to follow this advice. She did love her daughter, who was her only child,
The main interest of her life was centered in her daughter. Her only remaining ambition rested on her daughter's marriage. She had long reveled in the anticipation of being the mother-in-law of the owner of Tretton Park. She had been very proud of her daughter's beauty. Then had come the first blow, when Harry Annesley had come to Montpelier Place and had been welcomed by Florence. Mrs. Mountjoy had seen it all long before Florence had been aware of it, and the first coming of Harry had been long before the absolute disgrace of Captain Scarborough, at any rate before the tidings of that disgrace had reached Cheltenham. Mrs. Mountjoy had been still able to dream of Tretton Park after the Jews had got their fingers on it, even after the Jews had been forced to relinquish their hold. It can hardly be said that up to this very time Mrs. Mountjoy had lost all hope in her nephew, thinking that, as the property had been entailed, some portion of it must ultimately belong to him. She had heard that Augustus was to have it, and her desires had vacillated between the two. Then Harry had positively declared himself, and Augustus had given her to understand how wretched, how mean, how wicked had been Harry's conduct, and he fully explained to her that Harry would be penniless. She had indeed been aware that Buston, quite a trifling thing compared to Tretton, was to belong to him, but entails were nothing nowadays. It was part of the radical abomination to which England was being subjected. Not even Buston was now to belong to Harry Annesley. The small income which he had received from his uncle was stopped. He was reduced to live upon his fellowship, which would be stopped also if he married. She even despised him because he was the fellow of a college. She had looked for a husband for her daughter so much higher than any college could produce. It was not from any lack of motherly love that she was opposed to Florence, or from any innate cruelty that she handed her daughter over to the tender mercies of Lady Mountjoy. And since she had been at Brussels, there had come up farther hopes. Another mode had shown itself of escaping Harry Annesley, who was of all catastrophes the most dreaded and hated. Mr. Anderson, the second secretary of legation, he whose business it was to ride about the boulevard with Sir Magnus, had now declared himself in form. "Never saw a fellow so bowled over," Sir Magnus had declared, by which he had intended to signify that Mr. Anderson was now truly in love. "I've seen him spoony a dozen times," Sir Magnus had said confidentially to his sister-in-law, "but he has never gone to this length. He has asked a lot of girls to have him, but he has always been off it again before the week was over. He has written to his mother now." And Mr. Anderson showed his love by very unmistakable signs. Sir Magnus, too, and Lady Mountjoy were evidently on the same side as Mr. Anderson. Sir Magnus thought there was no longer any good in waiting for his nephew, the captain, and of that other nephew, Augustus, he did not entertain any very high idea. Sir Magnus had corresponded lately with Augustus, and was certainly not on his side. But he had so painted Mr. Anderson's prospects in life, as did also Lady Mountjoy, as to make it appear that if Florence could put up with young Anderson, she would do very well with herself. "He's sure to be a baronet some of these days, you know," said Sir Magnus. "I don't think that would go very far with Florence," said her mother. "But it ought. Look about in the world, and you'll see that it does go a long way. He'll be the 5th baronet." "But his elder brother is alive." "The queerest fellow you ever saw in your born days, and his life is not worth a year's purchase. He's got some infernal disease, nostalgia, or what d'ye call it, which never leaves him a moment's peace, and then he drinks nothing but milk, sure to go off, cocksure." "I shouldn't like Florence to count upon that." "And then Hugh Anderson, the fellow here, is very well off as it is. He has £400 here, and another £500 of his own. Florence has, or will have, £400 of her own. I should call them deuced rich. I should indeed, as beginners. She could have her pair of ponies here, and what more would she want?" These arguments did go very far with Mrs. Mountjoy, The farther because, in her estimation, Sir Magnus was a great man. He was the greatest Englishman, at any rate, in Brussels, and where should she go for advice but to an Englishman? And she did not know that Sir Magnus had succeeded in borrowing a considerable sum of money from his second secretary of legation. "Leave her to me for a little. Just leave her to me," said Lady Mountjoy. "I would not say anything hard to her," said the mother, pleading for her naughty child. "Not too hard, but she must be made to understand. You see, there have been misfortunes. As to Mountjoy Scarborough, he's past hoping for." "You think so?" "Altogether. When a man has disappeared, there's an end of him. There was Lord Baltiboy's younger son disappeared, and he turned out to be a Zouave corporal in a French regiment. They did get him out, of course, but then he went preaching in America. You may take it for granted that when a man has absolutely vanished from the clubs, he'll never be any good again as a marrying man. But there's his brother who, they say, is to have the property. A very cold-blooded sort of young man, who doesn't care a straw for his own family. He had received very sternly the overtures for a loan from Sir Magnus. And he, as I understand, has never declared himself in Florence's favor. You can't count upon Augustus Scarborough." "Not just count upon him." "Whereas there's young Anderson, who is the most gentlemanlike young man I know already. It will have been such a turn of luck your coming here and catching him up." "I don't know that it can be called a turn of luck. Florence has a very nice fortune of her own." "And she wants to give it to this penniless reprobate. It is just one of those cases in which you must deal roundly with a girl. She has to be frightened, and that's about the truth of it." After this, Lady Mountjoy did succeed in getting Florence alone with herself into her morning room. When her mother told her that her aunt wished to see her, she answered first that she had no special wish to see her aunt. Her mother declared that in her aunt's house she was bound to go when her aunt sent for her. To this Florence demurred. She was, she thought, her aunt's guest, but by no means at her aunt's disposal. But at last she obeyed her mother. She had resolved that she would obey her mother in all things but one, and therefore she went one morning to her aunt's chamber. But as she went, she was, on the first instance, caught by her uncle, and taken by him into a little private sanctum behind his official room. "My dear," he said, "just come in here for 2 minutes." "I am on my way up to my aunt." "I know it, my dear. Lady Mountjoy has been talking it all over with me. Upon my word, you can't do anything better than take young Anderson." "I can't do that, Uncle Magnus." "Why not? There's poor Mountjoy Scarborough. He's gone astray." "There is no question of my cousin." "And Augustus is no better." "There is no question of Augustus either." "As to that other chap, he isn't any good. He isn't indeed." "You mean Mr. Annesley?" "Yes, Harry Annesley, as you call him. He hasn't got a shilling to bless himself with, or wouldn't have if he was to marry you." "But I have got something." "Not enough for both of you, I'm afraid. That uncle of his has disinherited him." "His uncle can't disinherit him." "He's quite young enough to marry and have a family, and then Annesley will be disinherited. He has stopped his allowance anyway, and you mustn't think of him. He did something uncommonly unhandsome the other day, though I don't quite know what." "He did nothing unhandsome, Uncle Magnus." "Of course, a young lady will stand up for her lover, but you will really have to drop him. I'm not a hard sort of man, but this was something that the world will not stand. When he thought the man had been murdered, he didn't say anything about it for fear they should tax him with it. And then he swore he had never seen him. It was something of that sort. He never feared that anyone would suspect him. And now young Anderson has proposed. I should not have spoken else, but it's my duty to tell you about young Anderson. He's a gentleman all round." "So is Mr. Annesley." "And Anderson has got into no trouble at all. He does his duty here uncommonly well. I never had less trouble with any young fellow than I have had with him. No licking him into shape, or next to none, and he has a very nice private income. You together would have plenty, and could live here till you had settled on apartments. A pair of ponies would be just the thing for you to drive about, and support the British interests. You think of it, my dear, and you'll find that I'm right." Then Florence escaped from that room, and went up to receive the much more severe lecture which she was to have from her aunt. "Come in, my dear," said Lady Mountjoy, in her most austere voice. She had a voice which could assume austerity when she knew her power to be in the ascendant. As Florence entered the room, Miss Abbott left it by a door on the other side. "Take that chair, Florence. I want to have a few minutes' conversation with you." Then Florence sat down. When a young lady is thinking of being married, a great many things have to be taken into consideration. This seemed to be so much a matter of fact that Florence did not feel it necessary to make any reply. "Of course, I am aware you are thinking of being married." "Oh, yes," said Florence. "But to whom?" "To Harry Annesley," said Florence, intending to imply that all the world knew that. "I hope not. I hope not. Indeed, I may say that it is quite out of the question. In the first place, he is a beggar." "He has begged from none," said Florence. "He is what the world calls a beggar. When a young man without a penny thinks of being married—" "I'm not a beggar, and what I've got will be his." "My dear, you're talking about what you don't understand. A young lady cannot give her money away in that manner. It will not be allowed. Neither your mother, nor Sir Magnus, nor will I permit it." Here Florence restrained herself, but drew herself up in her chair as though prepared to speak out her mind if she should be driven. Lady Mountjoy would not permit it. She thought that she would feel herself quite able to tell Lady Mountjoy that she had neither power nor influence in the matter, but she determined to be silent a little longer. "In the first place, a gentleman who is a gentleman never attempts to marry a lady for her money. But when a lady has the money, she can express herself much more clearly than she could otherwise." "I don't quite understand what you mean by that, my dear." "When Mr. Annesley proposed to me, he was the acknowledged heir of his uncle's property. A trumpery affair at the best of it. It would have sufficed for me. Then I accepted him." "That goes for nothing from a lady. Of course, your acceptance was contingent on circumstances." "It was so, on my regard. Having accepted him, and as my regard remains just as warm as ever, I certainly shall not go back because of anything his uncle may do. I only say this to explain that he was quite justified in his offer. It was not for my small fortune that he came to me." "I am not so sure of that." "But if my money can be of any use to him, he's quite welcome to it. Sir Magnus spoke to me about a pair of ponies. I'd rather have him than a pair of ponies." "I'm coming to that just now. Here is Mr. Anderson." "Oh, yes, he's here." There was certainly a touch of impatience in the tone in which this was uttered. It was as though she had said that Mr. Anderson had so contrived that she could have no doubt whatever about his continued presence. Mr. Anderson had made himself so conspicuous as to be visible to her constantly. Lady Mountjoy, who intended at present to sing Mr. Anderson's praises, felt this to be impertinent. "I don't know what you mean by that. Mr. Anderson has behaved himself quite like a gentleman, and you ought to be very proud of any token you may receive of his regard and affection." "But I'm not bound to return to it." "You are bound to think of it when those who are responsible for your actions tell you to do so." "Mamma, you mean?" "I mean your uncle, Sir Magnus Mountjoy." She did not quite dare to say that she had meant herself. "I suppose you will admit that Sir Magnus is a competent judge of young men's characters?" "He may be a judge of Mr. Anderson, because Mr. Anderson is his clerk." There was something of an intention to depreciate in the word clerk. Florence had not thought much of Mr. Anderson's worth, nor, as far as she had seen them, of the duties generally performed at the British Embassy. She was ignorant of the peculiar little niceties and intricacies which required the residence at Brussels of a gentleman with all the tact possessed by Sir Magnus. She did not know that while the mere international work of the office might be safely entrusted to Mr. Blow and Mr. Bunderdown, all those little niceties, that smiling and that frowning, that taking off of hats and only half taking them off, that genial, easy manner, and that stiff hauteur, formed the peculiar branch of Sir Magnus himself, and under Sir Magnus, of Mr. Anderson. She did not understand that even to that pair of ponies which was promised to her were to be attached certain important functions, which she was to control as the deputy of the great man's deputy. And now she had called the great man's deputy a clerk. "Mr. Anderson is no such thing," said Lady Mountjoy. "His young man, then, or private secretary, only somebody else is that." "You are very impertinent and very ungrateful. Mr. Anderson is second secretary of legation. There is no officer attached to our establishment of more importance. I believe you say it on purpose to anger me. And then you compare this gentleman to Mr. Annesley, a man to whom no one will speak." "I will speak to him." Had Harry heard her say that, he ought to have been a happy man in spite of his trouble. "You? What good can you do him?" Florence nodded her head, almost imperceptibly, but still there was a nod, signifying more than she could possibly say. She thought that she could do him a world of good if she were near him, and some good, too, though she were far away. If she were with him, she could hang onto his arm, or perhaps at some future time, round his neck, and tell him that she would be true to him, though all others might turn away. And she could be just as true where she was, though she could not comfort him by telling him so with her own words. Then it was that she resolved upon writing that letter. He should already have what little comfort she might administer in his absence. "Now listen to me, Florence. He is a thorough reprobate. I will not hear him so called. He is no reprobate. He has behaved in such a way that all England is crying out about him. He has done that which will never allow any gentleman to speak to him again." "Then there will be more need that a lady should do so. But it is not true." "You put your knowledge of character against that of Sir Magnus." "Sir Magnus does not know the gentleman. I do. What's the good of talking of it, aunt? Harry Annesley has my word, and nothing on earth shall induce me to go back from it. Even were he what you say, I would be true to him." "You would?" "Certainly I would. I could not willingly begin to love a man whom I knew to be base, but when I had loved him, I would not turn because of his baseness. I couldn't do it. It would be a terrible misfortune, but it would have to be borne. But here, I know all the story to which you allude." "I know it too." "I am quite sure that the baseness has not been on his part. In defense of my name he has been silent. He might have spoken out if he had known all the truth then. I was as much his own then as I am now. One of these days I suppose I shall be more so." "You mean to marry him, then?" "Most certainly I do, or I will never be married. And as he is poor now, and I must have my own money when I am 24, I suppose I shall have to wait till then." "Will your mother's word go for nothing with you?" "Poor mamma! I do believe that mamma is very unhappy, because she makes me unhappy. What may take place between me and mamma I am not bound, I think, to tell you. We shall be away soon, and I shall be left to mamma alone." And mamma would be left alone to her daughter, Lady Mountjoy thought. The visit must be prolonged, so that at last Mr. Anderson might be enabled to prevail. The visit had been originally intended for a month, but was now prolonged indefinitely. After that conversation between Lady Mountjoy and her niece, 2 or 3 things happened, all bearing upon our story. Florence at once wrote her letter. If things were going badly in England with Harry Annesley, Harry should at any rate have the comfort of knowing what were her feelings, if there might be comfort to him in that. "Perhaps, after all, he won't mind what I may say," she thought to herself, but only pretended to think it, and at once flatly contradicted her own "perhaps." Then she told him most emphatically not to reply. It was very important that she should write. He was to receive her letter, and there must be an end of it. She was quite sure that he would understand her. He would not subject her to the trouble of having to tell her own people that she was maintaining a correspondence, for it would amount to that. But still, when the time came for the answer, she had counted it up to the hour. And when Sir Magnus sent for her and handed her the letter, having discussed that question with her mother, she fully expected it, and felt properly grateful to her uncle. She wanted a little comfort too, and when she had read the letter she knew that she had received it. There had been a few words spoken between the two elder ladies after the interview between Florence and Lady Mountjoy. "She is a most self-willed young woman," said Lady Mountjoy. "Of course she loves her lover," said Mrs. Mountjoy, desirous of making some excuse for her own daughter. The girl was very troublesome, but not the less her daughter. I don't know any of them that don't who are worth anything. "If you regard it in that light, Sarah, she'll get the better of you. If she marries him, she will be lost. That is the way you have got to look at it. It is her future happiness you must think of, and respectability. She is a headstrong young woman, and has to be treated accordingly." "What would you do?" "I would be very severe." "But what am I to do? I can't beat her. I can't lock her up in her room." "Then you mean to give it up?" "No, I don't. You shouldn't be so cross to me," said poor Mrs. Mountjoy. When it had reached this, the two ladies had become intimate. "I don't mean to give it up at all. But what am I to do?" "Remain here for the next month, and worry her. Let Mr. Anderson have his chance with her. When she finds that everything will smile with her if she accepts him, and that her life will be made a burden to her if she still sticks to her Harry Annesley, she'll come round, if she be like other girls. Of course a girl can't be made to marry a man, but there are ways and means." By this Lady Mountjoy meant that the utmost cruelty should be used, which would be compatible with a good breakfast, dinner, and bedroom. Now, Mrs. Mountjoy knew herself to be incapable of this, and knew also, or thought that she knew, that it would not be efficacious. "You stay here, up to Christmas, if you like it," said Sir Magnus to his sister-in-law. "She can't but see Anderson every day, and that goes a long way. She, of course, puts on a resolute air as well as she can. They all know how to do that. Do you be resolute in return. The deuce is in it if we can't have our way with her among us. When you talk of ill usage, nobody wants you to put her in chains. There are different ways of killing a cat. You get friends to write to you from England about young Annesley, and I'll do the same. The truth, of course, I mean." "Nothing can be worse than the truth," said Mrs. Mountjoy, shaking her head sorrowfully. "Just so," said Sir Magnus, who was not at all sorrowful to hear so bad an account of the favoured suitor. "Then we'll read her the letters. She can't help hearing them. Just the true facts, you know. That's fair. Nobody can call that cruel. And then, when she breaks down and comes to our call, we'll all be as soft as mother's milk to her. I shall see her going about the boulevards with a pair of ponies yet." Mrs. Mountjoy felt that when Sir Magnus spoke of Florence coming to his call, he did not know her daughter. But she had nothing better to do than to obey Sir Magnus. Therefore she resolved to stay at Brussels another period of 6 weeks, and told Florence that she had so resolved. Just at present, Brussels and Cheltenham would be all the same to Florence. "It will be a dreadful bore having them so long," said poor Lady Mountjoy piteously to her husband, for in the presence of Sir Magnus she was by no means the valiant woman that she was with some of her friends. "You find everything a bore. What's the trouble?" "What am I to do with them?" "Take 'em about in the carriage. Lord bless my soul, what have you got a carriage for?" "Then, with Miss Abbott, there's never room for any one else." "Leave Miss Abbott at home, then. What's the good of talking to me about Miss Abbott? I suppose it doesn't matter to you whom my brother's daughter marries?" Lady Mountjoy did not think that it did matter much, but she declared that she had already evinced the most tender solicitude. "Then stick to it. The girl doesn't want to go out every day. Leave her alone, where Anderson can get at her." "He's always out riding with you." "No, he's not always. And leave Miss Abbott at home. Then there'll be room for 2 others. Don't make difficulties. Anderson will expect that I shall do something for him, of course." "Because of the money," said Lady Mountjoy, whispering. "And I've got to do something for her, too." Now, there was a spice of honesty about Sir Magnus. He knew that as he could not at once pay back these sums, he was bound to make it up in some other way. The debts would be left the same, but that would remain with Providence. Then came Harry's letter, and there was a deep consultation. It was known to have come from Harry by the Buntingford postmark. Mrs. Mountjoy proposed to consult Lady Mountjoy, but to that Sir Magnus would not agree. "She'd take her skin off her if she could, now that she's angered," said the lady's husband, who, no doubt, knew the lady well. "Of course she'll learn that the letter has been written, and then she'll throw it in our teeth. She wouldn't believe that it had gone astray in coming here. We should give her a sort of a whip hand over us." So it was decided that Florence should have her letter. End of chapter 30. Recording by Melora. Chapter 31 of Mr. Scarborough's Family. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Mr. Scarborough's Family by Anthony Trollope. Chapter 31. Florence's Request. Thus it was arranged that Florence should be left in Mr. Anderson's way. Mr. Anderson, as Sir Magnus had said, was not always out riding. There were moments in which even he was off duty, and Sir Magnus contrived to ride a little earlier than usual, so that he should get back while the carriage was still out on its rounds. Lady Mountjoy certainly did her duty, taking Mrs. Mountjoy with her daily, and generally Miss Abbott, so that Florence was, as it were, left to the mercies of Mr. Anderson. She could, of course, shut herself up in her bedroom, but things had not as yet become so bad as that. Mr. Anderson had not made himself terrible to her. She did not, in truth, fear Mr. Anderson at all, who was courteous in his manner and complimentary in his language, and she came at this time to the conclusion that if Mr. Anderson continued his pursuit of her, she would tell him the exact truth of the case. As a gentleman, and as a young man, she thought that he would sympathize with her. The one enemy whom she did dread was Lady Mountjoy. She, too, had felt that her aunt could take her skin off her, as Sir Magnus had said. She had not heard the words, but she knew that it was so, and her dislike to Lady Mountjoy was in proportion. It cannot be said that she was afraid. She did not intend to leave her skin in her aunt's hands. For every inch of skin taken, she resolved to have an inch in return. She was not acquainted with the expressive mode of language which Sir Magnus had adopted, but she was prepared for all such attacks. For Sir Magnus himself, since he had given up the letter to her, she did feel some regard. Behind the British minister's house, which, though entitled to no such name, was generally called the Embassy, there was a large garden, which, though not much used by Sir Magnus or Lady Mountjoy, was regarded as a valuable adjunct to the establishment. Here Florence betook herself for exercise, and here Mr. Anderson, having put off the muddy marks of his riding, found her one afternoon. It must be understood that no young man was ever more in earnest than Mr. Anderson. He, too, looking through the glass which had been prepared for him by Sir Magnus, thought that he saw in the not very far distant future a Mrs. Hugh Anderson driving a pair of gray ponies along the boulevard, and he was much pleased with the sight. It reached to the top of his ambition. Florence was to his eyes really the sort of a girl whom a man in his position ought to marry. A secretary of legation in a small foreign capital cannot do with a dowdy wife, as may a clerk, for instance, in the Foreign Office. A secretary of legation, the second secretary, he told himself, was bound, if he married at all, to have a pretty and distinguée wife. He knew all about the intricacies which had fallen in a peculiar way into his own hand. Mr. Blow might have married a South Sea Islander, and would have been none the worse as regarded his official duties. Mr. Blow did not want the services of a wife in discovering and reporting all the secrets of the Belgian iron trade. There was no intricacy in that, no nicety. There was much of what, in his lighter moments, Mr. Anderson called sweat. He did not pretend to much capacity for such duties, but in his own peculiar walk he thought that he was great. But it was very fatiguing, and he was sure that a wife was necessary to him. There were little niceties which none but a wife could perform. He had a great esteem for Sir Magnus. Sir Magnus was well thought of by all the court, and by the foreign minister at Brussels. But Lady Mountjoy was really of no use. The beginning and the end of it all, with her, was to show herself in a carriage. It was incumbent upon him, Anderson, to marry. He was loving enough, and very susceptible. He was too susceptible, and he knew his own fault, and he was always on guard against it, as behooved a young man with such duties as his. He was always falling in love, and then using his diplomatic skill in avoiding the consequences. He had found out that though one girl had looked so well under waxlight, she did not endure the wear and tear of the day. Another could not be always graceful, or, though she could talk well enough during a waltz, she had nothing to say for herself at 3 o'clock in the morning. And he was driven to calculate that he would be wrong to marry a girl without a shilling. "It's a kind of thing that a man cannot afford to do unless he is sure of his position," he had said on such an occasion to Montgomery Arbuthnot, alluding especially to his brother's state of health. When Mr. Anderson spoke of not being sure of his position, he was always considered to allude to his brother's health. In this way he had nearly got his little boat onto the rocks more than once, and had given some trouble to Sir Magnus, but now he was quite sure. "It's all there, all round," he had said to Arbuthnot more than once. Arbuthnot said that it was there, all round, all round. Waxlight and daylight made no difference to her. She was always graceful. "Nobody with an eye in his head can doubt that," said Anderson. "I should think not, by Jove," replied Arbuthnot. "And for talking, you never catch her out, never." "I never did, certainly," said Arbuthnot, who, as third secretary, was obedient and kind-hearted. "And then, look at her money. Of course, a fellow wants something to help him on. My position is so uncertain that I cannot do without it." "Oh, of course not. Now, with some girls, it's so deuced hard to find out. You hear that a girl has got money, but when the time comes, it depends on the life of a father who doesn't think of dying, dammy, doesn't think of it." "Those fellows never do," said Arbuthnot. "But here, you see, I know all about it. When she's 24, only 24, she'll have £10,000 of her own. I hate a mercenary fellow. Ah, yes, that's beastly. Nobody can say that of me. Circumstanced as I am, I want something to help to keep the pot boiling. She has got it, quite as much as I want, quite, and I know all about it without the slightest doubt in the world." For the small loan of £1,500, Sir Magnus had paid the full value of the interest and deficient security. "Sir Magnus tells me that if I'll only stick to her, I shall be sure to win. There's some fellow in England has just touched her heart, just touched it, you know." "I understand," said Arbuthnot, looking very wise. "He's not a fellow of very much account," said Anderson. "One of those handsome fellows without conduct and without courage." "I've known lots of 'em," said Arbuthnot. "His name is Annesley," said Anderson. "I never saw him in my life, but that's what Sir Magnus says. He has done something awfully disreputable. I don't quite understand what it is, but it's something which ought to make him unfit to be her husband. Nobody knows the world better than Sir Magnus, and he says that it is so." "Nobody does know the world better than Sir Magnus," said Arbuthnot. And so that conversation was brought to an end. One day, soon after this, he caught her walking in the garden. Her mother and Miss Abbot were still out with Lady Mountjoy in the carriage, and Sir Magnus had retired after the fatigue of his ride to sleep for half an hour before dinner. "All alone, Miss Mountjoy?" he said. "Yes, alone, Mr. Anderson. I'm never in better company." "So I think. But then, if I were here, you wouldn't be all alone, would you?" "Not if you were with me." "That's what I mean. But yet 2 people may be alone as regards the world at large, mayn't they?" "I don't understand the nicety of language well enough to say. We used to have a question among us when we were children whether a wild beast could howl in an empty cavern. It's the same sort of thing." "Why shouldn't he?" "Because the cavern would not be empty if the wild beast were in it. Did you ever see a girl bang an egg against a wall in a stocking, and then look awfully surprised because she had smashed it?" "I don't understand the joke." "She had been told that she couldn't break an egg in an empty stocking. Then she was made to look in, and there was the broken egg for her pains. I don't know what made me tell you that story. It's a very good story. I'll get Miss Abbot to do it tonight. She believes everything." "And everybody? Then she's a happy woman." "I wish you'd believe everybody." "So I do. Nearly everybody. There are some inveterate liars whom nobody can believe."
I hope I am not regarded as one. You? Certainly not. If anybody were to speak of you as such behind your back, no one would take your part more loyally than I, but nobody would. That's something at any rate. Then you do believe that I love you? I believe that you think so. And that I don't know my own heart? That's very common, Mr. Anderson. I wasn't quite sure of my own heart 12 months ago, but I know it now. He felt that his hopes ran very low when this was said. She had never before spoken to him of his rival, nor had he to her. He knew, or fancied that he knew, that her heart had been touched, as he had said to Arbuthnot, but the touch must have been very deep if she felt herself constrained to speak to him on the subject. It had been his desire to pass over Mr. Annesley, and never to hear the name mentioned between them. You were speaking of your own heart. Well, I was, no doubt. It is a silly thing to talk of, I dare say. I'm going to tell you of my heart, and I hope you won't think it silly. I do so because I believe you to be a gentleman and a man of honor. He blushed at the words and the tone in which they were spoken, but his heart fell still lower. Mr. Anderson, I am engaged. Here she paused a moment, but he had nothing to say. I am engaged to marry a gentleman whom I love with all my heart and all my strength and all my body. I love him so that nothing can ever separate me from him, or at least from the thoughts of him. As regards all the interests of life, I feel as though I were already his wife. If I ever marry any man, I swear to you that it will be him. Then Mr. Anderson felt that all hope had utterly departed from him. She had said that she believed him to be a man of truth. He certainly believed her to be a true-speaking woman. He asked himself, and he found it to be quite impossible to doubt her word on this subject. Now I will go on and tell you my troubles. My mother disapproves of the man. Sir Magnus has taken upon himself to disapprove, and Lady Mountjoy disapproves especially. I don't care 2 straws about Sir Magnus and Lady Mountjoy. As to Lady Mountjoy, it is simply an impertinence on her part, interfering with me. There was something in her face as she said this which made Mr. Anderson feel that if he could only succeed in having her and the pair of ponies, he would be a prouder man than the ambassador at Paris, but he knew that it was hopeless. As to my mother, that is indeed a sorrow. She has been to me the dearest mother, putting her only hopes of happiness in me. No mother was ever more devoted to a child, and of all children I should be the most ungrateful were I to turn against her. But from my early years she has wished me to marry a man whom I could not bring myself to love. You have heard of Captain Scarborough, the man who disappeared. He was and is my first cousin. He is in some way connected with Sir Magnus. Through Mamma. Mamma is aunt to Captain Scarborough, and she married the brother of Sir Magnus. Well, he has disappeared and been disinherited. I cannot explain all about it, for I don't understand it, but he has come to great trouble. It was not on that account that I would not marry him. It was partly because I did not like him, and partly because of Harry Annesley. I will tell you everything, because I want you to know my story. But my mother has disliked Mr. Annesley, because she has thought that he has interfered with my cousin. I understand all that. And she has been taught to think that Mr. Annesley has behaved very badly. I cannot quite explain it, because there is a brother of Captain Scarborough who has interfered. I never loved Captain Scarborough, but that man I hate. He has spread those stories. Captain Scarborough has disappeared, but before he went, he thought it well to revenge himself on Mr. Annesley. He attacked him in the street late at night and endeavored to beat him. But why? Why, indeed, that such a trumpery cause as a girl's love should operate with such a man. I can understand it. Ah, yes, I can understand it. I believe he was tipsy, and he had been gambling and had lost all his money. More than all his money. He was a ruined man, and reckless and wretched. I can forgive him, and so does Harry. But in the struggle Harry got the best of it, and left him there in the street. No weapons had been used, except that Captain Scarborough had a stick. There was no reason to suppose him hurt, nor was he much hurt. He had behaved very badly, and Harry left him. Had he gone for a policeman, he could only have given him in charge.
The man was not hurt, and seems to have walked away. The papers were full of it. Yes, the papers were full of it, because he was missing. I don't know yet what became of him, but I have my suspicions. They say that he has been seen at Monaco. Very likely, but I have nothing to do with that. Though he was my cousin, I am touched nearer in another place. Young Mr. Scarborough, who, I suspect, knows all about his brother, took upon himself to cross-question Mr. Annesley. Mr. Annesley did not care to tell anything of that struggle in the streets, and denied that he had seen him. In truth, he did not want to have my name mentioned. My belief is that Augustus Scarborough knew exactly what had taken place when he asked the question. It was he who really was false, but he is now the heir to Tretton, and a great man in his way, and in order to injure Harry Annesley he has spread abroad the story which they all tell here. But why? He does. That is all I know, but I will not be a hypocrite. He chose to wish that I should not marry Harry Annesley. I cannot tell you farther than that, but he has persuaded mamma, and has told everyone. He shall never persuade me. Everybody seems to believe him, said Mr. Anderson, not as intending to say that he believed him now, but that he had done so. Of course they do. He has simply ruined Harry. He, too, has been disinherited now. I don't know how they do these things, but it has been done. His uncle has been turned against him, and his whole income has been taken from him. But they will never persuade me. Nor, if they did, would I be untrue to him. It is a grand thing for a girl to have a perfect faith in the man she has to marry, as I have. I know my man, and will as soon disbelieve in heaven as in him. But were he what they say he is, he would still have to become my husband. I should be broken-hearted, but I should still be true. Thank God, though. Thank God. He has done nothing, and will do nothing to make me ashamed of him. Now you know my story. Yes, now I know it. The tears came very near the poor man's eyes as he answered. And what will you do for me? What shall I do? Yes, what will you do? I have told you all my story, believing you to be a fine-tempered gentleman. You have entertained a fancy which has been encouraged by Sir Magnus. Will you promise me not to speak to me of it again? Will you relieve me of so much of my trouble? Will you? Will you? And then, when he turned away, she followed him, and put both her hands upon his arm. Will you do that little thing for me? A little thing? Is it not a little thing, when I am so bound to that other man that nothing can move me? Whether it be little, or whether it be much, will you not do it? She still held him by the arm, but his face was turned from her so that she could not see it. The tears, absolute tears, were running down his cheeks. What did it behoove him as a man to do? Was he to believe her vows now, and grant her request? And was she then to give herself to some third party, and forget Harry Annesley altogether? How would it be with him then? A faint heart never won a fair lady. All is fair in love and war. You cannot catch cherries by holding your mouth open. A great amount of wisdom such as this came to him at the spur of the moment. But there was her hand upon his arm, and he could not elude her request. Will you not do it for me? She asked again. I will, he said, still keeping his face turned away. I knew it. I knew you would. You are high-minded and honest, and cannot be cruel to a poor girl. And if, in time to come, when I am Harry Annesley's wife, we shall chance to meet each other, as we will, he shall thank you. I shall not want that. What will his thanks do for me? You do not think that I shall be silent to oblige him. Then he walked forth from out of the garden, and she had never seen his tears, but she knew well that he was weeping, and she sympathized with him. End of chapter 31. Recording by Melora. Chapter 32 of Mr. Scarborough's Family. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Mr. Scarborough's Family by Anthony Trollope. Chapter 32. Mr. Anderson is Ill. When they went down to dinner that day, it became known that Mr. Anderson did not intend to dine with them. "He's got a headache," said Sir Magnus. "He says he's got a headache. I never knew such a thing in my life before." It was quite clear that Sir Magnus did not think that his lieutenant ought to have such a headache as would prevent his coming to dinner, and that he did not quite believe in the headache. There was a dinner ready, a very good dinner, which it was his business to provide. He always did provide it, and took a great deal of trouble to see that it was good. "There isn't a table so well kept in all Brussels," he used to boast. But when he had done his share, he expected that Anderson and Arbuthnot should do theirs, especially Anderson. There had been sometimes a few words, not quite a quarrel, but nearly so, on the subject of dining out. Sir Magnus only dined out with royalty, cabinet ministers, and other diplomats. Even then he rarely got a good dinner, what he called a good dinner. He often took Anderson with him. He was the doyen among the diplomats in Brussels, and a little indulgence was shown to him. Therefore he thought that Anderson should be as true to him as was he to Anderson. It was not for Anderson's sake, indeed, who felt the bondage to be irksome, and Sir Magnus knew that his subordinate sometimes groaned in spirit. But a good dinner is a good dinner, especially the best dinner in Brussels, and Sir Magnus felt that something ought to be given in return. He had not that perfect faith in mankind which is the surest evidence of a simple mind. Ideas crowded upon him. Had Anderson a snug little dinner party, just 2 or 3 friends in his own room? Sir Magnus would not have been very angry. He was rarely very angry, but he should like to show his cleverness by finding it out. Anderson had been quite well when he was out riding, and he did not remember him ever before to have had a headache. "Is he very bad, Arbuthnot?" "I haven't seen him, sir, since he was riding." "Who has seen him?" "He was in the garden with me," said Florence, boldly. "I suppose that did not give him a headache?" "Not that I perceived." "It is very singular that he should have a headache just when dinner is ready," continued Sir Magnus. "You had better leave the young man alone," said Lady Mountjoy. And one who knew the ways of living at the British Embassy would be sure that after this Sir Magnus would not leave the young man alone. His nature was not simple. It seemed to him again that there might be a little dinner party, and that Lady Mountjoy knew all about it. "Richard," he said to the butler, "go into Mr. Anderson's room and see if he is very bad." Richard came back and whispered to the great man that Anderson was not in his room. "This is very remarkable. A bad headache, and not in his room. Where is he? I insist on knowing where Mr. Anderson is." "You had better leave him alone," said Lady Mountjoy. "Leave a man alone because he is ill? He might die." "Shall I go and see?" said Arbuthnot. "I wish you would, and bring him in here if he's well enough to show. I don't approve of a young man going without his dinner. There's nothing so bad." "He'll be sure to get something, Sir Magnus," said Lady Mountjoy. But Sir Magnus insisted that Mr. Arbuthnot should go and look after his friend. It was now November, and at 8 o'clock was quite dark, but the weather was fine, and something of the mildness of autumn remained. Arbuthnot was not long in discovering that Mr. Anderson was again walking in the garden. He had left Florence there, and had gone to the house, but had found himself to be utterly desolate and miserable. She had exacted from him a promise which was not compatible with any kind of happiness to which he could now look forward. In the first place, all Brussels knew that he had been in love with Florence Mountjoy. He thought that all Brussels knew it, and they knew that he had been in earnest in this love. He did believe that all Brussels had given him credit for so much. And now they would know that he had suddenly ceased to make love. It might be that this should be attributed to gallantry on his part, that it should be considered that the lady had been deserted. But he was conscious that he was not so good a hypocrite as not to show that he was broken-hearted. He was quite sure that it would be seen that he had got the worst of it. But when he asked himself questions as to his own condition, he told himself that there was suffering in store for him more heavy to bear than these. There could be no ponies, with Florence driving them, and a boy in his own livery behind, seen upon the boulevards. That vision was gone, and forever. And then came upon him an idea that the absence of the girl from other portions of his life might touch him more nearly. He did feel something like actual love, and the more she had told him of her devotion to Harry Annesley, the more strongly he had felt the value of that devotion. Why should this man have it and not he? He had not been disinherited. He had not been knocked about in a street quarrel. He had not been driven to tell a lie as to his having not seen a man when he had in truth knocked him down. He had quite agreed with Florence that Harry was justified in the lie, but there was nothing in it to make the girl love him the better for it. And then, looking forward, he could perceive the possibility of an event which, if it should occur, would cover him with confusion and disgrace. If, after all, Florence were to take not Harry Annesley, but somebody else. How foolish, how credulous, how vain would he have been then to have made the promise. Girls did such things every day. He had promised, and he thought that he must keep his promise. But she would be bound by no promise. As he thought of it, he reflected that he might even yet exact such a promise from her. But when the dinner time came, he really was sick with love, or sick with disappointment. He felt that he could not eat his dinner under the battery of raillery which was always coming from Sir Magnus, and therefore he had told the servants that as the evening progressed he would have something to eat in his own room. And then he went out to wander in the dusk beneath the trees in the garden. Here he was encountered by Mr. Arbuthnot, with his dress boots and white cravat. "What the mischief are you doing here, old fellow?" "I'm not very well. I have an awfully bilious headache." "Sir Magnus is kicking up a deuce of a row because you're not there." "Sir Magnus be blowed. How am I to be there if I've got a bilious headache? I'm not dressed. I could not have dressed myself for a £5 note." "Couldn't you now? Shall I go back and tell him that? But you must have something to eat. I don't know what's up, but Sir Magnus is in a taking." "He's always in a taking. I sometimes think he's the biggest fool out." "And there's the place kept vacant next to Miss Mountjoy. Grascour wanted to sit there, but her ladyship wouldn't let him. And I sat next Miss Abbott because I didn't want to be in your way. Tell Grascour to go and sit there, or you may do so. It's all nothing to me." This he said in the bitterness of his heart, by no means intending to tell his secret, but unable to keep it within his own bosom. "What's the matter, Anderson?" asked the other piteously. "I am clean broken-hearted. I don't mind telling you. I know you're a good fellow, and I'll tell you everything. It's all over." "All over? With Miss Mountjoy?" Then Anderson began to tell the whole story. But before he had got half through, or a quarter through, another message came from Sir Magnus. "Sir Magnus is becoming very angry indeed," whispered the butler. "He says that Mr. Arbuthnot is to go back." "I'd better go, or I shall catch it." "What's up with him, Richard?" asked Anderson. "Well, if you ask me, Mr. Anderson, I think he's suspecting of something." "What does he suspect?" "I think he's a-thinking that perhaps you are having a jolly time of it." Richard had known his master many years, and could almost read his inmost thoughts. "I don't say as it's so, but that's what I am thinking." "You tell him I ain't. You tell him I've a bad bilious headache, and that the air in the garden does it good. You tell him that I mean to have something to eat upstairs when my head is better, and do you mind and let me have it, and a bottle of claret." With this the butler went back, and so did Arbuthnot, after asking one other question. "I'm so sorry it isn't all serene with Miss Mountjoy." "It isn't, then. Don't mind now, but it isn't serene. Don't say a word about her, but she has done me. I think I shall get leave of absence and go away for 2 months. You'll have to do all the riding, old fellow. I shall go, but I don't know where I shall go. You return to them now and tell them I've such a bilious headache I don't know which way to turn myself." Arbuthnot went back and found Sir Magnus quarrelling grievously with the butler. "I don't think he's doing anything as he shouldn't," the butler whispered, having seen into his master's mind. "What do you mean by that?" "Do let the matter drop," said Lady Mountjoy. who had also seen into her husband's mind, and who saw, moreover, that the butler had done so. "A young man's dinner isn't worth all this bother." "I won't let the matter drop. What does he mean when he says he isn't doing anything that he shouldn't? I never said anything about what he was doing." "He isn't dressed, Sir Magnus. He finds himself a little better now, and means to have something upstairs." Then there came an awful silence, during which the dinner was eaten. Sir Magnus knew nothing of the truth, simply suspecting the headache to be a myth. Lady Mountjoy, with a woman's quickness, thought that there had been some words between Florence and her late lover, and, as she disliked Florence, was inclined to throw all the blame upon her. A word had been said to Mrs. Mountjoy. "I don't think he'll trouble me any more, mamma," which Mrs. Mountjoy did not quite understand, but which she connected with the young man's absence. But Florence understood it all, and liked Mr. Anderson the better. Could it really be that for love of her he would lose his dinner? Could it be that he was so grievously afflicted at the loss of a girl's heart? There he was, walking out in the dark and the cold, half famished, all because she loved Harry Annesley so well that there could be no chance for him. Girls believe so little in the truth of the love of men that any sign of its reality touches them to the core. Poor Hugh Anderson! A tear came into her eye as she thought that he was wandering there in the dark, and all for the love of her. The rest of the dinner passed away in silence, and Sir Magnus hardly became cordial and communicative with Mr. Grascour, even under the influence of his wine. On the next morning, just before lunch, Florence was waylaid by Mr. Anderson as she was passing along one of the passages in the back part of the house. "Miss Mountjoy," he said, "I want to ask from your great goodness the indulgence of a few words." "Certainly. Could you come into the garden?" "If you will give me time to go and change my boots and get a shawl. We ladies are not ready to go out always, as are you gentlemen." "Anywhere will do. Come in here." And he led the way into a small parlor, which was not often used. "I was so sorry to hear last night that you were unwell, Mr. Anderson." "I was not very well, certainly, after what I had heard before dinner." He did not tell her that he so far recovered as to be able to drink a bottle of claret and to smoke a couple of cigars in his bedroom. "Of course you remember what took place yesterday." "Remember? Oh, yes. I shall not readily forget it." "I made you a promise." "You did, very kindly." "And I mean to keep it." "I'm sure you do, because you're a gentleman." "I don't think I ought to have made it." "Oh, Mr. Anderson!" "I don't think I ought. See what I am giving up." "Nothing, except the privilege of troubling me." "But if it should be something else? Do not be angry with me, but loving you as I do, of course my mind is full of it. I have promised and must be dumb." "And I shall be spared great vexation." "But suppose I were to hear that in 6 months' time you had married someone else?" "Mr. Annesley, you mean? Not in 6 months." "Somebody else, not Mr. Annesley." "There is nobody else." "But there might be." "It is impossible. After all that I told you, do not you understand?" "But if there were?" The poor man, as he made the suggestion, looked very piteous. "If there were, I think you should promise me I shall be that somebody else. That would be no more than fair." She paused a moment to think, frowning the while. "Certainly not." "Certainly not?" "I can make no such promise, nor should you ask it. I am to promise that under certain circumstances I would become your wife, when I know that under no circumstances I would do so." "Under no circumstances?" "Under none. What would you have me say, Mr. Anderson? Supposing yourself engaged to marry a girl, I wish I were, to you, to a girl who loved you and whom you love. There's no doubt about my loving her. You can follow my meaning, and I wish that you would do so. What would you think if you were to hear that she had promised to marry someone else in the event of your deserting her? It is out of the question. I mean to be the wife of Harry Annesley. Say that it is not to be so, and you will simply destroy me. Of one thing I may be sure, that I will marry him or nobody. You promised me, not because your promise was necessary for that, but to spare me from trouble till that time shall come, and I am grateful, very grateful." Then she left him, suffering from another headache. "Was there anything said between you and Mr. Anderson yesterday?" her aunt inquired that afternoon. "Why do you ask?" "Because it is necessary that I should know." "I do not see the necessity. Mr. Anderson has, at any rate, your permission to say what he likes to me, but I am not on that account bound to tell you all that he does say. But I will tell you. He has promised to trouble me no farther. I told him that I was engaged to Mr. Annesley, and he, like a gentleman, has assured me that he will desist." "Just because you asked him?" "Yes, aunt, just because I asked him." "He will not be bound by such a promise for a moment. It is a thing not to be heard of. If that kind of thing is to go on, any young lady will be entitled to ask any young gentleman not to say a word of marriage, just at her request." "Some of the young ladies would not care for that, perhaps." "Don't be impertinent." "I should not, for one, aunt, only that I am already engaged." "And, of course, the young ladies would be bound to make such requests, which would go for nothing at all. I never heard of anything so monstrous. You are not only to have the liberty of refusing, but are to be allowed to bind a gentleman not to ask." "He has promised." "Pshaw! It means nothing." "It is between him and me. I asked him because I wished to save myself from being troubled. As for that other man, my dear, it is quite out of the question. From all that I hear, it is on the cards that he may be arrested and put into prison. I am quite sure that at any rate he deserves it. The letters which Sir Magnus gets about him are fearful. The things that he has done, well, penal servitude for life would be the proper punishment. And it will come upon him, sooner or later. I never knew a man of that kind escape. And you now to come and tell us that you intend to be his wife." "I do," said Florence, bobbing her head. "And what your uncle says to you has no effect?" "Not the least in the world, nor what my aunt says. I believe that neither the one nor the other know what they are talking about. You have been defaming a gentleman of the highest character, a fellow of a college, a fine-hearted, noble, high-spirited man, simply because... Then she burst into tears and rushed out of the room. But she did not break down before she had looked at her aunt, and spoken to her aunt with a fierce indignation, which had altogether served to silence Lady Mountjoy for the moment. End of chapter 32. Recording by Melora.
Part 2, Chapter 33 of Mr. Scarborough's Family. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lynne Thompson. Mr. Scarborough's Family by Anthony Trollope. Chapter 33. Mr. Barry. Goodbye, sir. You ought not to be angry with me. I am sure it will be better for us both to remain as we are. This was said by Miss Dorothy Grey, as a gentleman departed from her and made his way out of the front door of the Fulham Manor house. Miss Grey had received an offer of marriage, and had declined it. The offer had been made by a worthy man, he being no other than her father's partner, Mr. Barry. It may be remembered that, on discussing the affairs of the firm with her father, Dolly Grey had been accustomed to call this partner the devil, and it was not that she had thought this partner to be specially devilish, nor was he so. It had ever been Miss Grey's object to have the affairs of the firm managed with an integrity which among lawyers might be called quixotic. Her father she had dubbed Reason, and herself Conscience, but in calling Mr. Barry the devil, she had not intended to signify any defalcation from honesty more than ordinary in lawyers' offices. She did, in fact, like Mr. Barry. He would occasionally come out and dine with her father. He was courteous and respectful, and performed his duties with diligence. He spent nobody's money but his own, and not all of that. Nor did he look upon the world as a place to which men were sent that they might play. He was nearly 40 years old, was clean, a little bald, and healthy in all his ways. There was nothing of a devil about him. except that his conscience was not particularly attentive to abstract honesty and abstract virtue. There must, according to him, be always a little give and take in the world, but in the pursuit of his profession he gave a great deal more than he took. He thought himself to be an honest practitioner, and yet in all domestic professional conferences with her father, Mr. Barry had always been Miss Grey's devil. The possibility of such a request as had been now made had been already discussed between Dolly and her father. Dolly had said that the idea was absurd. Mr. Grey had not seen the absurdity. There had been nothing more common, he had said, than a young partner should marry an old partner's daughter. "It's not put into the partnership deed," Dolly had rejoined, but Dolly had never believed that the time would come. Now it had come. Mr. Barry had as yet possessed no more than a fourth of the business. He had come in without any capital, and had been contented with a fourth. He now suggested to Dolly that on their marriage the business should be equally divided, and he had named the house in which they would live. There was a pleasant genteel residence on the other side of the water at Putney. Miss Grey had suggested that the business might be divided in a manner that would be less burdensome to Mr. Barry. As for the house, she could not leave her father. Upon the whole, she had thought that it would be better for both of them that they should remain as they were. By that Miss Grey had not intended to signify that Mr. Barry was to remain single, but that he would have to do so in reference to Miss Grey. When he was gone, Dolly Grey spent the remainder of the afternoon in contemplating what would have been her condition had she agreed to join her lot to that of Mr. Barry, and she came to the conclusion that it would have been simply unendurable. There was nothing of romance in her nature, but as she looked at matrimony, with all its blisses, and Mr. Barry among them, she told herself that death would be preferable. "I know myself," she said. "I should come to hate him with a miserable hatred, and then I should hate myself for having done him so great an evil." And as she continued thinking, she assured herself that there was but one man with whom she could live, and that was her father. And then other questions presented themselves to her, which were not so easily answered. What would become of her when he should go? He was now 66, and she only 32. He was healthy for his age, but would complain of his work. She knew that he must, in course of nature, go much the first. 10 years he might live, while she might probably be called upon to endure for 30 more. "I shall have to do it all alone," she said. "All alone, without a companion, without one soul to whom I can open my own. But if I were to marry Mr. Barry," she continued, "I should at once be encumbered with a soul to whom I could not open my own. I suppose I shall be enabled to live through it, as do others." Then she began to prepare for her father's coming. As long as he did remain with her, she would make the most of him. "Papa," she said, as she took him by the hand as he entered the house and led him into the dining room, "who do you think has been here?" "Mr. Barry." "Then he has told you?" "Not a word, not even that he was coming. But I saw him as he left the chambers, and he had a bright hat and a new coat." "And he thought that those could move me?" "I have not known that he has wanted to move you. You asked me to guess, and I have guessed right, it seems." "Yes, you have guessed right." "And why did he come?" "Only to ask me to be his wife." "And what did you say to him, Dolly?" What did I say to the devil? She still held him by the hand, and now she laughed lightly as she looked into his face. "Cannot you guess what I said to him? I am sorry for it. That is all." "Sorry for it? Oh, papa, do not say that you are sorry. Do you want to lose me?" "I do not want to think that, for my own selfish purposes, I have retained you." "So he has asked you?" "Yes, he has asked me." "And you have answered him positively?" "Most positively." "And for my sake?" "No, papa, I have not said that. I was joking when I asked whether you wished to lose me. Of course you do not wish to lose me." Then she wound her arm round him, and put her face to be kissed. "But now come and dress yourself, as you call it. The dinner is late. We will talk about it again after dinner." But immediately after dinner the conversation went away to Mr. Scarborough and the Scarborough matters. "I am to see Augustus, and he is to tell me something about Mountjoy and his affairs. They say that Mountjoy is now in Paris. The money can be given to them now, if he will consent and will sign the deed releasing the property, but the men have not all as yet agreed to accept the simple sums which they advanced. That fellow Hart stands out, and says that he would sooner lose it all." "Then he will lose it all," said Dolly. "But the squire will consent to pay nothing unless they all agree. Augustus is talking about his excessive generosity." "It is generous on his part," said Dolly. "He sees his own advantage, though I cannot quite understand where. He tells Tyrrwhit so great an increase to the property that he is willing, for the sake of the good name of the family, to pay all that has been in truth advanced, but he is most anxious to do it now, while his father is alive. I think he fears that there will be lawsuits, and that they may succeed. I doubt whether he thanks his father." "But why should his father lie for his sake, since they are on such bad terms?" "Because his father was on worse terms with Mountjoy when he told the lie. That is what I think Augustus thinks. But his father told no lie at that time, and cannot now go back to falsehood. My belief is that if he were confident that such is the fact, he would not surrender a shilling to pay these men their moneys. He may stop a lawsuit, which is like enough, though they could only lose it. And if Mountjoy should turn out to be the heir, which is impossible, he will be able to turn round and say that by his effort he has saved so much of the property." "My head becomes so bewildered," said Dolly, "that I can hardly understand it yet." "I think I understand it, but I can only guess at his mind. But he has got Tyrrwhit to accept £40,000, which is the sum he, in truth, advanced. The stake is too great for the man to lose it without ruin. He can get it back now and save himself. But Hart is the more determined blackguard. He, with two others, has a claim for £35,000, for which he has given but £10,000 in hard cash, and he thinks that he may get some profit out of Tyrrwhit's money, and holds out." "For how much?" "For the entire debt, he tells me. But I know that he is trying to deal with Tyrrwhit. Tyrrwhit would pay him £5,000, I think, so as to secure the immediate payment of his own money. Then there are a host of others who are contented to take what they have advanced, but not contented if Hart is to have more. There are other men in the background who advance the money. All the rascaldom of London is let loose upon me, but Hart is the one man who holds his head the highest." "But if they will accept no terms, they will get nothing," said Dolly. "If once they attempt to go to law, all will be lost." "There are wheels within wheels. When the old man dies, Mountjoy himself will probably put in a claim to the entire estate, and will get some lawyer to take up the case for him." "You would not?" "Certainly not, because I know that Augustus is the eldest legitimate son. As far as I can make it out, Augustus is at present allowing Mountjoy the money on which he lives. His father does not, but the old man must know that Augustus does, though he pretends to be ignorant." "But why is Hart to get money out of Tyrrwhit?" "To secure the payment of the remainder. Mr. Tyrrwhit would be very glad to get his £40,000 back, would pay £5,000 to get the 40 back, but nothing will be paid unless all agree to join in freeing the property. Therefore Hart, who is the sharpest rascal of the lot, stands out for some share of his contemplated plunder." "And you must be joined in such an arrangement?" "Not at all. I cannot help surmising what is to be done. In dealing with the funds of the property, I go to the men, and say to them so much, and so much, and so much you have actually lost. Agree among yourselves to accept that, and it shall be paid to you. That is honest?" "I do not know." "But I do. Every shilling that the son of my client has had from them, my client is ready to pay. There is some hitch among them, and I make my surmises, but I have no dealings with them. It is for them to come to me now." Dolly only shook her head. "You cannot touch pitch and not be defiled." That was what Dolly said, but said it to herself. And then she went on and declared to herself still farther that Mr. Barry was pitch. She knew that Mr. Barry had seen Hart, and had seen Tyrrwhit, and had been bargaining with them. She excused her father because he was her father, but, according to her thinking, there should have been no dealings with such men as these, except at the end of a pair of tongs. "And now, Dolly," said her father, after a long pause, "tell me about Mr. Barry." There is nothing more to be told. Not of what you said to him, but of the reasons which have made you so determined. Would it not be better for you to be married?" "If I could choose my husband." "Whom do you choose?" "You." "That is nonsense. I am your father." "You know what I mean. There is no one else among my circle of acquaintances with whom I should care to live. There is no one else with whom I should care to do more than die. When I look all around, it seems to be absolutely impossible that I should on a sudden entertain habits of the closest intimacy with such a one as Mr. Barry. What should I say to him when he went forth in the morning? How should I welcome him when he came back at night? What would be our breakfast, and what would be our dinner? Think what are yours and mine, all the little solicitudes, all the free abuse, all the certainty of an affection which has grown through so many years, all the absolute assurance on the part of each that the one does really know the inner soul of the other." "It would come with Mr. Barry? That is your idea of my soul with which you have been in communion for so many years? In the first place, you think that I am a person likely to be able to transfer myself suddenly to the first man that comes my way." "Gradually you might do so. At any rate, so as to make life possible. You will be all alone. Think what it will be to have to live all alone." "I have thought. I do know that it would be well that you should be able to take me with you." "But I cannot." "No, there is the hardship. You must leave me, and I must be alone. That is what we have to expect. But for her sake and for mine we may be left while we can be left. What would you be without me? Think of that." "I should bear it." "You couldn't. You'd break your heart and die. And if you can imagine my living there, and pouring out Mr. Barry's tea for him, you must imagine also what I should have to say to myself about you. He will die, of course, and then he has come to that sort of age at which it doesn't much signify. Then I should go on with Mr. Barry's tea. He'd come to kiss me when he went away, and I should plunge a knife into him." "Dolly!" "Or into myself, which would be more likely. Fancy that man calling me Dolly!" Then she got up and stood behind his chair and put her arm round his neck. "Would you like to kiss him? Or any man, for that matter? There is no one else to whom my fancy strays, but I think that I should murder them all, or commit suicide. In the first place, I should want my husband to be a gentleman. There are not a great many gentlemen about." "You are fastidious." "Come now, be honest. Is our Mr. Barry a gentleman?" Then there was a pause, during which she waited for a reply. "I will have an answer. I have a right to demand an answer to that question, since you have proposed the man to me as a husband." "Nay, I have not proposed him." "You have expressed a regret that I have not accepted him. Is he a gentleman?" "Well, yes, I think he is." "Mind, we are sworn, and you are bound to speak the truth. What right has he to be a gentleman? Who was his father, and who was his mother? Of what kind were his nursery belongings? He has become an attorney, and so have you. But has there been any one to whisper to him among his teachings that in that profession, as in all others, there should be a sense of high honor to guide him? He must not cheat, or do anything to cause him to be struck off the rolls. But is it not with him what his client wants, and not what honor demands? And in the daily intercourse of life, would he satisfy what you call my fastidiousness? Nothing on earth will ever do that. You do. I agree with you that nothing else on earth ever will. The man who might won't come. Not that I can imagine such a man, because I know that I am spoiled. Of course there are gentlemen, though not a great many. But he mustn't be ugly, and he mustn't be good looking. He mustn't seem to be old, and certainly he mustn't seem to be young. I should not like a man to wear old clothes, but he mustn't wear new. He must be well read, but never show it. He must work hard, but he must come home to dinner at the proper time." Here she laughed, and gently shook her head. "He must never talk about his business at night, though, dear, darling old father, he shall do that if he will talk like you. And then, which is the hardest thing of all, I must have known him intimately for at any rate 10 years. And as for Mr. Barry, I never should know him intimately, though I were married to him for 10 years." "And it has all been my doing?" "Just so. You have made the bed, and you must lie on it. It hasn't been a bad bed." Not for me. Heaven knows it has not been bad for me. Nor for me, as things go. Only that there will come an arousing before we shall be ready to get up together. Your time will probably be the first. I can better afford to lose you than you lose me. God send that it shall be so." "It is nature," she said. "It is to be expected, and will on that account be the less grievous because it has been expected. I shall have to devote myself to those Carroll children. I sometimes think that the work of the world should not be made pleasant to us. What profit will it be to me to have done my duty by you? I think there will be some profit if I am good to my cousins." "At any rate, you won't have Mr. Barry?" said the father. "Not if I know it," said the daughter, "and you, I think, are a wicked old man to suggest it." Then she bade him good night and went to bed, for they had been talking now till near 12. But Mr. Barry, when he had gone home, told himself that he had progressed in his love suit quite as far as he had expected on the first opportunity. He went over the bridge and looked at the genteel house, and resolved as to certain little changes which should be made. Thus one room should look here, and the nursery should look there. The walk to the railway station would only take 5 minutes, and there would be 5 minutes again from the Temple station in London. He thought it would do very well for domestic felicity, and as for a fortune, half the business would not be bad, and then the whole business would follow, and he, in his turn, would be enabled to let some young fellow in who should do the greater part of the work and take the smaller part of the pay, as had been the case with himself. But it had not occurred to him that the young lady had meant what she said when she refused him. It was the ordinary way with young ladies. Of course he had expected no enthusiasm of love, nor had he wanted it. He would wait for 3 weeks, and then he would go to Fulham again. End of chapter 33. Chapter 34 of Mr. Scarborough's Family. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lynne Thompson. Mr. Scarborough's Family by Anthony Trollope. Chapter 34. Mr. Juniper. Though there was an air of badinage, almost of tomfoolery, about Dolly when she spoke of her matrimonial prospects to her father, as when she said that she would stick a knife into Mr. Barry, still there was a seriousness in all she said which was more than grave. She was pathetic and melancholy. She knew that there was nothing before her but to stay with her father, and then devote herself to her cousins, from whom she was aware that she recoiled almost with hatred. But she knew that it would be a good thing to be married, if only the right man would come. The right man would have to bear with her father, and live in the same house with him to the end. The right man must be a preux chevalier sans peur et sans reproche. The right man must be strong-minded and masterful, and must have a will of his own, but he must be strong-minded always for good. And where was she to find such a man as this? She who was only an attorney's daughter, plain too, and with many eccentricities. She was not intended to marry, and consequently the only man who came in her way was her father's partner, for whom, in regard to a share in the business, she might be desirable. Devotion to the Carroll cousins was manifestly her duty. The eldest girls she absolutely did hate, and their father. To hate the father, because he was vicious beyond cure, might be very well, but she could not hate the girls without being aware that she was guilty of a grievous sin. Every taste possessed by them was antagonistic to her. Their amusements, their literature, their clothes, their manners, especially in regard to men, their gestures and colour, were distasteful to her. "They hide their dirt with a thin veneer of cheap finery," said Dolly to her father. He had replied by telling her that she was nasty. "No, but unfortunately I cannot but see nastiness." Dolly herself was clean to fastidiousness. Take off her coarse frock, and there the well-dressed lady began. "Look at the heels of Sophie's boots. Give her a push and she'd fall off her pins as though they were stilts. They're always asking to have a shoemaker's bill paid, and yet they won't wear stout boots. "I'll pay the man," she said to Amelia one day, "if you'll promise to wear what I'll buy you for the next 6 months." But Amelia had only turned up her nose. These were the relatives to whom it would become her duty to devote her life. The next morning she started off to call in Bolsover Terrace, with an intention not to begin her duty, but to make a struggle at the adequate performance of it. She took with her some article of clothing intended for one of the younger children, but which the child herself was to complete. But when she entered the parlour, she was astounded at finding that Mr. Carroll was there. It was nearly 12 o'clock, and at that time Mr. Carroll never was there. He was either in bed, or at Tattersall's, or Dolly did not care where. She had long since made up her mind that there must be a permanent quarrel between herself and her uncle, and her desire was generally respected. Now, unfortunately, he was present, and with him were his wife and 2 elder daughters. To be devoted, thought Dolly to herself, to such a family as this, and without anybody else in the world to care for. She gave her aunt a kiss, and touched the girl's hands, and made a very distant bow to Mr. Carroll. Then she began about the parcel in her hands, and, having given her instructions, was preparing to depart. But her aunt stopped her. "I think you ought to know, Dorothea." "Certainly," said Mr. Carroll. "It is quite right that your cousin should know." "If you think it proper, I'm sure I can't object," said Amelia. "She won't approve, I'm sure," said Sophie. "Her young man has come forward and spoken," said Mr. Carroll. "And quite in a proper spirit," said Amelia. "Of course," said Mrs. Carroll, "we are not to expect too much. Though we are respectable in birth and all that, we are poor. Mr. Carroll has got nothing to give her." "I've been the most unfortunate man in the world," said Mr. Carroll. "We won't talk about that now," continued Mrs. Carroll. "Here we are without anything." "You have decent blood," said Dolly, "at any rate on one side," for she did not believe in the Carrolls. On both," said Mr. Carroll, rising up and putting his hand upon his heart. "I can boast of royal blood among my ancestors." "But here we are without anything," said Mrs. Carroll again. "Mr. Juniper is a most respectable man." "He has been attached to some of the leading racing establishments in the kingdom," said Mr. Carroll. Dolly had heard of Mr. Juniper as a trainer, though she did not accurately know what a trainer meant. "He is almost as great a man as the owner, for the matter of that," said Amelia, standing up for her lover. "He is not to say young, perhaps 40, said Mrs. Carroll, "and he has a very decent house of his own at Newmarket." Dolly immediately began to think whether this might be for the better or for the worse. Newmarket was a long way off, and the girl would be taken away, but it might be a good thing to dispose of one of such a string of daughters, even to Mr. Juniper. Of course there would be the disagreeable nature of the connection, but, as Dolly had once said to her father, their share of the world's burdens had to be borne, and this was one of them. Her first cousin must marry the trainer. She, who had spoken so enthusiastically about gentlemen, must put up with it. She knew that Mr. Juniper was but a small man in his own line, but she would never disown him by word of mouth. He should be her cousin Juniper, but she did hope that she might not be called upon to see him frequently. After all, he might be much more respectable than Mr. Carroll. "I am glad he has a house of his own," said Dolly. "It is a much better house than Fulham Manor," said Amelia. Dolly was angered, not at the comparison between the houses, but at the ingratitude and insolence of the girl. "Very well," said she, addressing herself to her aunt. "If her parents are contented, of course it is not for me or for papa to be discontented. The thing to think of is the honesty of the man and his industry, not the excellence of his house." "But you seem to think that we were to live in a pigsty," said Amelia. "Mr. Juniper stands very high on the turf," said Mr. Carroll. "Mr. Ledabit's horses have always run straight, and Mousetrap won the 2-year-old trial stakes last spring, giving £2 to Box and Cox. A good-looking, tall fellow. You remember seeing him here once last summer." This was addressed to Miss Grey, but Miss Grey had made up her mind never to exchange a word with Mr. Carroll. "When is it to be, my dear?" said Miss Grey, turning to the ladies, but intending to address herself to Amelia. She had already made up her mind to forgive the girl for her insolence about the house. If the girl was to be taken away, there was so much the more reason for forgiving her that and other things. "Oh, I thought that you did not mean to speak to me at all," said Amelia. "I supposed the cut was to be extended from papa to me." "Amelia, how can you be so silly?" said the mother. "If you think I am going to put up with that kind of thing, you're mistaken," said Amelia. She had got not only a lover, but a husband in prospect, and was much superior to her cousin, who had neither one or the other, as far as she was aware. "Mr. Juniper, with an excellent house and a plentiful income, is quite good enough for me, though he hasn't got any regal ancestors." She did not intend to laugh at her father, but was aware that something had been said about ancestors by her cousin. "A gentleman who has the management of horses is almost the same as owning them." "But when is it to be?" again asked Dolly. "It depends a little upon my brother," said Mrs. Carroll in a voice hardly above a whisper. "Mr. Juniper has spoken about a day." "Then it will depend chiefly on himself and the young lady, I suppose." "Well, Dorothea, there are money difficulties. There's no denying it." "I wish I could shower gold into her lap," said Mr. Carroll, "only for the accursed conventionalities of the world." "Bother, papa," said Sophia. "It will be the last of it, as far as I am concerned," said Amelia. "Mr. Juniper has said something about a few £100s," said Mrs. Carroll. "It isn't much that he wants." Then Miss Grey spoke in a severe tone. "You must speak to my father about that." "I am not to have your good word, I suppose," said Amelia. Human flesh and blood could not but remember all that had been done, and always with her consent. £500 is not a great deal for portioning off a girl when that is to be the last that she is ever to have. One of 6 nieces whose father and mother were maintained, and that without the slightest claim. It was so that Dorothy argued, but her arguments were kept to her own bosom. "I must trust to my dear uncle. I see I am not to have a word from you." The matter was now becoming serious. Here was the eldest girl, one of 6 daughters, putting in her claim for £500 portion. This would amount to £3000 for the lot. And as the process of marrying them went on, they would all have to be maintained as at present. What with the school expenses and their clothes, the necessary funds for the Carroll family amounted to £600 a year. That was the regular allowance, and there were others whenever Mr. Carroll wanted a pair of trousers. And Dolly's acerbation was aroused by a belief on her part that the money asked for trousers took him generally to racecourses. And now £500 was boldly demanded so as to induce a groom to make one of the girls his wife. She almost regretted that in former years she had promised to assist her father in befriending the Carroll relations. "Perhaps, Dorothea, you won't mind stepping into my bedroom with me just for a moment." This was said by Mrs. Carroll, and Dolly most unwillingly followed her aunt upstairs. "Of course I know all that you've got to say," began Mrs. Carroll. "Then, aunt, why bring me in here?" "Because I wish to explain things a little. Don't be ill-natured, Dorothea. I won't if I can't help it. I know your nature, how good it is." Here Dorothy shook her head. "Only think of me and my sufferings. I haven't come to this without suffering." Then the poor woman began to cry. "I feel for you through it all, I do," said Dolly. "That poor man, to have to be always with him, and always doing my best to keep him out of mischief. A man who will do nothing else must do harm. Of course he must, but what can he do now? And the children, I can see, of course I know that they are not all that they ought to be, but with 6 of them, and nobody but myself, how can I do it all? And they are his children as well as mine." Dolly's heart was filled with pity as she heard this, which she knew to be so true. "In answering you they have uppish bad ways. They don't like to submit to one so near their own age. Not a word that has come from the mouth of one of them addressed to myself has ever done them any harm with my father. That is what you mean?" "No, but with yourself. I do not take anger against them out of the room with me. Now, about Mr. Juniper. The question is one much too big for me. Am I to tell my father?" "I was thinking that, if you would do so." I cannot tell him that he ought to pay £500 for Mr. Juniper. Perhaps 4 would do. Nor can I ask him to drive a bargain. How much would he give her to be married? Why should he give her anything? He feeds her and gives her clothes. It is only fit that the truth should be explained to you. Girls so circumstanced, when they are clothed and fed by their own fathers, must be married without fortunes, or must remain unmarried. As Sophie and Georgina and Minna and Brenda come up, the same requests will be made. Poor Potsy, said her mother, for Potsy was a plain girl. If this is done for Amelia, must it not be done for all of them? Papa is not a rich man, but he has been very generous. Is it fair to ask him for £500 to give to Mr. Juniper? A gentleman nowadays does not like not to get something. Then a gentleman must go where something is to be got. The truth has to be told, Aunt Carroll. My father is willing enough to do what he can for you and the girls, but I do not think that he will give £500 to Mr. Juniper. It is once for all. £400 perhaps will do. I do not think that he can make a bargain, nor that he will pay any sum to Mr. Juniper. To get one of them off would be so much. What is to become of them? To have one married would be the way for others. Oh, Dorothy, if you would only think of my condition. I know your papa will do what you tell him. Dolly felt that her father would be more likely to do it if she were not to interfere at all. But she could not say that. She did feel the request to be altogether unreasonable. She struggled to avert from her own mind all feeling of dislike for the girl, and to look at it as she might have done if Amelia had been her special friend. Aunt Carroll, she said, you had better go up to London and see my father there, in his chambers. You will catch him if you go at once. Alone? Yes, alone. Tell him about the girl's marriage, and let him judge what he ought to do. Could you not come with me? No, you don't understand. I have to think of his money. He can say what he will do with his own. He will never give it without coming to you. He never will if he does come to me. You may prevail with him. A man may throw away his own money as he pleases. I cannot tell him that he ought to do it. You may say that you have told me, and that I have sent you to him, and tell him, let him do what he will, that I shall find no fault with him. If you can understand me and him, you will know that I can do nothing for you beyond that. Then Dolly took her leave and went home. The mother, turning it all over in her mind, did understand something of her niece, and went off to London as quickly as the omnibus could take her. There she did see her brother, and he came back in consequence to dinner a little earlier than usual. "Why did you send my sister to me?" were the first words which he said to Dolly. "Because it was your business and not mine." "How dare you separate my business and yours? What do you think I have done? Given the lady £500 down on the nail? Worse than that." "Worse?" "Much worse. But why did you send my sister to my chambers?" "But what have you done, papa? You don't mean that you have given the shark more than he demands?" "I don't know that he's a shark. Why shouldn't the man want £500 with his wife? Mr. Barry would want much more with you, and would be entitled to ask for much more. You are my father." "Yes, but those poor girls have been taught to look upon me almost as their father." "But what have you done?" "I have promised them each £350 on their wedding day, £300 to go to their husband, and £50 for wedding expenses, on condition that they marry with my approval. I shall not be so hard to please for them as for you." "And you have approved of Mr. Juniper?" "I have already set on foot inquiries down at Newmarket, and I have made an exception in favour of Mr. Juniper. He is to have £450. Jane only asked £400 to begin with. You are not to find fault with me." "No, that is part of the bargain. I wonder whether my aunt knew what a thoroughly good-natured thing I did. We must have no more puddings now, and you must come down by the omnibus." "It is not quite so bad as that, Dolly. When one has given away one's money extravagantly, one ought to be made to feel the pinch oneself. But dear, dear, darling old man, why shouldn't you give away your money as you please? I don't want it. I am not in the least afraid but what there will be plenty for me. But when the girl talks about her £500 so glibly, as though she had a right to expect it, and spoke of this jockey with such inward pride of heart." A girl ought to be proud of her husband. Your niece ought not to be proud of marrying a groom. But she angered me, and so did my aunt, though I pitied her. Then I reflected that they could get nothing from me in my anger, not even a promise of a good word, so I sent her to you. It was, at any rate, the best thing I could do for them. Mr. Gray thought that it was. End of chapter 34.
Chapter 35 of Mr. Scarborough's Family. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Mr. Scarborough's Family by Anthony Trollope. Chapter 35. Mr. Barry and Mr. Juniper. The joy in Bolsover Terrace was intense when Mrs. Carroll returned home. "We are all to have £350 fortunes when we get husbands," said Georgina, anticipating at once the pleasures of matrimony. "I am to have 450, said Amelia. "I do think he might have made it £500. If I had it to give away, I never would show the cloven foot about the last £50. "But he's only to have £400, said Sophia. "Your things are to be bought with the other £50. "I never can do it for £50, said Amelia. "I did not expect that I was to find my own trousseau out of my own fortune." "Girls, how can you be so ungrateful?" said their mother. "I'm not ungrateful, mamma," said Potsy. "I shall be very much obliged when I get my £350. How long will it be?" "You've got to find the young man first, Potsy." "I don't think you'll ever do that," said Georgina, who was rather proud of her own good looks. This took place on the evening of the day on which Mrs. Carroll had gone to London, where Mr. Carroll was about attending to some of those duties of conviviality in the performance of which he was so indefatigable. On the following morning at 12 o'clock he was still in bed. It was a well-known fact in the family that on such an occasion he would lie in bed, and that before 12 o'clock he would have managed to extract from his wife's little hoardings at any rate 2 bottles of soda water and 2 glasses of some alcoholic mixture which was generally called brandy. "I'll have a gin and potash, Sophie," he had said on this occasion, with reference to the second dose. "And do make haste. I wish you'd go yourself, because that girl always drinks some of the spirits." "What, go to the gin shop?" "It's a most respectable publican's, just round the corner." "Indeed, I shall do nothing of the kind. You've no feelings about your daughters at all." But Sophie went on her errand, and in order to protect her father's small modicum of spirits, she slipped on her cloak and walked out so as to be able to watch the girl. Still, I think that the maiden managed to get a sip as she left the bar. The father, in the meantime, with his head between his hands, was ruminating on the cocked-up way which girls have who can't do a turn for their father. But with the gin and potash, and with Sophie, Mr. Juniper made his appearance. He was a well-featured, tall man, but he looked the stable and he smelled of it. His clothes, no doubt, were decent, but they were made by some tailor who must surely work for horsey men and no others. There is a class of men who always choose to show by their outward appearance that they belong to horses, and they succeed. Mr. Juniper was one of them. Though good-looking, he was anything but young, verging by appearance on 50 years. "So he has been at it again, Miss Sophie," said Juniper. Sophie, who did not like being detected in the performance of her filial duties, led the way in silence into the house, and disappeared upstairs with the gin and potash. Mr. Juniper turned into the parlor, where was Mrs. Carroll with the other girls. She was still angry as she could be, with her husband, who, on being informed that morning of what his wife had done, had called her brother a beastly, stingy old beau, because he had cut Amelia off with 450 instead of £500. Mr. Carroll probably knew that Mr. Juniper would not take his daughter without the entirety of the sum stipulated, and would allow no portion of it to be expended on wedding dresses. "Oh, Dick, is this you?" said Amelia. "I suppose you've come for your news." Mr. Juniper's Christian name was Richard. On this occasion he showed no affectionate desire to embrace his betrothed.
"Yes, it's me," he said, and then gave his hand all round, first to Mrs. Carroll and then to the girls. "I've seen Mr. Grey," said Mrs. Carroll. But Dick Juniper held his tongue and sat down and twiddled his hat. "Where have you come from?" asked Georgina. "From the Brompton Road. I came down on a bus." "You've come from Tattersall's, young man," said Amelia. "Then I just didn't." But, to tell the truth, he had come from Tattersall's, and it might be difficult to follow up the workings of his mind and find out why he had told the lie. Of course, it was known that when in London much of his business was done at Tattersall's, but the horsey man is generally on the alert to take care that no secret of his trade escapes from him unawares, and it may be that he was thus prepared for a gratuitous lie. "Uncle's gone a deal farther than ever I expected," said Amelia. "He's been most generous to all the girls," said Mrs. Carroll, moved nearly to tears. Mr. Juniper did not care very much about all the girls, thinking that the uncle's affection at the present moment should be shown to the one girl who had found a husband, and thinking also that if the husband was to be secured, the proper way of doing so would be by liberality to him. Amelia had said that her uncle had gone farther than she expected. Mr. Juniper concluded from this that he had not gone as far as he had been asked, and boldly resolved, at the spur of the moment, to stand by his demand. £500 ain't much," he said. "Dick, don't make a beast of yourself," said Amelia. Upon this Dick only smiled. He continually twiddled his hat for 3 or 4 minutes, and then rose up straight. "I suppose," said he, "I had better go upstairs and talk to the old man. I seed Miss Sophie taking a pick-up to him, so I suppose he'll be able to talk." "Why shouldn't he talk?" said Mrs. Carroll. But she quite understood what Mr. Juniper's words were intended to imply. "It don't always follow," said Juniper, as he walked out of the room. "Now there'll be a row in the house. You see if there isn't," said Amelia. But Mrs. Carroll expressed her opinion that the man must be the most ungrateful of creatures if he kicked up a row on the present occasion. "I don't know so much about that, mamma," said Amelia. Mr. Juniper walked upstairs with heavy, slow steps, and knocked at the door of the marital chamber. There are men who can't walk upstairs as though to do so were an affair of ordinary life. They perform the task as though they walked upstairs once in 3 years. It is to be presumed that such men always sleep on the ground floor, though where they find their bedrooms is hard to say. Mr. Juniper was admitted by Sophie, who stepped out as he went in. "Well, old fellow, B and S and plenty of it. That's the ticket, eh?" "I did have a little headache this morning. I think it was the cigars." "Very like, and the stuff has washed 'em down. You haven't got any more of the same, have you?" "I'm uncommonly sorry," said the sick man, rising up on his elbow, "but I'm afraid there is not. To tell the truth, I had the deuce of a job to get this from the old woman." "It don't matter," said the impassive Mr. Juniper, "only I have been down among the horses at the yard till my throat is full of dust. So your lady has been and seen her brother?" "Yes, she's done that." "Well?" "He ain't altogether a bad 'un, isn't old Grey? Of course, he's an attorney." "I never think much of them chaps." "There's good and bad, Juniper. No doubt my brother-in-law has made a little money." "A pot of it, if all they say's true." "But all they say isn't true. All they say never is true." "I suppose he's got something?" "Yes, he's got something." "And how is it to be?" "He's given the girl £400 on the nail." Upon this Mr. Juniper turned up his nose. "And £50 for her wedding clothes." "He'd better let me have that." "Girls think so much of it." Mr. Juniper only shook his head. "And upon my word, it's more than she had a right to expect." "It ain't what she had a right to expect, but Here Mr. Carroll shook his head. "I said £500 out, and I means to hold by it. That's about it. If he wants to get the girl married, why, he must open his pocket. It isn't very much that I'm asking. I'm that sort of a fellow that, if I didn't want it, I'd take her without a shilling." "But you are that sort of fellow that always does want it." "I wants it now. It's better to speak out, ain't it? I must have the £500 before I put my neck into the noose, and there must be no paring off for petticoats and pelisses." and Mr. Grey says that he must make inquiries into character," said Carol. "Into what?" "Into character. He isn't going to give his money without knowing something about the man." "I'm all straight at Newmarket. I ain't going to stand any inquiries into me, you know. I can stand inquiries better than some people. He's got a partner named Barry, ain't he?" "There is such a gentleman. I don't know much about the business ways of my respected brother-in-law. Mr. Barry is, I believe, a good sort of man." "It's he as is acting for Captain Scarborough." "Is it now? It may be, for anything I know." Then there came a long conversation, during which Mr. Juniper told some details of his former life, and expressed himself very freely upon certain points. It appeared that in the event of Mr. Scarborough having died, as was expected, in the course of the early summer, and of Captain Scarborough succeeding to the property in the accustomed manner, Mr. Juniper would have been one of those who would have come forward with a small claim upon the estate. He had lent, he said, a certain sum of money to help the captain in his embarrassment, and expected to get it back again. Now, latterly, inquiries had been made, very disagreeable in their nature to Mr. Juniper. But Mr. Juniper, seeing how the land lay, to use his own phrase, consented only to accept so much as he had advanced. "It don't make much difference to me," he had said. "Let me have the £350 which the captain got in hard money." Then the inquiries were made by Mr. Barry, that very Mr. Barry to whom subsequent inquiries were committed, and Mr. Barry could not satisfy himself as to the £350 which the captain was said to have got in hard money. There had been words spoken which seemed to Mr. Juniper to make it very inexpedient, and we may say very unfair, that these farther inquiries into his character as a husband should be entrusted to the same person. He regarded Mr. Barry as an enemy to the human race, from whom, in the general confusion of things, no plunder was to be extracted. Mr. Barry had asked for the cheque by which the £350 had been paid to Captain Scarborough in hard cash. There had been no cheque, Mr. Juniper had said. Such a small sum as that had been paid in notes at Newmarket. He said that he could not, or rather, that he would not produce any evidence as to the money. Mr. Barry had suggested that even so small a sum as £350 could not have come and could not have gone without leaving some trace. Mr. Juniper very indignantly had referred to an acknowledgment on a bill stamp for £600 which he had filled in, and which the captain had undoubtedly signed. "It's not worth the paper it's written on," Mr. Barry had said. "We'll see about that," said Mr. Juniper. "As soon as the breath is out of the old squire's body, we'll see whether his son is to repudiate his debts in that way. Ain't that the captain's signature?" And he slapped the bill with his hand. The old ceremony was gone through of explaining that the captain had no right to a shilling of the property. It had become an old ceremony now. Mr. Augustus Scarborough is going to pay out of his own goodwill only those sums of the advance of which he has indisputable testimony. "Ain't he my testimony of this?" said Mr. Juniper. "This bill is for £600. "In course it is." "Why don't you say you advanced him £550 instead of £350? "Because I didn't." "Why do you say £350 instead of £150? "Because I did." "Then we have only your bare word. We are not going to pay any one a shilling on such a testimony." Then Mr. Juniper had sworn an awful oath that he would have every man bearing the name of Scarborough hanged. But Mr. Barry's firm did not care much for any law proceedings which might be taken by Mr. Juniper alone. No law proceedings would be taken. The sum to be regained would not be worth the while of any lawyer to insure the hopeless expense of fighting such a battle. It would be shown in court, on Mr. Barry's side, that the existing owner of the estate, out of his own generosity, had repaid all sums of money, as to which evidence existed that they had been advanced to the unfortunate illegitimate captain. They would appear with clean hands, but poor Mr. Juniper would receive the sympathy of none. Of this Mr. Juniper had by degrees become aware, and was already looking on his claim on the Scarborough property as lost. And now, on this other little affair of his, on this matrimonial venture, it was very hard that inquiries as to his character should be referred to the same Mr. Barry. "I'm d—d if I stand it," he said, thumping his fist down on Mr. Carroll's bed, on which he was sitting. "It isn't any of my doing. I'm on the square with you. I don't know so much about that. What have I done? Didn't I send you to the girl's uncle, and didn't she get from him a very liberal promise? Promises! Why didn't he stump up the rhino? What's the good of promises? There's as much to do about a beggarly £500 as though it were £50,000. Inquiries! Of course, he knew very well what that meant. It's a most ungentlemanlike thing for one gentleman to take upon himself to make inquiries about another. He is not the girl's father. What right has he to make inquiries?" "I didn't put it into his head," said Carroll, almost sobbing. "He must be a low-bred, pettifogging lawyer." "He is a lawyer," said Carroll, on whose mind the memory of the great benefit he had received had made some impression. "I have admitted that." "Pshaw! But I don't think he's pettifogging. Not Mr. Grey. £400 down, with £50 for dress, and the same, or most the same, to all the girls, isn't pettifogging. If you ever comes to have a family, Juniper, I ain't in the way. But when you are, and there comes 6 of 'em, you won't find an uncle pettifogging when he speaks out like Mr. Grey." The conversation was carried on for some time farther, and then Mr. Juniper left the house without again visiting the ladies. His last word was that if inquiries were made into him, they might all go to Bath. If the money were forthcoming, they would know where to find him, but it must be £500 square, with no parings made from it on behalf of petticoats and pelisses. With this last word, Mr. Juniper stamped down the stairs and out of the house. "He's a brute, after all," said Sophie. "No, he isn't. What do you know about brutes? Of course, a gentleman has to make the best fight he can for his money." This was what Amelia said at the moment, but in the seclusion of their own room she wept bitterly. "Why didn't he come in to see me and just give me one word? I hadn't done anything amiss. It wasn't my fault if Uncle John is stingy." "And he isn't so very stingy after all," said Sophie. "Of course Papa hasn't got anything, and wouldn't have anything, though you were to pour golden rivers into his lap." "There are worse than Papa," said Sophie. "But he knows all that, and that our uncle isn't any more than an uncle. And why should he be so particular, just about £100? I do think gentlemen are the meanest creatures when they are looking after money. Ladies ain't half so bad. He'd no business to expect £500 all out." This was very melancholy, and the house was kept in a state of silent sorrow for 4 or 5 days, till the result of the inquiries had come. Then there was weeping and gnashing of teeth. Mr. Barry came to Bolsover Terrace to communicate the result of the inquiry, and was shut up for half an hour with poor Mrs. Carroll. He was afraid that he could not recommend the match. "Oh, I'm sorry for that, very sorry," said Mrs. Carroll. "The young lady will be disappointed." And her handkerchief went up to her eyes. Then there was silence for a while, till she asked why an opinion so strongly condemnatory had been expressed. "The gentleman, ma'am, is not what a gentleman should be. You may take my word for it. I must ask you not to repeat what I say to him." "Oh, dear, no." "But perhaps the least said, the soonest mended. He is not what a gentleman should be." "You mean a fine gentleman?" "He is not what a man should be. I cannot say more than that. It would not be for the young lady's happiness that she should select such a partner for her life." "She is very much attached to him." "I am sorry that it should be so, but it will be better that she should live it down. At any rate, I am bound to communicate to you Mr. Grey's decision. Though he does not at all mean to withhold his bounty in regard to any other proposed marriage, he cannot bring himself to pay money to Mr. Juniper." "Nothing at all?" asked Mrs. Carroll. "He will make no payment that will go into the pocket of Mr. Juniper." Then Mr. Barry went, and there was weeping and wailing in the house in Bolsover Terrace. So cruel an uncle as Mr. Grey had never been heard of in history, or even in romance. "I know it's that old cat, Dolly," said Amelia. "Because she hasn't managed to get a husband for herself, she doesn't want anyone else to get one." "My poor child," said Mr. Carroll, in a maudlin condition. "I pity thee from the bottom of my heart." "I wish that Mr. Barry may be made to marry a hideous old maid past 40, said Georgina. "I shouldn't care what they said, but would take him straight off," said Sophie. Upon this Mrs. Carroll shook her head. "I don't suppose that he is quite all that he ought to be." "Who is, I should like to know?" said Amelia. "But my brother has to give his money according to his judgment." As she said this, the poor woman thought of those other 5 who in process of time might become claimants. But here the whole family attacked her, and almost drove her to confess that her brother was a stingy old curmudgeon. End of chapter 35. Recording by Melora. Chapter 36 of Mr. Scarborough's Family. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Mr. Scarborough's Family by Anthony Trollope. Chapter 36. Gurney and Malcomsons. In Red Lion Square, on the first floor of a house which partakes of the general dinginess of the neighborhood, there are 2 rooms which bear on the outside door the well-sounding names of Gurney and Malcomson, and on the front door to the street are the names of Gurney and Malcomson, showing that the business transacted by Messrs. Gurney and Malcomson outweighs in importance any others conducted in the same house. In the first room, which is the smaller of the 2 occupied, sits usually a lad, who passes most of his time in making up and directing circulars, so that a stranger might be led to suppose that the business of Gurney and Malcomson was of an extended nature. But on the occasion to which we are about to allude, the door of the premises was closed, and the boy was kept on the alert, posting, or perhaps delivering, the circulars which were continually issued. This was the place of business affected by Mr. Tyrrwhit, or at any rate one of them. Who were Gurney and Malcomson, it is not necessary that our chronicle should tell. No Gurney or no Malcomson was then visible, and though a part of the business of the firm in which it is to be supposed that Gurney and Malcomson were engaged was greatly discussed, their name on the occasion was never mentioned. A meeting had been called at which the presiding genius was Mr. Tyrrwhit. You might almost be led to believe that, from the manner in which he made himself at home, Mr. Tyrrwhit was Gurney and Malcomson. But there was another there who seemed to be almost as much at home as Mr. Tyrrwhit, and this was Mr. Samuel Hart, whom we last saw when he had unexpectedly made himself known to his friend the captain at Monaco. He had a good deal to say for himself, and as he sat during the meeting with his hat on, it is to be presumed that he was not in awe of his companions. Mr. Juniper also was there. He took a seat at one corner of the table and did not say much. There was also a man who, in speaking of himself and his own affairs, always called himself Evans and Crook, and there was one Spicer, who sat silent for the most part and looked very fierce. In all matters, however, he appeared to agree with Mr. Tyrrwhit. He is especially named, as his interest in the matter discussed was large. There were 3 or 4 others whose affairs were of less moment, though to them they were of intense interest. These gentlemen assembled were they who had advanced money to Captain Scarborough, and this was the meeting of the captain's creditors, at which they were to decide whether they were to give up their bonds on payment of the sums they had actually advanced, or whether they would stand out till the old squire's death, and then go to law with the owner of the estate. At the moment at which we may be presumed to be introduced, Mr. Tyrrwhit had explained the matter in a nervous, hesitating manner, but still in words sufficiently clear. "There's the money down now, if you like to take it, and I'm for taking it." These were the words with which Mr. Tyrrwhit completed his address. "Circumstances is different," said the man with his hat on. "I don't know much about that, Mr. Hart," said Tyrrwhit. Circumstances is different. I can't help whether you know it or not." "How different?" "They is different, and that's all about it. It'll perhaps suit you and them other gentlemen to take a percentage." "It won't suit Evans and Crooke," said the man who represented that firm. "But perhaps Messrs. Evans and Crooke may be willing to save so much of their property," said Mr. Tyrrwhit. "They'd like to have what's due to 'em." "We should all like that," said Spicer, and he gnashed his teeth and shook his head. "But we can't get it all," said Tyrrwhit. "Speak for yourself, Mr. Tyrrwhit," said Hart. "I think I can get mine. This is the most almighty abandoned swindle I ever met in all my born days." The whole meeting, except Mr. Tyrrwhit, received this assertion with loudly expressed applause. "Such a blackguard, dirty, thieving job never was up before in my time. I don't know how to talk of it in language as a man isn't ashamed to commit himself to. It's downright robbery." "I say so too," said Evans and Crooke. "By George," continued Mr. Hart, "we come forward to help a gentleman in his trouble, and to wait for our moneys till the father is dead, and then, when he's at our moneys, the father turns round and says that his own son is a... it's too shocking. I haven't slept since I heard it. Not a regular night's rest. Now, it's my belief the captain has no hand in it." Here Mr. Juniper scratched his head and looked doubtful, and one or two of the other silent gentlemen scratched their heads. Messrs. Evans and Crooke scratched his head. "It's a matter on which I would not like to give an opinion one way or the other," said Tyrrwhit. "No more wouldn't I," said Spicer. "Let every man speak as he finds," continued Hart. "That's my belief. I don't mind giving up a little of my claim, just 1,000 or so, for ready cash. The old sinner ought to be dead and can't last long. My belief is, when he's gone, I'm so circumstanced I shall get the whole. Whether or no, I've gone in for helping the captain with all my savings, and I mean to stick to them." "And lose everything," said Tyrrwhit. "Why don't we go and lug the old sinner into prison?" said Evans and Crooke. "Certainly that's the game," said Juniper. And there was another loud acclamation of applause from the entire room. "Gentlemen, you don't know what you're talking about. You don't indeed," said Tyrrwhit. "I don't believe as we do," said Spicer. "You can't touch the old gentleman. He owes you nothing, nor have you a scratch of his pen. How are you to lug an old gentleman to prison when he's lying there cut up by the doctors almost to nothing? I don't know that anybody can touch him. The captain perhaps might, if the present story be false, and the younger son, if the other be true. And then they'd have to prove it. Mr. Gray says that no one can touch him." "He's in the swim as bad as any of 'em," said Evans and Crooke. "Course he is," said Hart, "but let everybody speak for himself. I've gone in to earn a heavy stake honestly." "That's all right," said Evans and Crooke. "And I mean to have it or nothing. Now, Mr. Tyrrwhit, you know a piece of my mind. It's a biggish lot of money." "We know what your claim is." "But no man knows what the captain got, and I don't mean him to know." "About 15,000, came in a whisper from someone in the room. "That's a lie," said Mr. Hart. "So there's no getting out of that. If the gentleman will mind its own concerns, I'll mind mine. Nobody knows, barring the captain, and he like enough has forgot, and nobody's going to know. What's written on these 8 bits of paper everybody may know." And he pulled out a large case or purse, which he carried in his breast coat pocket, a fat sheaf of bills. "There are 5 thou written on each of them, and for 5 thou on each of 'em I means to stand out, it or miss. If any gentleman chooses to talk to me about ready money, I'll take 2 thou off. I like ready money as well as another." "We can all say the same as that, Mr. Hart," said Tyrrwhit. "No doubt. And if you think you can get it, I advise you to stick to it. If you thought you could get it, you would say the same. But I should like to get that old man's head between my fists, wouldn't I punch it? Thief, scoundrel, 'orrid old man. It ain't for myself that I'm speaking now, because I'm a-going to get it. I think I'm a-going to get it. It's for humanity at large. This kind of thing violates one's best feelings." "'Ear, 'ear, 'ear," said one of the silent gentlemen. "Them's the sentiments of Evans and Crooke," said the representative of that firm. "They're all our sentiments, in course," said Spicer, "but what's the use?" "Not a ha'p'orth worth," said Mr. Tyrrwhit. "Asking your pardon, Mr. Tyrrwhit," said Mr. Hart, "but as this is a meeting of creditors, who have a largish lot of money to deal with, I don't think they ought to part without expressing their opinions in the way of British commerce. I say crucifying be too good for him. You can't get at him to crucify him. There's no knowing about that, said Mr. Hart. And now, said Mr. Tyrrwhit, drawing out his watch, I expect Mr. Augustus Scarborough to call upon us. You can crucify him, said Evans and Crook. It's the old man, and neither of the sons as have done it, said Hart. Mr. Scarborough, continued Tyrrwhit, will be here, and will expect to learn whether we have accepted his offer. He will be accompanied by Mr. Barry. If one rejects, all reject. Not at all, said Hart. He will not consent to pay anything unless he can make a clean hit of it. He is about to sacrifice a very large sum of money. Sacrifice, said Juniper. Yes, sacrifice a very large sum of money. His father cannot pay it without his consent. The father may die any day, and then the money will belong altogether to the son. You have, none of you, any claim upon him. It is likely he may think you will have a claim on the estate, not trusting his own father. I wouldn't trust him, not arf as far as I could see him, though he was twice my father. This again came from Mr. Hart. I want to explain to these gentlemen how the matter stands. They understand, said Hart. I'm for securing my own money. It's very hard, after all the risk. I quite agree with Mr. Hart in what he says about the squire. Such a piece of premeditated dishonesty for robbing gentlemen of their property I never before heard. It's awful. Horrid old man, said Mr. Hart. Just so, but half a loaf is better than no bread. Now here is a list prepared in Mr. Gray's chambers. Here's another, nigh as horrid. On this list we're all down, with the sums he says we advanced. Are we to take them? If so, we must sign our names, each to his own figure. Then he passed the list down the table. The men there assembled all crowded to look at the list, and among others Mr. Juniper. He showed his anxiety by the eager way in which he nearly annihilated Messrs. Evans and Crook by leaning over him as he struggled to read the paper. Your name ain't down at all, said Evans and Crook. Then a tremendous oath, very bitter and very wicked, came from the mouth of Mr. Juniper, most unbefitting a young man engaged to marry a young lady. I tell you it isn't here, said Evans and Crook, trying to extricate himself. I shall know how to right myself, said Juniper, with another oath, and he then walked out of the room. The captain, when he was drunk one night, got a couple of ponies from him. It wasn't a couple all out, and Juniper made him write his name for £500. It was thought then that the squire'd have been dead next day, and Juniper'd have got a good thing. I hate them ways, said Mr. Hart. I never deal with a gentleman if he's, to say, drunk. Of course, it comes in my way, but I never does. Now there was heard a sound of steps on the stairs, and Mr. Tyrrwhit rose from his chair so as to perform the duty of master of the ceremonies to the gentlemen who were expected. Augustus Scarborough entered the room, followed by Mr. Barry. They were received with considerable respect, and seated on 2 chairs at Mr. Tyrrwhit's right hand. Gentlemen, you most of you know these 2 gentlemen. They are Mr. Augustus Scarborough and Mr. Barry, junior partner in the firm of Messrs. Gray and Barry. We knows 'em, said Hart. My client has made a proposition to you, said Mr. Barry. If you will give up your bonds against his brother, which are not worth the paper they are written on— Gammon, said Mr. Hart. I will sign checks paying to you the sums of money written on that list, but you must all agree to accept such sums in liquidation in full. I see you have not signed the paper yet. No time is to be lost. In fact, you must sign it now, or my client will withdraw his offer. Withdraw, will he? Said Hart. Suppose we withdraw. Or does your client think is the honestest man in this 'ere swim? Mr. Barry seemed somewhat abashed by this question. It isn't necessary to go into that, Mr. Hart, said he. Mr. Hart laughed long and loud, and all the gentlemen laughed. There was something to them extremely jocose in their occupying, as it were, the other side of the question, and appearing as the honest, injured party. They enjoyed it thoroughly, and Mr. Hart was disposed to make the most of it. No, it ain't necessary, is it? There ain't no question of honesty to be asked in this 'ere business. We quite understand that. Then up and spoke Augustus Scarborough. He rose to his feet, and the very fact of his doing so quieted for a time the exuberant mirth of the party. "Gentlemen, Mr. Hart speaks to you of honesty. I am not going to boast of my own. I am here to consent to the expenditure of a very large sum of money, for which I am to get nothing, and which, if not paid to you, will all go into my own pocket. Unless you believed that, you wouldn't be here to meet me." "We don't believe nothing," said Hart. "Mr. Hart, you should let Mr. Scarborough speak," said Tyrrwhit. "Well, let him speak. What's the odds?" "I do not wish to delay you, nor to delay myself," continued Augustus. "I can go, and will go at once. But I shall not come back. There is no good discussing this matter any longer." "Oh, no, not in the least. If you don't like discussion, do be, Captain," said Mr. Hart. "But you ain't the captain, is you?" "As there seems to be no intention of signing that document, I shall go," said Augustus. Then Mr. Tyrrwhit took the paper and signed it on the first line with his own name at full length. He wrote his name to a very serious sum of money, but it was less than half what he and others had expected to receive when the sum was lent. Had that been realized, there would have been no farther need for the formalities of Gurney and Malcomson, and that young lad must have found other work to do than the posting of circulars. The whole matter, however, had been much considered, and he signed the document. Mr. Hart's name came next, but he passed it on. "I ain't made up my mind yet. Maybe I shall have to call on Mr. Barry. I ain't just consulted my partner." Then the document went down to Mr. Spicer, who signed it, grinning horribly, as did also Evans and Crook, and all the others. They did believe that was the only way in which they could get back the money they had advanced. It was a great misfortune, a serious blow, but in this way there was something short of ruin. They knew that Scarborough was about to pay the money, so that he might escape a lawsuit, which might go against him, but then they also wished to avoid the necessity of bringing the lawsuit. Looking at the matter all round, we may say that the lawyers were the persons most aggrieved by what was done on that morning. They all signed it as they sat there, except Mr. Hart, who passed it on and still wore his hat. "You won't agree, Mr. Hart?" said Tyrrwhit. "Not yet, I won't," said Hart. "I ain't thought it out. I ain't in the same boat with the rest. I'm not afraid of my money. I shall get that all right." "Then I may as well go," said Augustus. "Don't be in a hurry, Mr. Scarborough," said Tyrrwhit. "Things of this kind can't be done just in a moment." But Augustus explained that they must be done in a very few moments, if they were to be done at all. It was not his intention to sit there in Gurney and Malcolmson's office, discussing the matter with Mr. Hart. Notice of his intention had been given, and they might take his money or leave it. "Just so, Captain," said Mr. Hart. "Only I believe you ain't the captain. Where's the captain now?" "I see him last at Monte Carlo, and he had won a pot of money. He was looking uncommon well after his little accident in the streets with young Annesley." Mr. Tyrrwhit contrived to get all the others out of the room, he remaining there with Hart and Augustus Scarborough and Mr. Barry. And then Hart did sign the document with altered figures, only that so much was added on to the sum which he agreed to accept, and a similar deduction was made from that to which Mr. Tyrrwhit's name was signed. But this was not done without renewed expostulation from the latter gentleman. It was very hard, he said, that all the sacrifice should be made by him. He would be ruined, utterly ruined, by the transaction. But he did sign for the altered sum, and Mr. Hart also signed the paper. "Now, Mr. Barry, as the matter is completed, I think I will withdraw," said Augustus. "It's £5,000 clean gone out of my pocket," said Hart, "and I was as sure of it as ever I was in my life. There was no better money than the captain's. Well, this world's a queer place." So saying, he followed Augustus and Mr. Barry out of the room, and left Mr. Tyrrwhit alone in his misery. End of chapter 36. Recording by Melora.
Chapter 37 of Mr. Scarborough's Family. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Mr. Scarborough's Family by Anthony Trollope. Chapter 37. Victoria Street. Lounging in an armchair in a small but luxuriously furnished room in Victoria Street sat Captain Mountjoy Scarborough, and opposite to him, equally comfortably placed as far as externals were concerned, but without any of that lounging look which the captain affected, sat his brother. It was nearly 8 o'clock, and the sound of the dinner plates could be heard through the open doors from the next room. It was evident, or at any rate was the fact, that Augustus found his brother's presence a bore, and as evident that the captain intended to disregard the dissatisfaction evinced by the owner of the chambers. "Do shut the door, Mountjoy," said the younger. "I don't suppose we want the servant to hear everything that we say." "He's welcome for me," said Mountjoy, without moving. Then Augustus got up and banged the door. "Don't be angry because I sometimes forget that I am no longer considered to be your elder brother," said Mountjoy. "Bother about elder brothers. I suppose you can shut a door?" "A man is sometimes compelled by circumstances to think whether he can or not. I'd have shut the door for you readily enough the other day. I don't know that I can now. Ain't we going to have some dinner? It's 8 o'clock." "I suppose they'll get dinner for you. I'm not going to dine here." The two men were both dressed, and after this they remained silent for the next 5 minutes. Then the servant came in and said that dinner was ready. All this happened in December. It must be explained that the captain had come to London at his brother's instance, and was there in his rooms at his invitation. Indeed, we may say that he had come at his brother's command. Augustus had, during the last few months, taken upon himself to direct the captain's movements, and though he had not always been obeyed, still, upon the whole, his purposes had been carried out as well as he could expect. He had offered to supply the money necessary for the captain's tour, and had absolutely sent a servant to accompany the traveller. When the traveller had won money at Monaco, he had been unruly, but this had not happened very often. When we last saw him, he had expressed his intention to Mr. Hart of making a return journey to the Caucasian provinces. But he got no farther than Genoa on his way to the Caucasus, and then, when he found that Mr. Hart was not at his back, he turned round and went back to Monte Carlo. Monte Carlo, of all places on the world's surface, had now charms for him. There was no longer a club open to him, either in London or Paris, at which he could win or lose £100. At Monte Carlo he could still do so readily, and to do so need not sink down into any peculiarly low depth of social gathering. At Monte Carlo the ennui of the day was made to disappear. At Monte Carlo he could lie in bed till 11, and then play till dinner time. At Monte Carlo there was always someone who would drink a glass of wine with him without inquiring too closely as to his antecedents. He had begun by winning a large sum of money. He had got some sums from his brother, and when at last he was summoned home he was penniless. Had his pockets been still full of money, it may be doubted whether he would have come, although he understood perfectly the importance of the matter on which he had been recalled. He had been sent for in order that he might receive from Mr. Grey a clear statement of what it was intended to do in reference to the payment of money to the creditors. Mr. Grey had, in the first place, endeavored to assure him that his cooperation was in no respect made necessary by the true circumstances of the case, but in order to satisfy the doubts of certain persons. The money to be paid was the joint property of his father and his brother, of his father as far as the use of it for his life was concerned, and of his brother as to its continued and perpetual enjoyment. They were willing to pay so much for the redemption of the bonds given by him, the captain. As far as these bonds were concerned, the captain would thus be a free man. There could be no doubt that nothing but benefit was intended for him, as though he were himself the heir. Though as to that, I have no hesitation in telling you that you will, at your father's death, have no right to a shilling of the property. The captain had said that he was quite willing, and had signed the deed. He was glad that these bonds should be recovered so cheaply. But as to the property, and here he spoke with much spirit to Mr. Grey, it was his purpose at his father's death to endeavor to regain his position. He would never believe, he said, that his mother was. Then he turned away, and in spite of all that had come and gone, Mr. Grey respected him. But he had signed the deed, and the necessity for his presence was over. What should his brother do with him now? He could not keep him concealed, or not concealed, in his rooms. But something must be done. Some mode of living must be invented for him. Abroad, Augustus said to himself, and to Septimus Jones, who was his confidential friend, that Mountjoy must live abroad. Oh yes, he must go abroad. There's no doubt about that. It's the only place for him. So spoke Septimus Jones, who, though confidential friend, was not admitted to the post of confidential adviser. Augustus liked to have a depository for his resolutions, but would admit no advice. And Septimus Jones had become so much his creature that he had to obey him in all things. We are apt to think that a man may be disposed of by being made to go abroad, or if he is absolutely penniless and useless, by being sent to the colonies, that he may become a shepherd and drink himself out of the world. To kill the man, so that he may no longer be a nuisance, is perhaps the chief object in both cases. But it was not easy to get the captain to go abroad, unless indeed he was sent back to Monte Carlo. Some Monte Carlo, such as a club might be with stakes practically unlimited, was the first desire of his heart. But behind that, or together with it, was an anxious longing to remain near Tretton, and "see it out," as he called it, when his father should die. His father must die very shortly, and he would like to "see it out," as he told Mr. Grey, and with this wish there was a longing also for the company of Florence Mountjoy. He used to tell himself in those moments of sad thoughts serious as well as sad, which will come even to a gambler, that if he could have Tretton and Florence Mountjoy, he would never touch another card. And there was present to him an assurance that his aunt, Mrs. Mountjoy, would still be on his side. If he could talk over his circumstances with Mrs. Mountjoy, he thought that he might be encouraged to recover his position as an English gentleman. His debts at the club had already been paid, and he had met on the sly a former friend who had given him some hope that he might be readmitted. But at the present moment his mind turned to Brussels. He had learned that Florence and her mother were at the embassy there, and though he hesitated, still he desired to go. But this was not the abroad contemplated by Augustus. Augustus did not think it well that his father's bastard son, who had been turned out of a London club for not paying his card debts, and had then disappeared in a mysterious way for 6 months, should show himself at the British Embassy, and there claim admittance and relationship. Nor was he anxious that his brother should see Florence Mountjoy. He had suggested a prolonged tour in South America, which he had declared to be the most interesting country in the world. "I think I had rather go to Brussels," Mountjoy had answered gallantly, keeping his seat in the arm-chair and picking his teeth at the while. This occurred on the evening before that on which we found them just now. On the morning of that day Mountjoy had had his interview with Mr. Grey. Augustus had declared that he intended to dine out. This he had said in disgust at his brother's behavior. No doubt he could get his dinner at 10 minutes' notice. He had not been expelled from his club, but he had ordered the dinner on that day with a view to eat it himself, and in effect he carried out his purpose. The captain got up, thinking to go alone when the dinner was announced, but expressed himself gratified when his brother said that he had changed his mind. "You made yourself such an ass about shutting the door that I resolved to leave you to yourself. But come along," and he accompanied the captain into the other room. A very pretty little dinner was prepared, quite such as one loving friend might give to another when means are sufficient, such a dinner as the heir of Tretton might have given to his younger brother. The champagne was excellent, and the bottle of Leoville. Mountjoy partook of all the good things with much gusto, thinking all the while that he ought to have been giving the dinner to his younger brother. When that conversation had sprung up about going to Brussels or South America, Mountjoy had suggested a loan. "I'll pay your fare to Rio, and give you an order on a banker there." Mountjoy had replied that would not at all suit his purpose. Then Augustus felt that it would be almost better to send his brother even to Brussels than to keep him concealed in London. He had been there now for 3 or 4 days, and even in respect of his maintenance had become a burden. The pretty little dinners had to be found every day, and were eaten by the captain alone, when left alone, without an attempt at an apology on his part. Augustus had begun with some intention of exhibiting his mode of life. He would let his brother know what it was to be the heir of Tretton. No doubt he did assume all the outward glitter of his position, expecting to fill his brother's heart with envy. But Mountjoy had seen and understood it all, and remembering the days not long removed when he had been the heir, he bethought himself that he had never shown off before his brother, and he was determined to express no gratitude or thankfulness. He would go on eating the little dinners exactly as though they had been furnished by himself. It certainly was dull. There was no occupation for him, and in the matter of pocket money he was lamentably ill supplied. But he was gradually becoming used to face the streets again, and had already entered the shops of 1 or 2 of his old tradesmen. He had quite a confidential conversation with his bootmaker, and had ordered 3 or 4 new pairs of boots. Nobody could tell how the question of the property would be decided till his father should have died. His father had treated him most cruelly, and he would only wait for his death. He could assure the bootmaker that when that time came he should look for his rights. He knew that there was a suspicion abroad that he was in a conspiracy with his father and brother to cheat his creditors. No such thing. He himself was cheated. He pledged himself to the bootmaker that to the best of his belief his father was robbing him, and that he would undoubtedly assert his rights to the Tretton property as soon as the breath should be out of his father's body. The truth of what he told the bootmaker he certainly did believe. There was some little garnishing added to his tale, which perhaps, under the circumstances, was to be forgiven. The blow had come upon him so suddenly, he said, that he was not able even to pay his card account, and had left town in dismay at the mine which had been exploded under his feet. The bootmaker believed him so far that he undertook to supply his orders. When the dinner had been eaten, the 2 brothers lit their cigars and drew to the fire. "There must unfortunately come an end to this, you know," said Augustus. "I certainly can't stand it much longer," said Mountjoy. "You, at any rate, have had the best of it. I have endeavored to make my little crib comfortable for you. The grub is good, and the wine. There's no doubt about that. Somebody says somewhere that nobody can live upon bread alone. That includes the whole menu, I suppose. What do you suggest to do with yourself?" "You said go abroad." "So I did, to Rio." "Rio is a long way off. Somewhere across the equator, isn't it?" "I believe it is." "I think we'd better have it out clearly between us, Augustus. It won't suit me to be at Rio Janeiro when our father dies." What difference will his death make to you? A father's death generally does make a difference to his eldest son, particularly if there is any property concerned. You mean to say that you intend to dispute the circumstances of your birth? Dispute them? Do you think that I will allow such a thing to be said of my mother without disputing it? Do you suppose that I will give up my claim to one of the finest properties in England without disputing it? Then I had better stop the payment of that money, and let the gentlemen know that you mean to raise the question on their behalf. That's your affair. The arrangement is a very good one for me, but you made it. You know very well that your present threat means nothing. Ask Mr. Grey. You can trust him. But I can't trust him. After having been so wickedly deceived by my own father, I can trust no one. Why did not Mr. Grey find it out before, if it be true? I give you my word, Augustus, the lawyers will have to fight it out before you will be allowed to take possession. And yet you do not scruple to come and live here at my cost? Not in the least. At whose cost can I live with less scruple than at yours? You at any rate have not robbed our mother of her good name, as my father has done. The only one of the family with whom I could not stay is the governor. I could not sit at the table with a man who has so disgraced himself. Upon my word, I am very much obliged to you for the honor you do me. That's my feeling. The chance of the game and his villainy have given you, for the moment, the possession of all the good things. They are all mine by rights. Cards have had nothing to do with it. Yes, they have. But they have had nothing to do with my being the eldest legitimate son of my father. The cards have been against me, but they have not affected my mother. Then there came the blow from the governor, and where was I to look for my bread but to you? I suppose, if the truth be known, you get the money from the governor. Of course I do, but not for your maintenance. On what does he suppose that I have been living since last June? It mayn't be in the bond, but I suppose he has made allowance for my maintenance. Do you mean to say that I am not to have bread and cheese out of Tretton? If I were to turn you out of these rooms, you'd find it very difficult to get it. I don't think you'll do that. I'm not so sure. You're meditating it, are you? I shouldn't go just at present, because I have not got a sovereign in the world. I was going to speak to you about money. You must let me have some. Upon my word, I like your impudence. What the devil am I to do? The governor has asked me to go down to Tretton, and I can't go without a £5 note in my pocket. The governor has asked you to Tretton? Why not? I got a letter from him this morning. Then Augustus asked to see the letter, but Mountjoy refused to show it. From this there arose angry words, and Augustus told his brother that he did not believe him. Not believe me? You do not believe me? You know what I say is the truth. He has asked me with all his usual soft soap, but I have refused to go. I told him that I could not go to the house of one who had injured my mother so seriously. All that Mountjoy said as to the proposed visit to Tretton was true. The squire had written to him without mentioning the name of Augustus, and had told him that, for the present, Tretton would be the best home for him. I will do what I can to make you happy, but you will not see a card, the squire had said. It was not the want of cards which prevented Mountjoy, but a feeling on his part that for the future there could be nothing but war between him and his father. It was out of the question that he should accept his father's hospitality without telling him of his intention, and he did not know his father well enough to feel that such a declaration would not affect him at all. He had therefore declined. Then Harry Annesley's name was mentioned. I think I've done for that fellow, said Augustus. What have you done? I've cooked his goose. In the first place, his uncle has stopped his allowance, and in the second place, the old fellow is going to marry a wife. At any rate, he has quarrelled with Master Harry en outrance. Master Harry has gone back to the parental parsonage, and is there eating the bread of affliction and drinking the waters of poverty. Flossie Mountjoy may marry him if she pleases. A girl may marry a man now without leave from anybody, but if she does, my dear cousin will have nothing to eat. And you have done this? Alone I did it, boy. Then it's an infernal shame. What harm had he ever done you? For me, I had some ground of quarrel with him, but for you there was none. I have my own quarrel with him also. I quarrelled with him with a cause. I do not care if I quarrel with him again. He shall never marry Florence Mountjoy if I can help it. But to rob a fellow of his property I think a very shabby thing." Then Augustus got up and walked out of the chambers into the street, and Mountjoy soon followed him. "I must make him understand that he must leave this at once," said Augustus to himself, "and if necessary I must order the supplies to be cut off." End of chapter 37. Recording by Arnold Banner, Thurmond, North Carolina. Chapter 38 of Mr. Scarborough's Family. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Mr. Scarborough's Family by Anthony Trollope. Chapter 38. The Scarborough Correspondence. It was as Mountjoy had said. The squire had written to him a letter, inviting him to Tretton, and telling him that it would be the best home for him till death should have put Tretton into other hands. Mountjoy had thought the matter over, sitting in the easy-chair in his brother's room, and had at last declined the invitation. As his letter was emblematic of the man, it may be as well to give it to the reader. My dear father, I don't think it will suit me to go down to Tretton at present. I don't mind the cards, and I don't doubt that you would make it better than this place. But to tell the truth, I don't believe a word of what you have told to the world about my mother, and some of these days I mean to have it out with Augustus. I shall not sit quietly by and see Tretton taken out of my mouth. Therefore, I think I had better not go to Tretton. Yours truly, Mountjoy Scarborough. This had not at all surprised the father, and had not in the least angered him. He rather liked his son for standing up for his mother, and was by no means offended at the expression of his son's incredulity. But what was there in the prospect of a future lawsuit to prevent his son coming to Tretton? There need be no word spoken as to the property. Tretton would be infinitely more comfortable than those rooms in Victoria Street, and he was aware that the hospitality of Victoria Street would not be given in an ungrudging spirit. "I shouldn't like it," said the old squire to himself, as he lay quiet on his sofa. "I shouldn't like at all to be the humble guest of Augustus. Augustus would certainly say a nasty word or two." The old man knew his younger son well, and he had known, too, the character of his elder son. But he had not calculated enough on the change which must have been made by such a revelation as he, his father, had made to him. Mountjoy had felt that all the world was against him, and that, as best he might, he would make use of all the world, excepting only his father, who of all the world was the falsest and the most cruel. As for his brother, he would bleed his brother to the very last drop without any compunction. Every bottle of champagne that came into the house was, to Mountjoy's thinking, his own, bought with his money, and therefore fit to be enjoyed by him. But as for his father, he doubted whether he could remain with his father without flying at his throat. The old man decidedly preferred his elder son of the two. He had found that Augustus could not bear success, and had first come to dislike him and then to hate him. What had he not done for Augustus? And with what a return! No doubt Augustus had, till the spring of this present year, been kept in the background. But no injury had come to him from that. His father, of his own good will, with infinite labor and successful ingenuity, had struggled to put him back in the place which had been taken from him. Augustus might, not unnaturally, have expressed himself as angry. He had not done so, but had made himself persistently disagreeable, and had continued to show that he was waiting impatiently for his father's death. It had come to pass that at their last meeting he had hardly scrupled to tell his father that the world would be no world for him till his father had left it. This was the reward which the old man received for having struggled to provide handsomely and luxuriously for his son. He still made his son a sufficient allowance befitting the heir of a man of large property, but he had resolved never to see him again. It was true that he almost hated him and thoroughly despised him. But since the departure and mysterious disappearance of his eldest son, his regard for the sinner had returned. He had become apparently a hopeless gambler. His debts had been paid and repaid. At last the squire had learned that Mountjoy owed so much on post obits that the farther payment of them was an impossibility. There was no way of saving him. To save the property he must undo the doings of his early youth and prove that the elder son was illegitimate. He had still kept the proofs, and he did it. To the great disgust of Mr. Grey, to the dismay of creditors, to the incredulous wonder of Augustus, and almost to the annihilation of Mountjoy himself, he had done it. But there had been nothing in Mountjoy's conduct which had in truth wounded him. Mountjoy's vices had been dangerous, destructive, absurdly foolish, but not to his father a shame. He ridiculed gambling as a source of excitement. No man could win much without dishonest practices, and fraud at cards would certainly be detected. But he did not on that account hate cards. There was no reason why Mountjoy should not become to him as pleasant a companion as ever for the few days that might be left to him, if only he would come. But when asked, he refused to come. When the squire received the letter above given, he was not in the least angry with his son, but simply determined, if possible, that he should be brought to Tretton. Mountjoy's debts would now be paid, and something, if possible, should be done for him. He was so angry with Augustus that he would, if possible, revoke his last decision, but that, alas, would be impossible. Sir William Brodrick had, when he last saw him, expressed some hope, not of his recovery, which was by all admitted to be impossible, but of his continuance in the land of the living for another 3 months, or perhaps 6, as Sir William had finally suggested, opening out, as he himself seemed to think, indefinite hope. "The most wonderful constitution, Mr. Scarborough, I ever saw in my life. I've never known a dog even so cut about and yet bear it." Mr. Scarborough bowed and smiled and accepted the compliment. He would have taken the hat off his head had it been his practice to wear a hat in his sitting room. Mr. Merton had gone farther. Of course he did not mean, he said, to set up his opinion against Sir William's. But if Mr. Scarborough would live strictly by the rule, Mr. Merton did not see why either 3 months or 6 should be the end of it. Mr. Scarborough had replied that he could not undertake to live precisely by rule, and Mr. Merton had shaken his head. But from that time forth Mr. Scarborough did endeavor to obey the injunctions given to him. He had something worth doing in the 6 months now offered to him. He had heard lately very much of the story of Harry Annesley, and had expressed great anger at the ill usage to which that young man had been subjected. It had come to his ears that it was intended that Harry should lose the property he had expected, and that he had already lost his immediate income. This had come to him through Mr. Merton, between whom and Augustus Scarborough there was no close friendship, and the squire understood that Florence Mountjoy had been the cause of Harry's misfortune. He himself recognized it as a fact that his son Mountjoy was unfit to marry any young lady. Starvation would assuredly stare such young lady in the face. But not the less was he acerbated and disgusted at the idea that Augustus should endeavor to take the young lady to himself. "What!" he had exclaimed to Mr. Merton. "He wants both the property and the girl? There is nothing on earth that he does not want. The greater the impropriety in his craving, the stronger the craving." Then he picked up by degrees all the details of the midnight feud between Harry and Mountjoy, and set himself to work to undermine Augustus. But he had steadily carried out the plan for settling with the creditors, and with the aid of Mr. Grey had, as he thought, already concluded that business. Conjunction with Augustus had been necessary, but that had been obtained. It is not too much to say that at the present moment of his life the idea of doing some injury to Augustus was the one object which exercised Mr. Scarborough's mind. Since he had fallen into business relations with his younger son, he had become convinced that a more detestable young man did not exist. The reader will, perhaps, agree with Mr. Scarborough, but it can hardly be hoped that he should entertain the opinion as strongly. Augustus was now the recognized eldest legitimate son of the squire, and as the property was entailed, it must no doubt belong to him. But the squire was turning in his mind all means of depriving that condition, as far as was possible, of its glory. When he had first heard of the injury that had been done to Harry Annesley, he thought that he would leave to our hero all the furniture, all the gems, all the books, all the wine, all the cattle, which were accumulated at Tretton. Augustus should have the bare acres and still barer house, but nothing else. In thinking of this, he had been actuated by a conviction that it would be useless for him to leave them to Mountjoy. Whatever might be left to Mountjoy would in fact be left to the creditors, and therefore Harry Annesley, with his injuries, had been felt to be a proper recipient, not of the squire's bounty, but of the results of his hatred for his son. To run counter to the law, that had ever been the chief object of the squire's ambition. To arrange everything so that it should be seen that he had set all laws at defiance, that had been his great pride. He had done so notably, and with astonishing astuteness, in reference to his wife and 2 sons. But now there had come up a condition of things in which he could again show his cleverness. Augustus had been most anxious to get up all the post-obit bonds which the creditors held, feeling, as his father well understood, that he would thus prevent them from making any farther inquiry when the squire should have died. Why should they stir in the matter by going to law when there would be nothing to be gained? Those bonds had now been redeemed and were in the possession of Mr. Grey. They had been bought up nominally by himself and must be given to him. Mr. Grey, at any rate, would have the proof that they had been satisfied. They could not be used again to gratify any spite that Augustus might entertain. The captain, therefore, could now enjoy any property which might be left to him. Of course it would all go to the gaming table. It might even yet be better to leave it to Harry Annesley. But blood was thicker than water, though it were but the blood of a bastard. He would do a good turn for Harry in another way. All the furniture and all the gems and all the money should again be the future property of Mountjoy. But in order that this might be effected before he died, he must not let the grass grow under his feet. He thought of the promised 3 months, with a possible extension to 6, as suggested by Sir William. "Sir William says 3 months," he said to Mr. Merton, speaking in the easiest way of the possibility of his living. He said 6. Ah, that is, if I do what I'm told. But I shall not exactly do that. 3 or 6 would be all the same, only for a little bit of business I want to get through. Sir William's orders would include the abandonment of my business. The less done the better. Then I do not see why Sir William should limit you to 6 months. I think that 3 will nearly suffice. A man does not want to die, I suppose, said Merton. There are various ways of looking at that question, replied the squire. Many men desire the prolongation of life as a lengthened period of enjoyment. There is perhaps something of that feeling with me, but when you see how far I am crippled and curtailed, how my enjoyments are confined to breathing the air, to eating and drinking, and to the occasional reading of a few pages, you must admit that there cannot be much of that. A conversation with you is the best of it. Some want to live for the sake of their wives and children. In the ordinary acceptation of the words, that is all over with me. Many desire to live because they fear to die. There is nothing of that in me, I can assure you. I am not afraid to meet my Creator. But there are those who wish for life that their purposes of love or stronger purposes of hatred may be accomplished. I am among the number. But on that account I only wish it till those purposes have been completed. I think I'll go to sleep for an hour, but there are a couple of letters I want you to write before post time. Then Mr. Scarborough turned himself round and thought of the letters he was to write. Mr. Merton went out, and as he wandered about the park in the dirt and slush of December, tried to make up his mind whether he most admired his patron's philosophy or condemned his general lack of principle. At the proper hour he appeared again and found Mr. Scarborough quite alert. I don't know whether I shall have the 3 months unless I behave better, he said. I have been thinking about those letters and very nearly made an attempt to write them. There are things about a son which a father doesn't wish to communicate to anyone. Merton only shook his head. I am not a bit afraid of you, nor do I care for your knowing what I have to say. But there are words which it would be difficult even to write and almost impossible to dictate. But he did make the attempt, though he did not find himself able to say all that he had intended. The first letter was to the lawyer. My dear Mr. Grey, you will be surprised at my writing to summon you once again to my bedside. I think there was some kind of a promise made that the request should not be repeated, but the circumstances are of such a nature that I do not well know how to avoid it. However, if you refuse to come, I will give you my instructions. It is my purpose to make another will, and to leave everything that I am capable of leaving to my son Mountjoy. You are aware that he is now free from debt, and capable of enjoying any property that he may possess. As circumstances are at present, he would on my death be absolutely penniless, and heaven help the man who should find himself dependent on the mercy of Augustus Scarborough. What I possess would be the balance at the bank, the house in town, and everything contained in and about Tretton, as to which I should wish that the will should be very explicit in making it understood that every conceivable item of property is to belong to Mountjoy. I know the strength of an entail, and not for worlds would I venture to meddle with anything so holy. There came a grin of satisfaction over his face as he uttered these words, and his scribe was utterly unable to keep from laughing. But as Augustus must have the acres, let him have them bare. Underscore that word, if you please, and the word was underscored. If I had time, I would have every tree about the place cut down. I don't think you could under the entail, said Merton. I would use up every stick in building the farmers' barns and mending the farmers' gates, and I would cover an acre just in front of the house with a huge conservatory. I respect the law, my boy, and they would find it difficult to prove that I had gone beyond it. But there is no time for that kind of finished revenge. Then he went on with the letter. You will understand what I mean. I wish to divide my property so that Mountjoy may have everything that is not strictly entailed. You will, of course, say that it will all go to the gambling table. It may go to the devil, so that Augustus does not have it. But it need not go to the gambling table. If you would consent to come down to me once more, we might possibly devise some scheme for saving it. But whether we can do so or not, it is my request that my last will may be prepared in accordance with these instructions. Very faithfully yours, John Scarborough. And now for the other, said Mr. Scarborough. Had you not better rest a bit? Asked Merton. No, this is a kind of work at which a man does not want to rest. He is carried on by his own solicitudes and his own eagerness. This will be very short, and when it is done, then perhaps I may rest. The second letter was as follows. My dear Mountjoy, I think you are foolish in allowing yourself to be prevented from coming here by a sentiment. But in truth, independently of the pleasure I should derive from your company, I wish you to be here on a matter of business which is of some importance to yourself. I am about to make a new will, and although I am bound to pay every respect to the entail, and would not for worlds do anything in opposition to the law, still I may be enabled to do something for your benefit. Your brother has kindly interfered for the payment of your creditors, and as all the outstanding bonds have been redeemed, you would now, by his generosity, be enabled to enjoy any property which might be left to you. There are a few tables and chairs at my disposal, and a gem or two and some odd volumes, which perhaps you might like to possess. I have written to Mr. Grey on the subject, and I would wish you to see him. This you might do, whether you come here or not. But I do not the less wish that you should come. Your affectionate father, John Scarborough. I think that the odd volumes will fetch him. He was always fond of literature. I suppose it means the entire library, replied Merton. And he likes tables and chairs. I think he will come and look after the tables and chairs. Why not beds and washhand stands? Said Mr. Merton. Well, yes, he may have the beds and washhand stands. Mountjoy is not a fool, and will understand very well what I mean. I wonder whether I could scrape the paper off the drawing-room walls and leave the scraps to his brother without interfering with the entail. But now I am tired and will rest. But he did not even then go to rest, but lay still scheming about the property. There was now another letter to be written, for the writing of which he would not again summon Mr. Merton. He was half ashamed to do so, and at last sent for his sister. Martha, said he, I want you to write a letter for me. Mr. Merton has been writing letters for you all the morning. That's just the reason why you should write one now. I am still in some slight degree afraid of his authority, but I am not at all afraid of yours. You ought to be quiet, John. Indeed you ought. And in order that I may be quiet, you must write this letter. It's nothing particular, or I should not have asked you to do it. It's only an invitation. An invitation to ask somebody here? Yes, to ask somebody to come here. I don't know whether he'll come. Do I know him? I hope you may. If he comes, he's a very good-looking young man, if that is anything. Don't talk nonsense, John. But I believe he's engaged to another young lady, with whom I must beg you not to interfere. You remember Florence? Florence Mountjoy? Of course I remember my own niece. The young man is engaged to her. She was intended for poor Mountjoy. Poor Mountjoy has put himself beyond all possibility of a wife. Poor Mountjoy! And the soft-hearted aunt almost shed tears. But we haven't to do with Mountjoy now, Sit down there and begin. Dear Mr. Annesley. Oh, it's Mr. Annesley, is it? Yes, it is. Mr. Annesley is the handsome young man. Have you any objection? Only people do say. What do they say? Of course, I don't know, only I have heard. That he is a scoundrel. Scoundrel is very strong, said the old lady, shocked. A villain, a liar, a thief, and all the rest of it. That's what you have heard. And I'll tell you who has been your informant. Either first or second hand, it has come to you from Mr. Augustus Scarborough. Now we'll begin again. Dear Mr. Annesley. The old lady paused a moment, and then, setting herself firmly to the task, commenced and finished her letter as follows. Dear Mr. Annesley, you spent a few days here on one occasion, and I want to renew the pleasure which your visit gave me. Will you extend your kindness so far as to come to Tretton for any time you may please to name beyond 2 or 3 days? I'm sorry to say that your friend Augustus Scarborough cannot be here to meet you. My other son, Mountjoy, may be here. If you wish to escape him, I will endeavor so to fix the time when I shall have heard from you. But I think there need be no ill blood there. Neither of you did anything of which you are probably ashamed, though as an old man I am bound to express my disapproval. Surely he must be ashamed, said Miss Scarborough. Never you mind. Believe me, you know nothing about it. Then he went on with his letter. But it is not merely for the pleasure of your society that I ask you. I have a word to say to you which may be important. Yours faithfully, John Scarborough. End of chapter 38. Recording by Arnold Banner, Thurmond, North Carolina.
Chapter 39 of Mr. Scarborough's Family. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Mr. Scarborough's Family by Anthony Trollope. Chapter 39. How the Letters Were Received. We must now describe the feelings of Mr. Scarborough's correspondents as they received his letters. When Mr. Grey began to read that which was addressed to him, he declared that on no consideration would he go down to Tretton. But when he came to inquire within himself as to his objection, he found that it lay chiefly in his great dislike to Augustus Scarborough. For poor Mountjoy, as he called him, he entertained a feeling of deep pity, and pity, we know, is akin to love. As for the squire, he in his heart felt but little of that profound dislike which he was aware such conduct as the squire's ought to have generated. He is the greatest rascal that I ever knew, he said again and again, both to Dolly and to Mr. Barry. But yet he did not regard him as an honest man regards a rascal, and was angry with himself in consequence. He knew that there remained with him even some spark of love for Mr. Scarborough, which to himself was inexplicable. From the moment in which he had first admitted the fact that Augustus Scarborough was the true heir-in-law, he had been most determined in taking care that that heirship should be established. It must be known to all men that Mountjoy was not the eldest son of his father, as the law required him to be for the inheritance of the property, and that Augustus was the eldest son. But in arranging that these truths should be notorious, it had come to pass that he had learned to hate Augustus with an intensity that had redounded to the advantage both of Mountjoy and their father. It must be so. Augustus must become Augustus Scarborough, Esquire, of Tretton, but the worse luck for Tretton and all connected with it. And Mr. Grey did resolve that, when that day should come, all relation between himself and Tretton should cease. It had never occurred to him that, by redeeming the post-obit bonds, Mountjoy would become capable of owning and enjoying any property that might be left to him. With Tretton, all the belongings of Tretton, in the old-fashioned way, would of course go to the heir.
The belongings of Tretton, which were personal property, would, in themselves, amount to wealth for a younger son. That which Mr. Scarborough would in this way be able to bequeath might, probably, be worth £30,000. Out of the proceeds of the real property the debts had been paid. And because Augustus had consented so to pay them, he was now to be mulcted of those loose belongings which gave its charm to Tretton. Because Augustus had paid Mountjoy's debts, Mountjoy was to be enabled to rob Augustus. There was a wickedness in this, redolent of the old squire, but it was a wickedness in arranging which Mr. Grey hesitated to participate. As he thought of it, however, he could not but feel what a very clever man he had for a client. "It will all go to the gambling table, of course," he said that night to Dolly. "It is no affair of ours." "No, but when a lawyer is consulted he has to think of the prudent or imprudent disposition of property." "Mr. Scarborough hasn't consulted you, papa." "I must look at it as though he had. He tells me what he intends to do, and I am bound to give him my advice. I cannot advise him to bestow all these things on Augustus, whom I regard as a long way the worst of the family." "You need not care about that." "And here again," continued Mr. Grey, "comes up the question, what is it that duty demands? Augustus is the eldest son, and is entitled to what the law allots him. But Mountjoy was brought up as the eldest son, and is certainly entitled to what provision the father can make him. You cannot provide for such a gambler." "I don't know that that comes within my duty. It is not my fault that Mountjoy is a gambler, any more than that it is my fault that Augustus is a beast. Gambler and beast, there they are. And moreover, nothing will turn the squire from his purpose. I am only a tool in his hands, a trowel for the laying of his mortar and bricks. Of course I must draw his will, and shall do it with some pleasure, because it will dispossess Augustus." Then Mr. Grey went to bed, as did also Dolly, but she was not at all surprised at being summoned to his couch after she had been an hour in her own bed. "I think I shall go down to Tretton," said Mr. Grey. "You declared that you would never go there again." "So I did, but I did not know then how much I might come to hate Augustus Scarborough." "Would you go to Tretton merely to injure him?" said his daughter. "I have been thinking about that," said Mr. Grey. "I don't know that I would go simply to do him an injury, but I think that I would go to see that justice is properly done." "That can be arranged without your going to Tretton." "By putting our heads together, I think we can contrive that the deed shall be more effectually performed. What we must attempt to do is to save this property from going to the gambling table. There is only one way that occurs to me." "What is that?" "It must be left to his wife." "He hasn't a wife." "It must be left to some woman whom he will consent to marry. There are 3 objects: to keep it from Augustus, to give the enjoyment of it to Mountjoy, and to prevent Mountjoy from gambling with it. The only thing I can see is a wife." "There is a girl he wants to marry," said Dolly. "But she doesn't want to marry him, and I doubt whether he can be got to marry anyone else. There is still a peck of difficulties." "Oh, papa, I wish you would wash your hands of the Scarboroughs." "I must go to Tretton first," said he. "And now, my dear, you are doing no good by sitting up here and talking to me." Then with a smile Dolly took herself off to her own chamber. Mountjoy, when he got his letter, was sitting over a late breakfast in Victoria Street. It was near 12 o'clock, and he was enjoying the delicious luxury of having his breakfast to eat, with a cigar after it, and nothing else that he need do. But the fruition of all these comforts was somewhat marred by the knowledge that he had no such dinner to expect. He must go out and look for a dinner among the eating-houses. The next morning would bring him no breakfast, and if he were to remain longer in Victoria Street, he must do so in direct opposition to the owner of the establishment. He had that morning received notice to quit, and had been told that the following breakfast would be the last meal served to him. "Let it be good of its kind," Mountjoy had said. "I believe you care for nothing but eating and drinking." "There is little else that you can do for me." And so they parted. Mountjoy had taken the precaution of having his letters addressed to the house of the friendly bootmaker, And now, as he was slowly pouring out his first cup of coffee and thinking how nearly it must be his last, his father's letter was brought to him. The letter had been delayed one day, as he himself had omitted to call for it. It was necessarily a sad time for him. He was a man who fought hard against melancholy, taking it as a primary rule of life that, for such a one as he had become, the pleasures of the immediate moment should suffice. If one day, or better still, one night of excitement was in store for him, the next day should be regarded as the unlimited future, for which no man can be responsible. But such philosophy will too frequently be insufficient for the stoutest hearts. Mountjoy's heart would occasionally almost give way, and then his thoughts would be dreary enough. Hunger, absolute hunger, without the assured expectation of food, had never yet come upon him. But in order to put a stop to its cravings, if he should find it troublesome to bear, he had already provided himself with pistol and bullets. And now, with his cup of coffee before him, aromatic, creamy, and hot, with a filleted sole rolled up before him on a little dish, 3 or 4 plover's eggs on which to finish lying by, and on the distance of the table a sachet of brandy, of which he already well knew the virtues, he got his father's letter. He did not at first open it, disliking all thoughts as to his father. Then gradually he tore the envelope, and was slow in understanding the full meaning of the last lines. He did not at once perceive the irony of his brother's kindly interference, and of the generosity which had enabled him, Mountjoy, to be a recipient of property. But his father purposed to do something for his benefit. Gradually it dawned upon him that his father could only do that something effectually because of his brother's dealings with the creditors. Then the chairs and the tables, and the gem or two, and the odd volumes, one by one, made themselves intelligible. That a father should write so to one son, and should so write of another, was marvelous. But then his father was a marvelous man, whose character he was only beginning to understand. His father, he told himself, had, fortunately, taken it into his head to hate Augustus, and intended, in consequence, to strip Tretton and the property generally of all their outside personal belongings. Yes, he thought that, with such an object before him, he would certainly go and see Mr. Grey, and if Mr. Grey should so advise him, he would go down to Tretton. On such business as this he would consent to see his father. He did not think that just at present he need have recourse to his pistol for his devices. He could not on the very day go to Tretton, as it would be necessary that he should write to his father first. His brother would probably extend his hospitality for a couple of days, when he should hear of the proposed journey, and, if not, would lend him money for his present purposes, or, under existing circumstances, he might probably be able to borrow it from Mr. Grey. With a heart elevated to almost absolute bliss, he ate his breakfast, and drank his sachet, and smoked his cigar, and then rose slowly, that he might proceed to Mr. Grey's chambers. But at this moment Augustus came in. He had only breakfasted at his own club, much less comfortably than he would have done at home, in order that he might not sit at table with his brother. He had now returned so that he might see to Mountjoy's departure. "After all, Augustus, I am going down to Tretton," said the elder brother, as he folded up his father's letter. "What argument has the old man used now?" Mountjoy did not think it well to tell his brother the exact nature of the arguments used, and therefore put the letter into his pocket. "He wishes to say something to me about property," said Mountjoy. Then some idea of the old squire's scheme fell with a crushing weight of anticipated sorrow on Augustus. In a moment it all occurred to him what his father might do, what injuries he might inflict, and, saddest of all feelings, there came the immediate reflection that it had all been rendered possible by his own doings. With the conviction that so much might be left away from him, there came also a farther feeling that, after all, there was a chance that his father had invented the story of his brother's illegitimacy, that Mountjoy was now free from debt, and that Tretton, with all its belongings, might now go back to him. That his father would do it, if it were possible, he did not doubt. From week to week he had waited impatiently for his father's demise, and had expected little or none of that mental activity which his father had exercised. What a fool he had been, he said to himself, sitting opposite to Mountjoy, who in the vacancy of the moment had lighted another cigar. What an ass! Had he played his cards better, had he comforted and flattered and cosseted the old man, Mountjoy might have gone his own way to the dogs. Now, at the best, Tretton would come to him stripped of everything, and, at the worst, no Tretton would come to him at all. "Well, what are you going to do?" he said, roughly. "I think I shall, probably, go down and just see the governor." "All your feelings about your mother, then, are blown to the winds?" "My feelings about your mother are not blown to the winds at all. But to speak of her to you would be wasting breath." "I hadn't the pleasure of knowing her," said Augustus, "and I am not aware that she did me any great kindness in bringing me into the world. Do you go to Tretton this afternoon?" "Probably not." "Or tomorrow?" "Possibly tomorrow," said Mountjoy. "Because I shall find it convenient to have your room." "Today, of course, I cannot stir. Tomorrow morning I should at any rate like to have my breakfast." Here he paused for a reply, but none came from his brother. "I must have some money to go down to Tretton with. I suppose you can lend it me just for the present?" "Not a shilling," said Augustus, in thorough ill humor. "I shall be able to pay you very shortly." "Not a shilling. The return I have had from you for all I have done is not of a nature to make me do more." "If I had ever thought that you had expended a sovereign except for the object of furthering some plot of your own, I should have been grateful. As it is, I do not know that we owe very much to each other." Then he left the room, and, getting into a cab, went away to Lincoln's Inn. Harry Annesley received Mr. Scarborough's letter down at Buston, and was much surprised by it. He had not spent the winter hitherto very pleasantly. His uncle he had never seen, though he had heard from day to day sundry stories of his wooing. He had soon given up his hunting, feeling himself ashamed, in his present nameless position, to ride Joshua Thoroughbung's horses. He had taken to hard reading, but the hard reading had failed, and he had been given up to the miseries of his position. The hard reading had been continued for a fortnight or 3 weeks, during which he had, at any rate, respected himself, but in an evil hour he had allowed it to escape from him, and now was again miserable. Then the invitation from Tretton had been received. "I have got a letter. 'Tis from Mr. Scarborough of Tretton." "What does Mr. Scarborough say?" "He wants me to go down there." "Do you know Mr. Scarborough? I believe you have altogether quarrelled with his son?" "Oh, yes, I have quarrelled with Augustus, and have had an encounter with Mountjoy, not on the most friendly terms. But the father and Mountjoy seem to be reconciled. You can see his letter. I, at any rate, shall go there." To this Mr. Annesley senior had no objection to make. End of chapter 39. Recording by Melora.
Chapter 40 of Mr. Scarborough's Family. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Mr. Scarborough's Family by Anthony Trollope. Chapter 40. Visitors at Tretton. It so happened that the 3 visitors who had been asked to Tretton all agreed to go on the same day. There was, indeed, no reason why Harry should delay his visit, and much why the other 2 should expedite theirs. Mr. Grey knew that the thing, if done at all, should be done at once, and Mountjoy, as he had agreed to accept his father's offer, could not put himself too quickly under the shelter of his father's roof. "You can have £20," Mr. Grey had said when the subject of the money was mooted. "Will that suffice?" Mountjoy had said that it would suffice amply, and then, returning to his brother's rooms, had waited there with what patience he possessed till he sallied forth to the Continental to get the best dinner which that restaurant could afford him. He was beginning to feel that his life was very sad in London, and to look forward to the glades of Tretton with some anticipation of rural delight. He went down by the same train with Mr. Grey, a great grind, as Mountjoy called it, when Mr. Grey proposed a departure at 10 o'clock. Harry followed, so as to reach Tretton only in time for dinner. "If I may venture to advise you," said Mr. Grey in the train, "I should do in this matter whatever my father asked me." Hereupon Mountjoy frowned. "He is anxious to make some provision for you." "I'm not grateful to my father, if you mean that." "It is hard to say whether you should be grateful. But from the first he has done the best he could for you according to his lights." "You believe all this about my mother?" "I do." "I don't. That's the difference. And I don't think that Augustus believes it." "The story is undoubtedly true." "You must excuse me if I will not accept it." "At any rate, you had parted with your share in the property." "My share was the whole." "After your father's death," said Mr. Grey, "and that was gone." "We needn't discuss the property. What is it that he expects me to do now?" "Simply to be kind in your manner to him, and to agree to what he says about the personal property. It is his intention, as far as I understand it, to leave you everything." "He is very kind." "I think he is." "Only it would all have been mine if he had not cheated me of my birthright." "Or Mr. Tyrrwhit's, and Mr. Hart's, and Mr. Spicer's." "Mr. Tyrrwhit and Mr. Hart and Mr. Spicer could not have robbed me of my name. Let them have done with what they would with their bonds. I should have been at any rate Scarborough of Tretton. My belief is that I need not blush for my mother. He has made it appear that I should do so. I can't forgive him because he gives me the chairs and tables." "They will be worth £30,000, said Mr. Grey. "I can't forgive him." The cloud sat very black upon Mountjoy Scarborough's face as he said this, and the blacker it sat the more Mr. Grey liked him. If something could be done to redeem from ruin a young man who so felt about his mother, simply because she had been his mother, it would be a good thing to do. Augustus had entertained no such feeling. He had said to Mr. Grey, as he had said also to his brother, that he had not known the lady. When the facts as to the distribution of the property had been made known to him, he had cared nothing for the injury done by the story to his mother's name. The story was too true. Mr. Grey knew that it was true, but he could not on that account do other than feel an intense desire to confer some benefit on Mountjoy Scarborough. He put his hand out affectionately and laid it on the other man's knee. "Your father has not long to live, Captain Scarborough." "I suppose not." "And he is at present anxious to make what reparation is in his power. What he can leave you will produce, let us say, £1,500 a year. Without a will from him, you would have to live on your brother's bounty." "By heaven, no!" said Mountjoy, thinking of the pistol and the bullets. "I see nothing else." "I see, but I cannot explain." "Do you not think that £1,500 a year would be better than nothing? With a wife, let us say," said Mr. Grey, beginning to introduce the one argument on which he believed so much must depend. "With a wife?" "Yes, with a wife." "With what wife? A wife may be very well, but a wife must depend on who it is. Is there any one that you mean?" "Not exactly any particular person," said the lawyer lamely. "Pshaw! What do I want with a wife? Do you mean to say that my father has told you that he intends to clog his legacy with the burden of a wife? I would not accept it with such a burden, unless I could choose the wife myself. To tell the truth, there is a girl." "Your cousin?" "Yes, my cousin. When I was well-to-do in the world, I was taught to believe that I could have her. If she will be mine, Mr. Grey, I will renounce gambling altogether. If my father can manage that, I will forgive him, or will endeavor to do so. The property which he can leave me shall be settled altogether upon her. I will endeavor to reform myself, and so to live that no misfortune shall come upon her. If that is what you mean, say so." "Well, not quite that." "To no other marriage will I agree. That has been the dream of my life through all these moments of hot excitement and assured despair which I have endured. Her mother has always told me that it should be so, and she herself in former days did not deny it. Now you know it all. If my father wishes to see me married, Florence Mountjoy must be my wife." Then he sunk back on his seat, and nothing more was said between them till they had reached Tretton. The father and son had not met each other since the day on which the former had told the latter the story of his birth. Since then Mountjoy had disappeared from the world, and for a few days his father had thought that he had been murdered. But now they met as they might have done had they seen each other a week ago. "Well, Mountjoy, how are you?" and "How are you, sir?" Such were the greetings between them, and no others were spoken. In a few minutes the son was allowed to go and look after the rural joys he had anticipated, and the lawyer was left closeted with the squire. Mr. Grey soon explained his proposition. Let the property be left to trustees who should realize from it what money it should fetch, and keep the money in their own hands, paying Mountjoy the income. There could, he said, be nothing better done, unless Mountjoy would agree to marry. "He is attached, it seems, to his cousin," said Mr. Grey, "and he is unwilling at present to marry any one else." "He can't marry her," said the squire. "I do not know the circumstances." "He can't marry her. She is engaged to the young man who will be here just now. I told you, did I not, that Harry Annesley is coming here? My son knows that he will be here to day." "Everybody knows the story of Mr. Annesley and the captain." "They are to sit down to dinner together, and I trust they may not quarrel. The lady of whom you are speaking is engaged to young Annesley, and Mountjoy's suit in that direction is hopeless." "Hopeless, you think?" "Utterly hopeless. Your plan of providing him with a wife would be very good if it were feasible. I should be very glad to see him settled. But if he will marry no one but Florence Mountjoy, he must remain unmarried. Augustus has had his hand in that business, and don't let us dabble in it." Then the squire gave the lawyer full instructions as to the will which was to be made. Mr. Grey and Mr. Bullfist were to be named as trustees, with instructions to sell everything which it would be in the squire's legal power to bequeath. The books, the gems, the furniture, both at Tretton and in London, the plate, the stock, the farm produce, the pictures on the walls, and the wine in the cellars, were all named. He endeavored to persuade Mr. Grey to consent to a cutting of the timber, so that the value of it might be taken out of the pocket of the younger brother and put into that of the elder. But to this Mr. Grey would not assent. There would be an air of persecution about it, he said, and it mustn't be done. But to the general stripping of Tretton for the benefit of Mountjoy he gave a cordial agreement. "I am not quite sure that I have done with Augustus yet," said the squire. "I had made up my mind not to be put out by trifles, not to be vexed at a little. My treatment of my children has been such that, though I have ever intended to do them good, I must have seemed to each at different periods to have injured him. I have not, therefore, expected much from them, but I have received less than nothing from Augustus. It is possible that he may hear from me again." To this Mr. Grey said nothing, but he had taken his instructions about the drawing of the will. Harry came down by the train in time for dinner. On the journey down he had been perplexed in his mind, thinking of various things. He did not quite understand why Mr. Scarborough had sent for him. His former intimacy had been with Augustus, and though there had been some cordiality of friendship shown by the old man to the son's companion, it had amounted to no more than might be expected from one who was notably good-natured. A great injury had been done to Harry, and he supposed that his visit must have some reference to that injury. He had been told in so many words that, come when he might, he would not find Augustus at Tretton. From this, and from other signs, he almost saw that there existed a quarrel between the squire and his son. Therefore he felt that something was to be said as to the state of his affairs at Buston. But if, as the train drew near to Tretton, he was anxious as to his meeting with the squire, he was much more so as to the captain. The reader will remember all the circumstances under which they two had last seen each other. Harry had been furiously attacked by Mountjoy, and had then left him sprawling, dead, as some folks had said, on the following day, under the rail. His only crime had been that he was drunk. If the disinherited one would give him his hand, and let bygones be bygones, he would do the same. He felt no personal animosity, but there was a difficulty. As he was driven up to the door in a cab belonging to the squire, there was Mountjoy standing before the house. He too had thought of the difficulties, and had made up his mind that it would not do for him to meet his late foe without some few words intended for the making of peace. "I hope you are well, Mr. Annesley," he said, offering his hand as the other got out of the cab. "It may be as well that I should apologize at once for my conduct. I was at that moment considerably distressed, as you may have heard. I had been declared to be penniless and to be nobody. The news had a little unmanned me, and I was beside myself." "I quite understand it, said Annesley, giving his hand. "I am very glad to see you back again, and in your father's house." Then Mountjoy turned on his heel and went through the hall, leaving Harry to the care of the butler. The captain thought that he had done enough, and that the affair in the street might now be regarded as a dream. Harry was taken up to shake hands with the old man, and in due time came down to dinner, where he met Mr. Grey and the young doctor. They were all very civil to him, and upon the whole he spent a pleasant evening. On the next day, about noon, the squire sent for him. He had been told at breakfast that it was the squire's intention to see him in the middle of the day, and he had been unable, therefore, to join Mountjoy's shooting party. "Sit down, Mr. Annesley," said the old man. "You were surprised, no doubt, when you got my invitation." "Why, yes, perhaps so, but I thought it very kind." "I meant to be kind, but still it requires some explanation. You see, I am such an old cripple that I cannot give invitations like anybody else. Now you are here, I must not eat and drink with you, and in order to say a few words to you, I am obliged to keep you in the house till the doctor tells me I am strong enough to talk." "I am glad to find you so much better than when I was here before." "I don't know much about that. There will never be a much better in my case. The people about me talk with the utmost unconcern of whether I can live 1 month or possibly 2. Anything beyond that is quite out of the question." The squire took a pride in making the worst of his case, so that people to whom he talked should marvel the more at his vitality. "But we won't mind my health now. It is true, I fear, that you have quarrelled with your uncle." "It is quite true that he has quarrelled with me." "I am afraid that that is more important. He means, if he can, to cut you out of the entail." "He does not mean that I shall have the property, if he can prevent it." "I don't think very much of entails myself," said the squire. "If a man has a property, he should be able to leave it as he pleases, or else he doesn't have it." That is what the law intends, I suppose," said Harry. "Just so. But the law is such an old woman that she never knows how to express herself to any purpose. I haven't allowed the law to bind me. I dare say you know the story." "About your 2 sons and the property? I think all the world knows the story." "I suppose it has been talked about a little," said the squire with a chuckle. "My object has been to prevent the law from handing over my property to the fraudulent claims which my son's creditors were enabled to make, and I have succeeded fairly well. On that head I have nothing to regret. Now your uncle is going to take other means." "Yes, he is going to take means which are at any rate lawful." "But which will be tedious, and may not perhaps succeed. He is intending to have an heir of his own." "That, I believe, is his purpose," said Harry. "There is no reason why he shouldn't, but he mayn't, you know." "He is not married yet." "No, he is not married yet. And then he has also stopped the allowance he used to make you." Harry nodded assent. "Now all this is a great shame." "I think so." "The poor gentleman has been awfully bamboozled." "He is not so very old," said Harry. "I don't think he is more than 50. "But he is an old goose. You'll excuse me, I know. Augustus Scarborough got him up to London and filled him full of lies." "I am aware of it." "And so am I aware of it. He has told him stories as to your conduct with Mountjoy, which, added to some youthful indiscretions of your own—" "It was simply because I didn't like to hear him read sermons." "That was an indiscretion, as he had the power in his hands to do you an injury. Most men have got some little bit of petty tyranny in their hearts. I have had none." To this Harry could only bow. "I let my 2 boys do as they pleased, only wishing that they should live happy lives. I never made them listen to sermons or even to lectures. Probably I was wrong. Had I tyrannized over them, they would not have tyrannized over me as they have done. Now I'll tell you what it is that I propose to do. I will write to your uncle, or will get Mr. Merton to write for me, and will explain to him as well as I can the depth and the blackness and the cruelty, the unfathomable heathen cruelty, together with the falsehoods, the premeditated lies, and the general rascality on all subjects of my son Augustus. I will explain to him that of all men I know he is the least trustworthy. I will explain to him that, if led in a matter of such importance by Augustus Scarborough, he will be surely led astray. And I think that between us, between Merton and me, that is, we can concoct a letter that shall be efficacious. But I will get Mountjoy also to go and see him, and explain to him out of his own mouth what in truth occurred that night, when he and you fell out in the streets. Mr. Prosper must be a more vindictive man than I take him to be in regard to sermons, if he will hold out after that." Then Mr. Scarborough allowed him to go out, and if possible find the shooters somewhere about the park. End of chapter 40. Recording by Arnold Banner, Thurmond, North Carolina.
Chapter 41 of Mr. Scarborough's Family. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nick Whitley. Mr. Scarborough's Family by Anthony Trollope. Chapter 41. Mountjoy Scarborough goes to Buston. Mr. Grey returned to London after staying but one night, having received fresh instructions as to the will. The will was to be prepared at once, and Mr. Barry was to bring it down for execution. "Shall I not inform Augustus?" asked Mr. Grey. But this did not suit with Mr. Scarborough's views of revenge. "I think not. I would do by him whatever honesty requires, but I have never told him that I mean to leave him anything. Of course He knows that he is to have the estate. He is revelling in the future poverty of poor Mountjoy. He turned him out of his house just now because Mountjoy would not obey him by going to Brazil. He would turn him out of this house if he could, because I won't at once go to the devil. He is something over masterful, is Master Augustus. A rub or two will do him good. I'd rather you wouldn't tell him, if you please." Then Mr. Grey departed without making any promise, but he determined that he would be guided by the squire's wishes. Augustus Scarborough was not of a nature to excite very warmly the charity of any man. Harry remained for 2 or 3 days shooting with Mountjoy, and once or twice he saw the squire again. "Merton and I have managed to concoct that letter," said the squire. "I'm afraid your uncle will find it rather long. Is he impatient of long letters?" "He likes long sermons." "If anybody will listen to his reading. I think you have a deal to answer for yourself, when you could not make so small a sacrifice to the man to whom you were to owe everything. But he ought to look for a wife in consequence of that crime, and not falsely allege another. If, as I fear, he finds the wife plan troublesome, our letter may perhaps move him, and Mountjoy is to go down and open his eyes. Mountjoy hasn't made any difficulty about it." "I shall be greatly distressed," Harry began. "Not at all. He must go. I like to have my own way in these little matters. He owes you as much reparation as that, and we shall be able to see what members of the Scarborough family you would trust the most." Harry, during the 2 days, shot some hares in company with Mountjoy, but not a word more was said about the adventure in London, nor was the name of Florence Mountjoy ever mentioned between the 2 suitors. "I'm going to Buston, you know," Mountjoy said once. "So your father told me." "What sort of a fellow shall I find your uncle?" "He's a gentleman, but not very wise." No more was said between them on that head, but Mountjoy spoke at great length about his own brother and his father's will. "My father is the most singular man you ever came across." "I think he is." "I'm not going to say a good word for him. I wouldn't let him think that I had said a good word for him. In order to save the property, he has maligned my mother, and has cheated me and the creditors most horribly, most infernally. That's my conviction, though Grey thinks otherwise. I can't forgive him, and won't, and he knows it. But after that he is going to do the best thing he can for me, and he has begun by making me a decent allowance again as his son. But I'm to have that only as long as I remain here at Tretton. Of course I have been fond of cards." "I suppose so." "Not a doubt of it. But I haven't touched a card now for a month nearly. And then he is going to leave me what property he has to leave. And he and my brother have paid off those Jews among them. I'm not a bit obliged to my brother. He's got some game of his own, which I don't quite clearly see. And my father is doing this for me simply to spite my brother. He'd cut down every tree upon the place if Grey would allow it. And yet, to give Augustus the property, my father has done this gross injustice." "I suppose the money-lenders would have had the best of it had he not." "That's true. They would have had it all. They had measured every yard of it, and had got my name down for the full value. Now they're paid." "That's a comfort." "Nothing's a comfort. I know that they're right, and that if I got the money into my own hand it would be gone to-morrow. I should be off to Monte Carlo like a shot, and of course it would go after the other. There is but one thing would redeem me." "What's that?" Never mind. We won't talk of it." Then he was silent. but Harry Annesley knew very well that he had alluded to Florence Mountjoy. Then Harry went, and Mountjoy was left to the companionship of Mr. Merton, and such pleasure as he could find in a daily visit to his father. He was at any rate courteous in his manner to the old man, and abstained from those irritating speeches which Augustus had always chosen to make. He had on one occasion during this visit told his father what he thought about him, but this the squire had taken quite as a compliment. "I believe, you know, that you've done a monstrous injustice to everybody concerned." "I rather like doing what you call injustices." "You have set the law at defiance." "Well, yes, I think I have done that." "According to my belief, it's all untrue." "Ah, you mean about your mother? I like you for that, I do indeed. I like you for sticking up for your poor mother. Well, now, you shall have £50 a month, say £12.10 a week, as long as you remain at Tretton, and you may have whom you like here, as long as they bring no cards with them. And if you want to hunt, there are horses, and if they ain't good enough, you can get others. But if you go away from Tretton, there's an end of it. It will all be stopped the next day." Nevertheless, he did make arrangements by which Mountjoy should proceed to Buston, stopping 2 nights as he went to London. "There isn't a club he can enter," said the squire, comforting himself, "nor a Jew that will lend him a £5 note." Mountjoy had told the truth when he had said that nothing was a comfort. Though it had seemed to his father and to the people around him at Tretton that he had everything that a man could want, he had in fact nothing to satisfy him. In the first place, he was quite alive to the misery of that decision given by the world against him, which had been of such comfort to his father. Not a club in London would admit him. He had been proclaimed a defaulter, after such a fashion that all his clubs had sent to him for some explanation, and as he had given none, and had not answered their letters, his name had been crossed out in the books of them all. He knew himself to be a man disgraced, and when he had fled from London, he had gone under the conviction that he would certainly never return. There were the pistol and bullet as his last assured resource, but a certain amount of good fortune had awaited him, enough to save him from having recourse to their aid. His brother had supplied him with small sums of money, and from time to time a morsel of good luck had enabled him to gamble, not to his heart's content, but still in some manner so as to make his life bearable. But now he was back in his own country, and he could gamble not at all, and hardly even see those old companions with whom he had lived. It was not only for the card tables that he sighed, but for the companions of the card table. And though he knew that he had been scratched out from the lists of all clubs as a dishonest man, he knew also, or thought that he knew, that he had been as honest as the best of those companions. As long as he could by any possibility raise money, he had paid it away, and by no false trick had he ever endeavoured to get it back again. Had a little time been allowed him, all would have been paid, and all had been paid. He knew that by the rules of such institutions time could not be granted, but still he did not feel himself to have been a dishonest man. Yet he had been so disgraced that he could hardly venture to walk about the streets of London in the daylight. And then there came upon him, when he found himself alone at Tretton, an irrepressible desire for gambling. It was as though his throat were parched with an implacable thirst. He walked about, ever meditating certain fortunate turns of the cards, and when he had worked himself up to some realization of his old excitement, he would remember that it was all a vain and empty bubble. He had money in his pocket, and could rush up to London if he would, and if he did so, he could no doubt find some coarse hell at which he could stake it till it would be all gone. But the gates of the A, and the B, and the C would be closed against him, and he would then be driven to feel that he had indeed fallen into the nethermost pit. Were he once to play at such places as his mind painted to him, he could never play at any other. And yet, when the day drew nigh on which he was to go to London, on his way to Buston, he did bethink himself where these places were to be found. His throat was parched, and the thirst upon him was extreme. Cards were the weapons he had used. He had played écarté, piquet, whist, and baccarat, with an occasional night of some foolish game such as cribbage or 21. Though he had always lost, he had always played with men who had played honestly. There is much that is in truth dishonest even in honest play. A man who can keep himself sober after dinner plays with one who flusters himself with drink. The man with a trained memory plays with him who cannot remember a card. The cool man plays with the impetuous, the man who can hold his tongue with him who cannot but talk, the man whose practised face will tell no secrets with him who loses a point every rubber by his uncontrolled grimaces. And then there is the man who knows the game, and plays with him who knows it not at all. Of course, the cool, the collected, the thoughtful, the practised, they who have given up their whole souls to the study of cards, will play at a great advantage which, in their calculations, they do not fail to recognize. See the man standing by and watching the table, and leaving all the bets he can on A and B as against C and D. And however ignorant you may be, you will soon become sure that A and B know the game, whereas C and D are simply infants. That is all fair and acknowledged. But looking at it from a distance, as you lie under your apple trees in your orchard, far from the shout of "Two by honours," you will come to doubt the honesty of making your income after such a fashion. Such as it is, Mountjoy sighed for it bitterly, sighed for it, but could not see where it was to be found. He had a gentleman's horror of those resorts in gin shops, or kept by the disciples of gin shops, where he would surely be robbed, which did not appall him, but robbed in bad company. Thinking of all this, he went up to London late in the afternoon, and spent an uncomfortable evening in town. It was absolutely innocent as regards the doings of the night itself, but was terrible to him. There was a slow drizzling rain, but not the less, after dinner at his hotel, he started off to wander through the streets. With his great coat and his umbrella, he was almost hidden, and as he passed through Pall Mall, up St. James's Street, and along Piccadilly, he could pause and look in at the accustomed door. He saw men entering whom he knew, and knew that within 5 minutes they could be seated at their tables.
"I had an awfully heavy time of it last night,"
one said to another as he went up the steps, and Mountjoy, as he heard the words, envied the speaker. Then he passed back, and went again a tour of all the clubs. What had he done, that he, like a poor Peri, should be unable to enter the gates of all these paradises? He had now in his pocket £50. Could he have been made absolutely certain that he would have lost it, he would have gone into any paradise, and have staked his money with that certainty. At last, having turned up Waterloo Place, he saw a man standing in the doorway of one of these palaces, and he was aware at once that the man had seen him. He was a man of such a nature that it would be impossible that he should have seen a worse. He was a small, dry, good-looking little fellow, with a carefully preserved moustache, and a head from the top of which age was beginning to move the hair. He lived by cards, and lived well. He was called Captain Vignolles, but it was only known of him that he was a professional gambler. He probably never cheated. Men who play at the clubs scarcely ever cheat. There are so many with whom they play sharp enough to discover them, and with the discovered gambler all in this world is over. Captain Vignolles never cheated, but he found that in obedience to those little rules which I have named above stood him well in lieu of cheating. He was not known to have any particular income, but he was known to live on the best of everything as far as club life was concerned. He immediately followed Mountjoy down into the street and greeted him. "Captain Scarborough, as I am a living man." "Well, Vignolles, how are you? And so you have come back once more to the land of the living. I was awfully sorry for you, and think that they treated you uncommon harshly. As you've paid your money, of course they'll let you in again." In answer to this, Mountjoy had very little to say, but the interview ended by his accepting an invitation from Captain Vignolles to supper for the following evening. If Captain Scarborough would come at 11 o'clock, Captain Vignolles would ask a few fellows to meet him, and they would have just a little rubber of whist. Mountjoy knew well the nature of the man who asked him, and understood perfectly what would be the result. But there thrilled through his bosom, as he accepted the invitation, a sense of joy which he could himself hardly understand. On the following morning, Mountjoy was up for him very early, and taking a return ticket, went down to Buston. He had written to Mr. Prosper, sending his compliments, and saying that he would do himself the honour of calling at a certain hour. At the hour named, he drew up at Buston Hall in a fly from Buntingford station, and was told by Matthew, the old butler, that his master was at home. If Captain Mountjoy would step into the drawing-room, Mr. Prosper should be informed. Mountjoy did as he was bidden, and after half an hour he was joined by Mr. Prosper. "You have received a letter from my father," he began by saying. "A very long letter," said the Squire of Buston. "I dare say. I did not see it, and have in fact very little to say as to its contents. I do not know, indeed, what they were." "The letter refers to my nephew, Mr. Henry Annesley." "I suppose so. What I have to say refers to Mr. Henry Annesley also." "You are kind." "Very kind." "I don't know about that. But I have come altogether at my father's instance, and I think, indeed, that in fairness I ought to tell you the truth as to what took place between me and your nephew." "You are very good. But your father has already given me his account, and I suppose yours." "I don't know what my father may have done, but I think that you ought to desire to hear from my lips an account of the transaction. An untrue account has been told to you." "I have heard it all from your own brother." "An untrue account has been told to you. I attacked your nephew." "What made you do that?" asked the squire. "That has nothing to do with it. But I did." "I understood all that before." "But you didn't understand that Mr. Annesley behaved perfectly well in all that occurred." "Did he tell a lie about it afterward?" "My brother no doubt lured him on to make an untrue statement." "A lie!" "You may call it so if you will. If you think that Augustus was to have it all his own way, I disagree with you altogether. In point of fact, your nephew behaved through the whole of that matter as well as a man could do. Practically, he told no lie at all. He did just what a man ought to do, and
Anything that you have heard to the contrary is calumnious and false. As I am told that you have been led by my brother's statement to disinherit your nephew, I have done nothing of the kind. I am very glad to hear it. He has not at any rate deserved it, and I have felt it to be my duty to come and tell you." Then Mountjoy retired, not without hospitality having been coldly offered by Mr. Prosper, and went back to Buntingford and to London. Now at last would come, he said to himself through the whole afternoon, now at last would come a repetition of those joys for which his very soul had sighed so eagerly. End of chapter 41. Recording by Nick Whitley from Purley, London.
Chapter 42 of Mr. Scarborough's Family. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jeff Blanchard. Mr. Scarborough's Family by Anthony Trollope. Chapter 42. Captain Vignolles entertains his friends. Mountjoy, when he reached Captain Vignolles' room, was received apparently with great indifference. "I didn't feel at all sure you would come, but there is a bit of supper if you'd like to stay. I saw Moody this morning, and he said he would look in if he was passing this way. Now sit down and tell me what you have been doing since you disappeared in that remarkable manner." This was not at all what Mountjoy had expected, but he could only sit down and say that he had done nothing in particular. Of all clubmen, Captain Vignolles would be the worst with whom to play alone during the entire evening. And Mountjoy remembered now that he had never been inside four walls with Vignolles except at a club. Vignolles regarded him simply as a piece of prey whom chance had thrown up on the shore. And Moody, who would no doubt show himself before long, was another bird of the same covey, though less rapacious. Mountjoy put his hand up to his breast pocket, and knew that the £50 was there, but he knew also that it would soon be gone. Even to him it seemed to be expedient to get up and at once to go. What delight would there be to him in playing piquet with such a face opposite to him as that of Captain Vignolles, or with such as one as that old Moody? There could be none of the brilliance of the room, no pleasant hum of the voices of companions, no sense of his own equality with others. There would be none to sympathize with him when he cursed his ill luck. There would be no chance of contending with an innocent who would be as reckless as was he himself. He looked round. The room was gloomy and uncomfortable. Captain Vignolles watched him, and was afraid that his prey was about to escape. "Won't you light a cigar?" Mountjoy took the cigar, and then felt that he could not go quite at once. "I suppose you went to Monaco?" "I was there for a short time." "Monaco isn't bad, though there is, of course, the pull which the tables have against you. But it's a grand thing to think that skill can be of no avail. I often think I ought to play nothing but rouge et noir." "You?" "Yes, I. I don't deny that I am the luckiest fellow going, but I never can remember cards. Of course I know my trade. Every fellow knows his trade, and I am up pretty nearly in all that the books tell you. That's a great deal. Not when you come to play with men who know what play is. Look at Grossengrannel. I'd sooner bet on him than any man in London. Grossengrannel never forgets a card. I'll bet £100 that he knows the best card in every suit throughout the entire day's play. That's his secret. He gives his mind to it, which I can't. Hang it, I'm always thinking of something quite different, of what I'm going to eat, or that sort of thing. Grossengrannel is always looking at the cards, and he wins the odd rubber out of every 11 by his attention. Shall we have a game of piquet? Now on the moment, in spite of all that he had felt during the entire day, in the teeth of all his longings, in opposition to all his thirst, Mountjoy for a minute or two did think that he could rise and go. His father was about to put him on his legs again, if only he would abstain. But Vignolles had the card table open, with clean packs and chairs at the corners, before he could decide. What is it to be? Twos on the game, I suppose. But Mountjoy would not play piquet. He named écarté, and asked that it might be only 10 shillings a game. It was many months now since he had played a game of écarté. Oh, hang it, said Vignolles, still holding the pack in his hands. When thus appealed to, Mountjoy relented, and agreed that £1 should be the stake on each game. When they had played 7 games, Vignolles had won but £1, and expressed an opinion that that kind of thing wouldn't suit them at all. Schoolgirls would do better, he said. Then Mountjoy pushed back his chair as though to go, when the door opened and Major Moody entered the room. "Now we'll have a rubber at dummy," said Captain Vignolles. Major Moody was a grey-haired old man, about 60, who played his cards with great attention, and never spoke a word, either then or at any other period of his life. He was the most taciturn of men, and was known not at all to any of his companions. It was rumoured of him that he had a wife at home, whom he kept in moderate comfort on his winnings. It seemed to be the sole desire of his heart to play with reckless, foolish young men, who up to a certain point did not care what they lost. He was popular as being always ready to oblige everyone, and, as was frequently said of him, he was the very soul of honour. He certainly got no amusement from the play, working at it very hard, and very constantly. No one ever saw him anywhere but at the club. At 8 o'clock he went home to dinner, let us hope to the wife of his bosom, and at 11 he returned, and remained as long as there were men to play with. A tedious and unsatisfactory life he had, and it would have been well for him could his friends have procured on his behoof the comparative ease of a stool in a counting-house. But, as no such elysium was open to him, the Major went on accepting the smaller profits and the harder work of club life. In what regiment he had been a major no one knew, or cared to inquire. He had been received as Major Moody for 20 years or more, and 20 years is surely time enough to settle a man's claim to a majority without reference to the army list. "How are you, Major Moody?" asked Mountjoy. "Not much to boast of. I hope you're pretty well, Captain Scarborough." Beyond that there were no words of salutation, and no reference to Mountjoy's wonderful absence. "What's it to be, 2s and 10s?" said Captain Vignolles, arranging the cards and the chairs. "Not for me," said Mountjoy, who seemed to have been enveloped by a most unusual prudence. "What, are you afraid? You, who used to fear neither man nor devil?" "There is so much in not being accustomed to it," said Mountjoy. "I haven't played a game of whist since I don't know when." "2s and 10s is heavy against dummy," said Major Moody. "I'll take dummy if you like," said Vignolles. Moody only looked at him. "We'll each have our own dummy, of course," said Mountjoy. "Just as you please," said Vignolles. "I am host here, and of course will give way to anything you may propose." "What's it to be, Scarborough?" "Pounds and 5s. I shan't play higher than that." There came across Mountjoy's mind, as he stated the stakes for which he consented to play, a remembrance that in the old days he had always been called Captain Scarborough by this man who now left out the captain. Of course he had fallen since that, fallen very low. He ought to feel obliged to any man who had in the old days been a member of the same club with him, who would now greet him with the familiarity of his unadorned name. But the remembrance of the old sounds came back upon his ear, and the consciousness that, before his father's treatment of him, he had been known to the world at large as Captain Scarborough of Tretton. "Well, well, pounds and 5s, said Vignolles. "It's better than pottering away at écarté at £1 a game. Of course, a man could win something if the games were run all one way, but where they alternate so quickly it amounts to nothing. You've got the first dummy, Scarborough. Where will you sit? Which cards will you take? I do believe that at whist everything depends upon the cards, or else on the hinges. I've known 11 rubbers running to follow the hinges. People laugh at me because I believe in luck. I speak as I find it. That's all. You've turned up an honour already. When a man begins with an honour, he'll always go on with honours. That's my observation. I know you're pretty good at this game, Moody, so I'll leave it to you to arrange the play, and will follow up as well as I can. You lead up to the weak, of course. This was not said till the card was out of his partner's hand. But when your adversary has got ace, king, queen in his own hand, there is no weak. Well, we've saved that, and it's as much as we can expect. If I'd begun by leading a trump, it would have been all over with us. Won't you light a cigar, Moody? I never smoke at cards. That's all very well for the club, but you might relax a little here. Scarborough will take another cigar. But even Mountjoy was too prudent. He did not take the cigar, but he did win the rubber. You're in for a good thing tonight. I feel as certain of it as though the money were in your pocket. Mountjoy, though he would not smoke, did drink. What would they have asked Vignolles? There was champagne and whisky and brandy. He was afraid there was no other wine. He opened a bottle of champagne, and Mountjoy took the tumbler that was filled for him. He always drank whisky and water himself, so he said, and filled for himself a glass in which he poured a very small allowance of alcohol. Major Moody asked for a barley water. As there was none, he contented himself with sipping Apollinaris. A close record of the events of that evening would make but a tedious tale for readers. Mountjoy, of course, lost his £50. Alas, he lost much more than his £50. The old spirit soon came upon him, and the remembrance of what his father was to do for him passed away from him, and all thoughts of his adversary, who and what they were. The Major pertinaciously refused to increase his stakes, and, worse again, refused to play for anything but ready money. It's a kind of thing I never do. You may think me very odd, but it's a kind of thing I never do. It was the longest speech he made through the entire evening. Vignolles reminded him that he did in fact play on credit at the club. The committee looked at that. He murmured and shook his head. Then Vignolles offered again to take the dummy, so that there should be no necessity for Moody and Scarborough to play against each other, and offering to give 1 point every other rubber as the prize to be paid for the advantage. But Moody, whose success for the night was assured by the £30 which he had in his pocket, would come to no terms. "You mean to say you're going to break us up?" said Vignolles. "That'll be hard on Scarborough." "I'll go on for money," said the immovable Major. "I suppose you won't have it out with me at double dummy," said Vignolles to his victim. But double dummy is a terrible grind at this time of night, and he pushed all the cards up together, so as to show that the amusement for the night was over. He too saw the difficulty which Moody so pertinaciously avoided. He had been told wondrous things of the old squire's intentions towards his eldest son, but he had been told them only by the eldest son himself. No doubt he could go on winning, unless in the teeth of a most obstinate run of cards. He would be sure to win against Scarborough's apparent forgetfulness of all rules, and ignorance of the peculiarities of the game he was playing, but he would more probably obtain payment of the £230 now due to him, that, or nearly that, than of a larger sum. He already had in his possession the other £20, which poor Mountjoy had brought with him. So he let his victim go. Moody went first, and Vignolles then demanded the performance of a small ceremony. "Just put your name to that," said Vignolles. It was a written promise to pay to Captain Vignolles the exact sum of £227 on or before that day week. "You'll be punctual, won't you?" "Of course I'll be punctual," said Mountjoy, scowling. "Well, yes, no doubt. But there have been mistakes. I tell you you'll be paid. Why the devil did you win it off me if you doubt it? I saw you just roaming about, and I meant to be good-natured. You know as well as any man what chances you should run, and when to hold your hand. If you tell me about mistakes, I shall make it personal. I didn't say anything, Scarborough, that ought to be taken up in that way." "Hang your Scarborough. When one gentleman talks about another mistake, he means something." Then he smashed down his hat upon his head and left the room. Vignolles emptied the bottle of champagne, in which one glass was left, and sat himself down with the document in his hand. "Just the same fellow," he said to himself. "Overbearing, reckless, pig-headed, and a bully. He'd lose the Bank of England if he had it. But then he don't pay. He hasn't a scruple about that. If I lose, I have to pay. By Jove, yes. Never didn't pay a shilling I lost in my life. It's deuced hard, when a fellow is on the square like that, to make two ends meet when he comes across defaulters. Those fellows should be hung. They're the very scum of the earth. Talk of welchers, they're worse than any welchers. Welcher is a thing you needn't have to do with if you're careful. But when a fellow turns round upon you as a defaulter at cards, there is no getting rid of him. Where the play is all straightforward and honourable, a defaulter, when he shows himself, ought to be well near murdered. Such were Captain Vignolles' plaints to himself, as he sat there, looking at the suspicious document which Mountjoy had left in his hands. To him it was a fact that he had been cruelly used in having such a bit of paper thrust upon him instead of being paid by a cheque, which on the morning would be honoured. And as he thought of his own career, his ready money payment, his obedience to certain rules of the game, rules, I mean, against cheating, as he thought of his hands, which in his own estimations were beautifully clean, his diligence in his profession, which to him was honourable, his hard work, his late hours, his devotion to a task which was often tedious, his many periods of heart-rending loss, which, when they occurred, would drive him nearly mad, his small customary gains, his inability to put by anything for old age, of the narrow edge by which he himself was occasionally divided from defalcation. He spoke to himself of himself as an honest, hard-working, professional man, upon whom the world was peculiarly hard. But Major Moody went home to his wife, quite content with the £30 which he had won. End of chapter 42.